we'll have a common session on matters to do with emerging and future value chains. We'll do that for around an hour, and then we break into parallel sessions. We'll have 3 parallel sessions, and those particular sessions will take us to the end of the day. So once we break into parallel sessions, we'll not reconvene. We'll break from those parallel sessions as we go to our respective places where we are boarding. That will be our day 2 of the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. We are looking forward to having a good day, all right? But before, even as I invite the choir, you guys are so gifted. I really enjoyed the music yesterday, and it's our humble request, if you're in a position to kutupatia pambio moja o mbili this morning, you guys are welcomed, the choir. But as you do that, I'd like to come to us, to the audience. Nataka kuwauliza maswali mbili tatu, just to pick your mind so far, what you've picked. Now everyone is avoiding eye contact because they don't want to look at me. You're the bold one, so you're trying to reverse that curve. If you give eye contact, you think I'll not pick you. I'm going to pick you. How are you doing, sir? Good morning. What's your good name? And so far, from day 1, give me one highlight that you took away from yesterday, the whole of yesterday, briefly.
Well, at least I can say that I understood the theme for the conference. I mean, in the engineering space, so trade is not really my forte, but I was keen to understand some of the things that the government is already doing to create opportunities for youth. I was particularly impressed by Mheshimiwa Fikirini, some of the things he was talking about and the initiatives that the government has been doing. Creating opportunities for the youth, I think, is critical in creating value chains in different sectors: agriculture, manufacturing, creativity, the creative industry, and really driving Kenya forward in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate that. Vile umeangalia kando, mtu anaweza sema kabisa hutaki habari. Okay, even as the beautiful, wonderful, gifted choir gets up there, I'd like to inform us that technical sessions are running concurrently. So they are ongoing at the main lobby. We can get to the main lobby hapo they have set up. So if you want to be part of the technical sessions, you're welcomed into that space prior to us reconvening here when we'll start our official program. And I know the choir is getting ready, but this lady was ignoring me. Ulikuwa unajaribu kuni ignore. Waitwa nani? Were you here yesterday, for starters? Sorry? Oh, you are the technical. Even better. Talk to me. What is your name? Naitwa nani? Na kule technical, like what stood out for you from yesterday's session? Briefly, yeah? Uko shy? It's okay. It's okay to be shy. Unaweza ongea, naweza kuwekea microphone huku chini uongee chini ya seat. Tuongee tu hivi juu uko shy. Wacha tukuje hapa chini. Sawa sawa. Unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Kadzo.
Kadzo. Jina nzuri hiyo Kadzo. Kazo, technical sessions huko mliongelea nini na nini ili nasa akili zako?
Jana tuliongelea kuhusu value chains sunflower.
The sunflower. Sawa sawa. Kazo, nimeshukuru sana. Hata mimi nakuanga mshy, Kazo. Si ndio? Hapo sawa. Bede mpigie Kazo makofi. Amejaribu, si ndio? Amejaribu sana. Asante Kazo. So technical sessions are ongoing. If you want to be part of that, like Kazo was part of that yesterday, tafadhali unaweza wa join pale. Haya, wacha nikuje kwa backbenchers. Nyuma ya umesema hiyo S class na nguvu. Haya, wacha nikuje nimuongeleshe huyu. I think yesterday you said hi, but I was a bit busy. So I just said hi and walked away. So my apologies for starters. Secondly, what is your good name? And thirdly, what stood out for you from yesterday's session?
Good morning. My name is Zainab Mohammed. I am here representing the civil society organization. I come from an organization called Center for Development and Peace. And what stood out for me yesterday? Wow, there was a lot, but I think I took note in the morning that the panel didn't have women. And I appreciated the fact that somebody recognized it and that we need to do better in terms of gender representation. But after that, I was able to network with AMC, since we do work with a lot of women in the community, and we would like for them to look out for opportunities in terms of agriculture and see what they can take advantage of and the opportunities that are readily available. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Asante sana Zainab. Pigia Zainab makofi makubwa moja. Pa, si ndio? Sawa sawa. Choir, tuko ready? The floor is yours, choir.
Bwana wangu upesi ni wewe, utakayenitosha. Pepo na mawimbi vyamsikiza, tulia. Kama ukali wa bahari, wanadamu, pepo na shetani, mawimbi yapateje kuumiza chombo kilicho na Yesu Bwana. Mambo pia vyamsikiza, tulia, tulia. Mambo pia vyamsikiza, tulia. Sasa hofu ishakwisha, ni shwari baharini. Lang'ara tena jua letu, rohoni kuna shwari. Kae nami ewe Bwana, isiwe mimi tu, nami nitafika bandarini, ng'ambo ndiko na nafuu. Pepo na mawimbi vyamsikiza, tulia. Kama ukali wa bahari, wanadamu, pepo na shetani, mawimbi yapateje kuumiza chombo kilicho na Yesu Bwana. Mambo pia vyamsikiza, tulia, tulia. Mambo pia vyamsikiza, tulia. Nitamsifu Mungu wa mbinguni, aliyeniumba, ananipenda tena anilinda kati ya mabaya. Nitamsifu Mungu wa mbinguni, aliyeniumba, ananipenda tena anilinda kati ya mabaya. Alinipenda kuliko vyote, akaniumba kwa mfano wake. Uhai wangu najivunia, kwani najua anipenda. Alinipenda kuliko vyote, akaniumba kwa mfano wake. Uhai wangu najivunia, kwani najua anipenda. Nitamsifu Mungu wa mbinguni, aliyeniumba, ananipenda tena anilinda kati vyote vya mwili wangu vyamtukuza, vyamuabudu, najitolea maisha yangu kufanya kazi yake Bwana. Nitamsifu Mungu wa mbinguni aliyeniumba, ananipenda tena anilinda kati ya mabaya. Ninakuomba unipe nguvu ya kukusifu na kukupenda siku kwa siku, nikutukuze, kwani ni wewe Mungu wangu. Ninakuomba unipe nguvu ya kukusifu na kukupenda siku kwa siku, nikutukuze, kwani ni wewe Mungu wangu. Nitamsifu Mungu wa mbinguni aliyeniumba, ananipenda tena anilinda kati ya mabaya. Nitamsifu Mungu wa mbinguni aliyeniumba, ananipenda tena anilinda kati ya mabaya. Nitamsifu Mungu wa mbinguni aliyeniumba, ananipenda tena anilinda kati ya mabaya.
Pigeni kwaya makofi tafadhali. Wanafanya kazi nzuri sana. Even as we prepare to officially begin our program, just finalizing a few changes here and there, and shortly we will have the recap for day one. So thank you very much for your patience. And just a reminder, we have a technical session ongoing at the lobby, the main entrance of the establishment. You are welcome to participate. In the meantime, back to choir.
Yesu kanikuta jangwani, akanambia nenda huko Yerusalemu. Yesu kanikuta gizani, akasema kimbilia ishi milele. Fimbo yake huyo Musa, fimbo yake huyo Musa, nchi ile ya Misri tulimwona mwenye enzi. Nchi ile ya Misri tulimwona mwenye enzi. Yesu kanikuta jangwani, akaniambia nenda huko Yerusalemu. Yesu kanikuta gizani, akasema kimbilia Yerusalemu. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa upendo wa kweli. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa amani tele. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa upendo wa kweli. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa amani tele. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa umoja wa kweli. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa amani tele. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa upendo wa kweli. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa amani nimeshajitolea kuhubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote, tukomeshe vitendo vya uharibifu, tuijenge Kenya taifa letu. Kwani mimi nimeshajitolea kuhubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote, tukomeshe vitendo vya uharibifu, tuijenge Kenya taifa letu. Mungu nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. 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 Niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. Kichwa cha kitanda changu Baba Gaston, la 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 la, asemaje mwimbaji oh, Baba Gaston. Ah, oh, Baba Gaston. La, 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 la. Oh, Baba Gaston. La, 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 la. Oh, Baba Gaston. La, 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 la. Oh, Baba Gaston. La, 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 la. Oh, Baba Gaston.
Makofi kwa kwaya tena tafadhali, wapigeni makofi. Kazi nzuri sana. Even as we do so, just a warning to all of us, especially our friends who are backbenchers nyuma ya S-class. Later on, I'm going to be requesting you to move a bit forward so that we start filling the room from the front backwards. And reason we're doing so is because, of course, we're expecting a lot of people to come in, today being the official opening of this particular conference. So in the meantime, just a reminder, the technical sessions are ongoing. So if you want to participate in that, please go to the main lobby. They're set up right there. I believe your input will be of great value. But for now, an extra song from the choir.
Usachemene kuti inindinewe nichakutungamira. Usachemene kuti inindinewe nichakutungamira. Usachemene kuti inindinewe nichakutungamira. Usachemene kuti inindinewe nichakutungamira. Tungamira, tungamira, nichakutungamira. Tungamira, tungamira, nichakutungamira. Ararisane kuti inindinewe nichakutungamira. Ararisane kuti inindinewe nichakutungamira. Tungamira, tungamira, nichakutungamira. Tungamira, tungamira, nichakutungamira. Tungamira, tungamira, nichakutungamira. Tungamira, tungamira, nichakutungamira. Tungamira, tungamira. nichakutungamira. Tungamira, tungamira, nichakutungamira. Usachemene kuti ninewe nichakutungamira. Usachemene kuti ninewe nichakutungamira. Tungamira, tungamira, nichakutungamira. Tungamira, tungamira, nichakutungamira.
Asante sana. Once again, let us appreciate the choir. Asanteni sana choir for the beautiful entertainment that you've been giving us. May the good Lord bless you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I know thank you for your patience. That's for starters. Asante sana for your patience. So, just help me do one thing, okay? Help me do one thing. If we may just be on our feet, tafadhali, let us be on our feet. Just for a minute. Just for a minute, all of us, let us be on our feet. Asante sana, let us be on our feet. I'm still looking at some of you. Let us be on our feet. Okay. I know some of you are working, finalizing on that final email, but sorry. Unaona pia ako busy, it's okay. So, for starters, the guys that I had warned, yeah, at the back of the room, just move a few seats in front so that we leave the back pretty empty, so that when we begin, people will be entering from the back and sitting without interfering. So let us make effort. Let us just move forward. Those of us at the back, let us move forward. Let's move forward, please. It's a humble request. Asante sana. Thank you for following through. Asante sana. In the meantime, greet for me somebody on my behalf. Tell them on behalf of the MC, welcome to day 2. Welcome to day 2. Good to see you. Yeah, ask them, how did you sleep? Did you have breakfast? Are you fasting today? You know. Tell them you look younger than you sound, you know. Something amazing, okay? So are we excited for day 2? Are we excited for day 2? Okay, so in that spirit of excitement, because we're going to be having the official opening of the ceremony, okay? We're going to be having that. And the national anthems are coming up, okay? So I'd like us to practice the East African anthem. And I'll start. I'll come to you, just sing the first line, okay? Just the first line, then I come to the next person, the next line, okay? Now everyone is getting busy, they're looking for things under the seat. Okay, East African anthem. Are we ready? Are we ready? You're not Kenyan? Oh, you know the Kenyan one? The East African anthem is where you draw the line. Regional integration as an enhancement to the value chain. So we'll start with this gentleman. He has a nice suit. Most likely knows the first line of that particular anthem. Okay? Sir, how are you doing? You're good? Hey, that's the beauty of being a boss. You know, you can just tell this guy will sing. Okay, sir, the first line of the East African anthem.
It goes like this. E Mungu twaomba uilinde.
Hey. Now, there's somebody who's clapping and they're like, what anthem is that? Okay. So, is that E Mungu twaomba uilinde? Aya, let me come to next.
Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki.
Okay, Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. And as I get into the room, I'm feeling the cold. Yeah, I'm feeling like hapa ndo lyrics zinaishia. Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Wataka kumsaidia line ya 3.
Tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani.
Makofi kwake. Haya, tukuje upande mwingine kwa zao watu wanafikiria nimewasahau. Tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani. Haya, na kuona una Google, wacha ku Google. Wewe, wacha ku Google. Haya, line ya 4. Unakumbuka hiyo? Nani anajua line ya 4? The 4th line? Okay, there's a gentleman here.
Tutimize na malengo yetu.
Haya, tumetimiza malengo. Haya, hii sasa inakuanga fun cause wengine wenyu tukiimba hapa naonanga mnafanya hivi kidogo, si ndio? Haya, ni nani? Nisijaribu. Haya, wacha nione. Umemguza, pia umemdonate. Haya, my brother.
Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde.
Haya, tuendelee. Next.
Ama nituwajibi.
Hey, you're on the right path. Mbona unajidoubt? Hebu sema tena hiyo.
Mpe huyu.
So unataka hiyo connection. Haya, repeat yako. Ilikuwa jumuiya
yetu sote tuilinde.
Tuwajibike, tuimarike.
Jumuiya yetu.
Napenda vile umemalizia hiyo iya yetu. Jipigie makofi tafadhali. You guys have done so well. I see we are ready for day 2. Unaweza keti chini, you can just have your seats so that we begin our program officially. Now, I think for the choir, we'll do the anthem during the official opening during that particular program. Is that okay? So I can release you guys. We're beginning makofi once more. They have done a great job. Beautiful. Once again, welcome to day 2 of the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, where our theme is strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. And what we are focusing on is developing critical sub-themes in agricultural value chains, industrial value chains, emerging sectors like digital, green, and blue economy, innovation and investment, especially matters to do with private sector growth, and also policy reforms, which is at the heart of what KIPPRA does, regulatory frameworks, and inclusive growth when you talk about women, youth, and marginalized groups. So yesterday we had a beautiful day, detailed, rich, and what we're gonna do, we will start with a recap of day 1, just to remind us what we've accomplished so far, and thereafter we'll proceed with a common session on matters to do with high-level policy dialogue on value chains, where we'll have 2 presentations from KIPPRA, and then hold a very rich panel. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me welcome Melap Sitati from KIPPRA to give us day 1 recap. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali akikuja. Until she reaches, ndio amefika. Hadi afike tafadhali. Mpigeni tu makofi hadi afike. Yes, this is Melap Sitati, and Melap will tell us the origins of her beautiful name, Melap, even as she gives us recap of day 1 of the 9th annual, that is KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. But for now, Melap, the floor is yours. Have a little bit of fun. You have around 7 minutes.
Thank you, Noah. If you read the Bible, there's a name called Merab. So that's part of the origin of my name. Good morning, distinguished participants, colleagues, and partners. On behalf of the rapporteur team, I'm pleased to present a recap of day 1 of the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, themed Strengthening Value Chain for Inclusive Growth in Kenya. I'll try to summarize for what we covered yesterday in 8 hours, put it in 7 minutes. So day one set a strong foundation for the conference by framing value chain as central Kenya's economic transformation, while emphasizing that growth must be inclusive, sustainable, and people-oriented. We began with the opening remarks by the chair of the KIPPRA board, Programs Committee, Professor Peter Koech, who officially welcomed participants and situated the conference within Kenya's broader development agenda, including the Vision 2030, the BETA, as well as the African Union Agenda 2063. Professor Koech highlighted that strengthening value chain is critical to addressing key structural challenges such as unemployment, low productivity, inequality, and limited value addition. He emphasized priority sectors, which included agriculture, manufacturing, trade, and the digital economy, as well as the blue economy and green growth. Importantly, he highlighted the need for inclusivity, stressing that youth, women, persons with disability, and marginalized communities must be fully integrated into value chains. He also emphasized the role of digital transformation He also emphasized the role of digital transformation, climate resilience, and evidence-based policy making, supported by stronger partnerships across government, the private sector, and research institutions. This was followed by the conference overview by our AD, KIPPRA, Dr. Elda Onzom, who further reinforced the central role of value chains in driving productivity, job creation, competitiveness, and inclusive growth. So drawing from previous conferences, she demonstrated how KIPPRA's work has influenced policy in areas such as youth employment, digital jobs, industrializations, and skill development. The session on value chain for decent job creation presented by ILO introduced a critical perspective by asking a fundamental question: when value chains grow, who truly benefits? So key lessons that we learned from that included the importance of deliberate policy action to upgrade value chains, the potential of digital technologies to expand opportunities if inclusivity is designed. There was a session by Mr. Michael Mandu, the Acting Secretary, State Department for Trade, who represented the PS, that focuses on, the focus was on enhancing competitiveness and expanding market access for Kenya's value chain. A key intervention from that was that the rollout of the county aggregation and industrial parks, which are expected to address production and market constraint while strengthening linkages between agriculture and manufacturing. We also had a session on youth, the role of youth in Kenya's value chain, which was delivered by the PS for Youth Affairs and the Creative Economy, Mr. Fikirini Jacobs. PS emphasized that Kenya's youth full population is a major asset, with 3 out of 4 Kenyans under the age of 35. He called for a shift in perspective to view youth not as a challenge, but as a key driver of the economic growth. Key initiatives discussed include the Nyota program, which aims to support over 800,000 youth through training and grants, as well as the recognition of prior learning to integrate those who are who acquire skills informally into the formal economy. The discussion on agriculture value chain was further enriched by a high-level panel comprising of Senator Wakoli Wafula, Mr. Tito Arunga from FAO, Dr. James Mwanuma from KMF Kemfri, and Mr. Ms. Keno from Agriculture Finance Corporation, Mr. Davis Mulini from Agra, and Mr. Kanja Ndungu from KTDA Holdings. So across the panel, several key takeaways emerged. The need for stronger oversight of agricultural budgets and greater support for farmer corporations, the centrality of cost reduction, quality improvement, and data-driven agricultural ecosystems. Key recommendations that came out from those sessions included strengthening agricultural financing, accelerating digitization, and climate-smart innovation. The conference also examined Kenya industrial value chains with a session that had a panel comprising Honorable Dr. John Mutunga from Parliamentary Department Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. There was MCA representation by Dr. Caroline, also KEBS, as well as Anti-Counterfeit Authority and Kenya National Chambers of Commerce, as well as Kenya Leather Development Council. So during the plenary, participants raised concerns about the impact of certain tax proposals on local manufacturers and whether domestic producers are sufficiently supported to supply the quality products. So the key message from the session included the need to lower production cost, particularly energy, strengthening enforcement against illicit trade, expand access to standards and certification from MSMEs, as well as deepen cluster development and common user facilities. The conference also examined Kenya's service sector, which was our last session for the day, that was coordinated by Dr. James Gashanja. The session began with an introductory presentation that was titled See It Grow, an RCT on agriculture risk management. From this presentation, we picked that climate risks are disproportionately concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa, even though the region has among the lowest uptake of crop insurance. The findings show that building on this, the panel turned to the broader question of where Kenya stands in strengthening service sector value chain and the key opportunities that lie ahead. So, for example, from the tourist perspective, Ms. Odhiambo of the Kenya Tourism Board highlighted Kenya's strategic advantage, including its geography and connectivity as a regional hub, which has rich biodiversity and cultural diversity and youth population that provides both a talent pipeline and a growing domestic tourism market. Overall, the session on service sector value chain highlighted that technology and data and connectivity are now co-enablers of inclusive growth across tourism, finance, agriculture, and other services. So the key message here included the need to expand and deepen digital connectivity, build shared data and intelligence systems, reform licensing and regulatory frameworks to enable community participation. Again, another recommendation that we picked was we invest in local AI and digital solutions and support startups and reduce friction and build trust in service delivery. Day one, therefore, gave us the stage for deeper technical discussion by establishing both opportunities and critical challenges in strengthening Kenya's value chain for inclusive growth. Thank you.
All right, asante sana, Mela, for that recap of day one. And right now we are on the same page, all of us, I assume. At least you've gotten the gist of what we covered yesterday. And the beautiful thing about this particular conference is that everything is documented. And when it's all said and done, you know, in your dreams, you dream about an interesting concept and you're like, I think this was spoken in that conference. You can go on the KIPPRA website, search it up, and you're able to retrieve those documentations, which is very, very pertinent. All right, so we have very, very powerful and very supportive people with us, and I'll be recognizing them as time goes by. We have quite a number of PSs in the building, and this will be critical, especially in the official launch. So just recognition, Dr. Boniface Makoha, thank you very much, sir, for making time to be with us today. We really do appreciate your input. PS Karen Ngengo, thank you very much also for making time. I think there is something interesting that's going to be happening later on today, so looking forward to that and your input. We also have quite a number of senators who are representing, and they come from the Agriculture Committee in the Senate. So the fact that this conference has all these people, it shows the goodwill that we have in all sectors, because we need that to make this happen. But for now, in the interest of time, I'd like us to proceed with our next presentation. A reminder to our presenters, there's a screen right there, okay? That screen has a timer. So the moment you switch on this microphone, we start the timer, okay? And then every minute you extend, you'll donate to a good cause, okay? Which will be very, very critical. So I'm thinking of the figure. Do we do 1,000 per minute or 2,000 per minute? What do you guys suggest? 2,000 per minute, yeah? So we pray that you extend for 5 minutes so that we make 10,000 easy, and then we'll have a good time. But anyway, that won't happen. It's just a plea. We keep time. So you have 8 minutes. You always have to confirm right there. Then thereafter, we'll have a panel discussion. So at this particular moment, without wasting much time, to present on systemic risk profiling and assessing compounding economic risks in developing countries. Remember, this is under high-level policy dialogue on value chain. Please help me welcome Dr. James Thalo. Beginning makofi ya Afrika. Daktari, the floor is yours.
If you'd asked me to sing, I would happily give you $1,000 a minute to avoid it. Anyway, good morning, everyone. I'm James Thurlow. I'm the Director of Foresight and Modeling at KIPPRA, and so let me on behalf of KIPPRA say how grateful we are to be here and how pleased, how proud we are to be a long-term partner of KIPPRA. So we've had, my 8 minutes has not started counting down, just to warn you. So yesterday we've had a very rich conversation about strengthening value chains. But we tend to associate that with making value chains grow, making them bigger. But to strengthen value chains, we also have to make them resilient to shocks, to risks. And we know about risks. We're living them today, right? We're watching what's happening in Iran and how that's caused world prices to spike for fuels, for fertilizer, maybe later in the year for food. And we're also watching down the road what's going to happen to El Nino, what's going to happen to climate. We know, I come from the Food Policy Research Institute. Every year we're worrying about what the rains are going to look like because that's going to determine how much food is available later in the year. So we need to take these risks into account when we think about which value chains we want to invest in, how we invest, how are we going to manage these risks. And in order to manage risks, we need to know which risks are most important for Kenya, right? Which are the risks that we should worry the most about and that we should take action to address as quickly as possible. And so in order to do that, we've conducted a study using a model that we built together with KIPPRA to measure and rank the different risks that face Kenya's economy and its population. So in order to do this analysis, we had to do 3 things, right? The first thing we needed to do is measure all the risks that Kenya faces. If we look at historical data, we can see how production of maize varies year to year. right? And we can measure how variable maize production is. We can also look at world markets, and we can see fuel prices every year are going up and down, and we can measure how variable those fuel prices are. So the first thing we need to do is look across all the different sectors in the economy, all the commodities locally and in global markets, and measure the risk. But some of those risks don't matter, right? Because some of those risks, for example, only affect a very small part of Kenya's economy, or some of those commodities that we're importing are only consumed by, let's say, very high-income households. It's not affecting everyone in Kenya. So the second thing we need to do is measure the exposure of the country and the population to these different risks. Some risks matter more than others. And so that's our very first question, right? How vulnerable is Kenya's economy and its population to different risks? And then the third thing, once we've measured all these different risks and the country's exposure, we need to rank them. Which risks are most important for what? For GDP, for poverty, for undernourishment? Which risks are the most important? So we're going to go through those three different stages, and I'm just going to give you headline results because I don't have time to go into details. It's too expensive to go into details. So let me start by answering that first step. Let's measure the risks that Kenya faces in any given year. And what you can see on this figure here are what we call box and whisker plots. It's a measure of how variable, how up and down things are in any given year, right? And you can see here on the left-hand side is world prices. How much do world prices move around? And on the right-hand side, how much does domestic production in Kenya of different commodities move up and down in any given year? In other words, if you were to close your eyes and pull out how much maize is going to be produced in Kenya this year, it's likely to fall somewhere within that range, right? Now, the way you interpret a box and whisker plot is the big box, right? So if we look on the left-hand side and we look at the world price of grains, that big fat box is where 50% of our observations from history lie. So if we were to close our eyes and draw a world price for grains for this year, there's a 50-50 chance that the world price is going to be inside that big box. But there are some years in which prices are extremely high and some years in which prices are extremely low, and that's what those thin lines, those whiskers are telling us, that prices are going to fall somewhere within that group. Now, what does this data tell us? Well, you can see that the world price of grains, of food crops, all those commodities on the left, they vary a lot year to year, plus minus 10% for global grains on average in those 50% scenarios. But you can see towards the right-hand side, the world price of energy, that means petrol, diesel, and so on, far more variable than it is for world food prices. And there we can see the high variability of fertilizer prices. That's what we're worried about for food, that high fuel prices, high fertilizer prices, that's what we're experiencing right now. On the right-hand side, you can see domestic production variability. And actually, it's not as variable as world markets, right? But you can see there's a lot of variability, mainly driven by climate conditions, weather in any given year. So the next step is to put that information into a model, right? And I'm not going to go into the technical details, but we put that information into the model that we built with KIPPRA, and we see what is the impact of these risks when they compound with each other on GDP, on poverty, on the left-hand side, on international trade, like exports and imports on the right-hand side, and then on people, on poor people, undernourished people. What's the level of poverty? What's the level of hunger in the country? And you can see on the GDP side, there's a lot of variability in any given year beyond the control of government. Right? No matter what the government does, right, there is going to be a certain uncertainty that the economy faces. GDP could be plus minus 1.5 percentage points higher or lower in any given year, regardless of what the government does or before the government tries to do anything, okay? You can see for poverty, the same is true. 1.5 percentage points more or less of the population may fall below $3 a day poverty line because of climate, because of world markets, not because of policy, not because of other actions. You can also see that agriculture is the most vulnerable sector of the economy and that exports are more vulnerable than imports, generally speaking. And that's going to have implications for the kinds of value chains that we are focusing on, that we're promoting as part of this session. So the third and last step in the analysis is which of these risks are the most important, and that's going to depend on whether you're looking at national GDP or the incomes that are being earned by Kenyans in the economy, what happens to poverty, and what happens to hunger. And you can see on the left-hand side the most important source of risk for GDP in any given year, perhaps doesn't surprise you, is what's happening to the domestic production of maize and other grains, other cereals, right? But if we look at poverty in the middle, and we start to see some of those light blue boxes coming to the top, those are the world prices. The world price of energy doesn't affect your energy sector because you don't produce crude oil, you have limited refining, but fuel is used all over the economy, and so it's extremely important. It matters more for poverty. When it comes to hunger, grains become a lot more important again. So as we think about a national value chain strategy and all these different goals that we want to achieve, we need to think about managing these risks that are at the top of the list to make sure that we are strengthening value chains, both in terms of growing and in terms of managing their risks. So let me summarize, because I'm running out of time. Kenya is certainly, as you know, exposed to many external risks, and these external risks are important, especially for poverty. You can see here a similar analysis that we've done for other countries. Kenya is relatively exposed to global markets, more so than other countries in East Africa and elsewhere in the continent. And so what this means then is we start to invest in growing our different value chains. It's not just about growth, but it's about managing those risks that Kenya's value chains face. Those are going to become particularly important. So if you're interested in learning more, please take a look at some of these. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for keeping time. Really do appreciate that. So, no fines for you, but I love the suggestion of a dollar-denominated fine. That is brilliant. The stability is very, very important. Okay, so until our next presentation, which shall also take 8 minutes, and this one's going to focus on barriers and opportunities for youth in Kenya's agri-food value chain. We always talk about young people. Kenya is a very youthful country, and also the continent of Africa is a very young continent. So what are barriers and opportunities for youths in Kenya's agri-food value chain? And to give us a presentation from IFPRI, help me welcome Harriet Mawia. Appreciate how she comes on stage. Harriet, enjoy your presentation. There you go.
Distinguished guests and my fellow Kenyans, good morning. My name is Harriet Mawia, and I'm going to be giving you a presentation on barriers and opportunities for youth in Kenya's agri-food value chain. So this particular work is from a qualitative evidence. We are conducting both qualitative and quantitative research on the same to really understand what is dignified and fulfilling work for young people in Kenya and in other parts of Africa. So the challenge is that Africa is a very young continent, as it has been mentioned over and over. And this presents opportunities, but also some challenges. So one of the main challenges is unemployment for our young people. And the agriculture sector actually presents an opportunity for these young people who are not employed. So the agriculture value chains and various nodes of the agriculture value chain, such as processing, value addition, and marketing, presents opportunities for employment of young people in Kenya. But again, young people are not the same. We have men and women. We also have young people who reside in the rural areas. We have young people living with disability. And therefore, there is a need to come up with solutions that really address the entire young people population. So this is the aspect of intersectionality, wanting to know what solutions will cater for a larger percentage of the young people. As I mentioned, this is a big project, but for today's presentation, I'll be taking you through 2 research questions, which is on the ones that are colored, where we'll look at how young people are engaged in production, processing, and marketing, and also what are the barriers that they are facing and what are the facilitators for the same. The methods that we have used for this qualitative research is focus group discussions and key informant interviews, and the study locations that we were able to engage with young people in. Kenya, we had Homa Bay, Isiolo, Marsabit, Samburu, Tharaka Nithi, and Uasin Gishu counties. Allow me to take you through the results. So what we find in production, we see that gender norms, they influence the commodities that young people select to engage in, and also the activities that they do in these different agricultural value chains. Young men perceive, engaging in agriculture with the aim of being primary breadwinners for their families, and young women produce a lot for subsistence purposes, but we also came across a few young women who produce for commercial purposes. So the key commodities that we were able to identify that young men and women produce, we had legumes such as beans and cowpeas, we had horticulture crops, cereals, and grains. Where we have the tick is where majority of young men are engaged, and where we have an X, it shows either young men and young women are not very much engaged in them. So the main takeaway from this youth participation in production slide is that gender roles, they actually influence the commodity that young people produce. And for example, in our focus group discussion, we had young men mention that they don't like dealing with small money. They want to be engaged in production of products that allow them to handle 200,000 and above, a lot of money. So that's what young men in Kenya really look forward to when they are doing production. In the aspect of processing, the key takeaways that we notice is that also gender-specific roles influence the processing aspects. So young women are more able to conduct some of the masculine activities, but young men, they are a bit selective in that they don't want to partake some of these female activities. And they will opt out very quickly in the processing, that is the young men, if they don't see they are going to get a lot of money, or if they see a lot of effort is needed for them in these processing activities. On the marketing node, the takeaway for this particular one is that youth market the products that they produce, and we see again gender inequalities also coming through in the aspect of marketing. And in terms of scale of operation for marketing, young women operate in very small operations, while young men, they operate in small and wholesale aspects, as you can see in the slide. Allow me to mention on the marketing aspect, one of the major issues that we were able to see is that young women have a lot of challenges with transporting their products to the market, because the transportation sector is hugely driven by young men. So the takeaway here is that, in short, both young men and young women are participating in the nodes of the agricultural value chains, and we see young men be more active in the lucrative side of the entire value chain. Just to mention more of the constraints or the barriers that we were able to identify. One of them is limited agricultural land access. For instance, in Kenya, we know that young people can only access land in many cases once they get married. Parents have to wait Once they get married, that's when they are given a piece of land to do agriculture. So access to land is an issue there, especially for young women. Also, the time burden care work is an issue for young women who have to take care of young children. And as we go through the constraints, we also see that young women face issues such as sexual harassment in the market. There is also issues of security where they are not guaranteed enough security when they are conducting their marketing activities of agricultural products. And there's also the aspects of curfews at home, where young men or men put curfews to their women. You're supposed to be at home at this particular time, and you're not able to do a lot of marketing of your agricultural products as a whole. Some of the facilitators for this, challenging these constraints, we see that there's need for training, and also there's need for community support and family support, and also making sure that young people can access finance, and also diversification of income. My time is up, and I want to finish the presentation. So again, this generally speaks into how we can have collective approaches to really ensure that we support young women and young men who are engaged in agricultural value chains. So there's a need to create and strengthen agricultural cooperatives, and also to systemize cottage industries. And for instance, this can be achieved through group-based resourcing, generation of collective action and agency, and as well having strategic partnership between all stakeholders, be it government, non-government, so that we can support our young men and women who are engaged in agricultural value chains. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much, Harriet Mawia from IFPRI, for that presentation on engaging the youth in the agricultural value chain. Very, very important. On to our third and last presentation for this session before we go into the panel on matters to do with costing care infrastructure for inclusive value chains. Please help me welcome Shadrach Mwatu, Senior Policy Analyst at KIPPRA, and he's also a modeler and is about to get his doctorate. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali akikuja. Come on, appreciate this gentleman as he comes. Shadrach Mwatu. All right. In true KIPPRA colors, of course, as expected. Shadrach, you're going to have a good time. Your timer is there. 8 minutes. Stick to it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, moderator. I'm Shadrach Mwatu, a Senior Policy Analyst at KIPPRA. Today, I would like to take you through this presentation covering costing care infrastructure for inclusive value chains in the country. Can someone assist me? The slide? Moderator?
We are getting you help. In the meantime, okay, you can pause the timer so that
just pause it.
Yes. Okay, we've even reset from 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, Shadrach Mwatu. I'm taking you through this presentation covering costing of care infrastructure for inclusive value chains. The presentation is organized in terms of showing the link between care infrastructure and value chains. Then we look at costing care infrastructure. Then we look at benefits of investing in care infrastructure. Then we look at some key insights. and some areas for action. So we go direct into the link between care infrastructure and value chains. Care infrastructure is an enabler for value chains. When you look at the national care policy that was approved late last year in 2025, it looks at care infrastructure as facilities that support and enable provision of care services. And with care infrastructure, we are able to see people, especially women, participating more in value chains, labor supply increasing. We're able to see them being more integrated into markets and being able to access markets. We look at the care economy in a snapshot. So the care economy currently is valued at 5.2 trillion Kenyan shillings, and this translates to about 32.4% of the country's GDP. Within this, about 3.9 trillion Kenyan shillings is unpaid care work, which is about 24.3% of GDP, which would make this sector to be like the second largest in the country after agriculture. Paid care within this we see is about 1.3 trillion, which is about 8.1% of the GDP. And we are seeing within this, the bulk of the unpaid care work within the economy is actually borne by women. And therefore, if we could invest in care infrastructure, then we could unlock the potential for women to participate more in the value chains, in the economy's value chains. Next, we look at investing or the cost that is needed currently to invest in care infrastructure. The cost that we need currently in the economy is about 786 billion Kenyan shillings to go towards care infrastructure investments, focusing on infrastructure like child care facilities, elderly care facilities, hospice facilities, transportation systems, drainage, and waste management, and so on and so on. And this investment is actually a good investment because spending these 786 billion Kenyan shillings would produce about 2.3 trillion Kenyan shillings in net benefits. That would be like every shilling you spend in investments gives you about 2.9 Kenyan shillings in net benefits. Output benefits, we see the output of the economy would increase by about 1.1 trillion Kenyan shillings, which would be about 6.7% of the economy's GDP. In terms of labor income benefits, we see labor income benefits will be about 232 billion Kenyan shillings. At the back of this would actually accrue to women, which participate more in care work within the economy. We go next to household income benefits. We see the benefits accruing to households. In terms of household incomes will be about 234.1 billion Kenya shillings from this investment. And this will be an important outcome for the economy and the country. Then, because we are seeing that being able to raise 786 billion Kenyan shillings within 1 year or within one instance would be difficult for the country. We look at what would happen if this amount was to be discounted and mobilized within a 15-year horizon, which we look as the period within which we need to implement the national care policy. We say implementing this within a 15-year horizon would translate to us needing to mobilize about 52 billion Kenya shillings per year. These amounts could be collected from the government, come from the government, and also development partners chip in to support this investment. Then we got to key insights that we are seeing from this presentation. One is that unpaid care work in the economy is valued at 3.9 trillion Kenyan shillings. That is about 24.3% of the country's GDP. And we are seeing that women account for the bulk of unpaid care work, about 3.2 trillion Kenyan shillings, while men account for a meager of that, which is about 0.7 trillion Kenyan shillings. The total investment that we need currently to invest towards care infrastructure is 786 billion Kenya shillings. This could be distributed over a 15-year horizon, translating to an investment need of about 52 billion Kenya shillings per year. And doing this would ensure that the value chains that we have become more inclusive, in that women will transition from unpaid care work towards paid care work, and also paid non-care work, which will be good for the economy. In terms of areas for action, we see that we need to enhance gender-responsive budgeting for care services. Both the Treasury, the national government, and even counties, which need to domesticate and adapt the national care policy, could set aside some budgetary amounts going towards investments in care infrastructure. But this amount does not have to come, all of it, from the government. Development partners who are in this room, you could also come in to chip in mobilizing some of the resources that are needed to go towards investments in care infrastructure. That would ensure that every year, for a 15-year period, we mobilize about 52 billion Kenyan shillings to go towards investments in care infrastructure. Then this investment would be reinforced with inclusivity measures to ensure that the poorest and the low education categories are not left out. Thank you so much. That was my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's amazing. You finished. You had 14 seconds left. Shadrach. 14. Yeah? I'm thinking of gifting you something. You've done exemplarily well. Tumpigie makofi ngapi? 14. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Now, with those presentations, I see time in Asonga. It's already 10:30. I'd like us to have a panel. Once we have this panel, then we'll break for refreshment break. Then when we come back, we have the official opening. So this is just to inform you what to expect. So straight to the panel, and still under high-level policy dialogue on value chains. Today we have 4 panelists. I'll just invite them on stage. First panelist is Tali Inav, who is the head of office and UNIDO representative to Kenya, Eritrea, and South Sudan, bringing over 15 years of experience in sustainable development and international cooperation. And since her arrival to Kenya in early 2024, she has expanded the office's portfolio, mobilized resources, and strengthened UNIDO's partnerships with the UN, bilateral donors, multilateral and financial institutions, and the private sector. Thank you very much for making time to be part of this conversation, Tali. Our next panelist is Dr. Nancy Laibuni, who is an advisor and associate member of the President's Council of Economic Advisors. She has previously worked at the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. So we have great products right here at KIPPRA, and also at the Kenya Agricultural Research Institute, that is KARI. Her research interests include agriculture public policy analysis, value chain analysis, agriculture public expenditure, and food security. And Nancy, thank you very much for making time to be part of this discussion. Our third panelist is Lillian Ndinda, National Program Coordinator at ILO. Lillian works on socioeconomic inclusion for marginalized groups, leading work streams on jobs creation, value chains, and market systems, strengthening cooperatives, among others. Lillian, asante sana for making time for this. And our fourth panelist is Josephine Simiyu, who's the head of technical and advisory services at the Food Crops Directorate, Agriculture and Food Authority, that is AFA. She's responsible for promoting Kenyan coffee in the international and domestic markets, enhancing domestic coffee consumption among the youth, facilitating export trade, and promoting value addition along the value chains to increase incomes. Josephine, thank you very much. You did some wonderful moderation and chairing yesterday, and I'm glad that you're part of this panel this morning. And to help chair and coordinate this discussion, I'd like to welcome Dr. Moi Elliott, who is the Acting Director, Economic Management at KIPPRA. Daktari, uko wapi? Pigeni Daktari makofi as he comes. Is coming to chair this session. I've given them 30 minutes or so that by around 11:05, we should be breaking. In the meantime, I'm going to have a good time, trust you me, and tell your neighbor that panel is gender balanced.
Okay, thank you, moderator. And distinguished guests, I want to ride on protocols already established and get to the business of the day. You can see we have a very powerful panel with me. The moderator said it is the most balanced panel. And so I think I'll get into the questions for my panel. I'll start with Tali from, Tali is from UNIDO. Now, Tali, tell us, you'll tell us something about industrialization and value addition. We know they are critical for economic transformation. So how can Kenya strengthen the linkage between agriculture and industry to move beyond exporting raw commodities? That's the question.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, so I think to capture more value domestically, we must also improve our internal markets. So much of what we do in Kenya is focused on export, but the more we invest in skills and technology in Kenya and in infrastructure such as transportation and energy, ICT, then we create the infrastructure that can retain domestic value and add value addition. For example, in coffee, which I also work in, Kenya exports most of its beans green. And if we develop an internal market for coffee where we consume it, then we don't need to invest so much in shipping it out, which we heard how the prices have gone up. So we save on that. It's better for the environment because it's short value chains, and it creates a lot more jobs in the country.
Okay, thank you. And so I'll move, I think I'll be asking a question per panelist. And then if we have time, I'll go a second round. And I think I'll create room for questions for my panel. I hope my panel, you are ready for questions from the plenary. Now, I'll go to Dr. Nancy Laibuni. Value chains are increasingly viewed as pathways for structural transformation and job creation. From a national economic perspective, why are they central to Kenya's long-term development agenda?
Thank you also for having us. Yes, we do recognize that value chains and literature has shown that are responsible or catalytic in ensuring that we have structural transformation or supporting structural transformation because then we are looking at scenarios where across the different chains, you are moving from low productivity to higher value activities. And this is mainly driven by technology, innovation. That is what would then lead for higher need for skills. And of course, when you have technology, innovation, skills, it means that you will have to pay more jobs intuitively. You create more jobs, but those jobs require you to pay more, or what we perceive, or what is now called decent jobs. And this comes as a result because you have to have some level of formalization. You're going to have contracts because the skill set has increased, their knowledge is increased, they're employing other factors of production, and therefore it means that the capital investment is higher and the return and efficiency is expected to be higher. So intuitively, it means that then we start to see where the economy starts to grow. There's a shift in the way things are done, and therefore enabling more, what we call it, a structural break where there is a transformation and the factors of production and employment of those factors becomes more efficient. And that's the structural break. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. I now move to Lillian. I know ALO advocates for decent jobs, productive jobs, and inclusive employment. How can we ensure that value chain reforms translate into decent, productive, and inclusive employment activities?
Thank you, moderator, for this question. And indeed, yes, ILO advocates for decent work. And more urgently now, the ILO is advocating for more and better jobs for communities. In Kenya particularly, the government has also prioritized jobs creation. And we are glad that we are discussing value chains, because then Kenya has a multitude of value chains which can be used to create jobs. But whose job is it to create jobs? That's the question that I ask myself, because if we just applied what we've heard from this workshop from yesterday and went ahead and implemented, then we would already be reporting jobs. And so for the ILO, it's not just jobs creation, it's decent jobs, but it's also spurring the economy so that there might be opportunities for jobs creation. The 4 decent work pillars talk about opportunities for economic inclusion, where the value chains work. How can we start the different sectors to produce opportunities for young people to get jobs? How can we ensure that the jobs that are created are decent, people accessing a decent wage, ensuring that people have social protection so that the resilience they get out of earning an income is not eroded by shocks that come? How do we ensure that the voices of the workers and the government and the employers are heard and contribute to the policy development space? How can you also ensure that the workers access important things like social protection, so that everyone has access to medical care, has access to retirement benefits, malipo ya uzeeni? We always talk about malipo ya uzeeni like it's very far, and we are all approaching there at different speeds, I guess. So the elements of decent work are very key in jobs creation, and we have to ensure that these are the center of the value chain thinking that we are promoting. We don't even get to have deep conversations around rights at work, because the work is absent in the first place. we're looking forward to accelerating Kenya's journey towards decent work and more and better jobs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I now move to Afa. I know you regulate most of the agricultural value chains. And so what reforms are you implementing now that would strengthen coordination, reduce regulatory inefficiencies, and also improve the ease of doing business for agricultural value chains?
Probably I'd like to just look at the issues that contribute to efficiency in regulating the agricultural value chain. The first ingredient is we must have very strong institutions that are very competent and professional staff. There must be regulations that are grounded in law and moving towards ensuring that the products you are regulating are meeting food safety requirements as well as food security issues. The other ingredient is that we must have a private sector that is very responsive, and therefore this requires close collaboration and cooperation with the private sector, and means that they always have to be capacity built and consulted, especially when formulating these regulations. So what AFA has done, and being a major regulator in the crop sector, is that we have very strong coordination framework, especially with the private sector as well as fellow regulators. So this has meant that especially when enforcing certain regulation, for example, the Irish potato regulation that requires potatoes to be packaged in a 50-kilogram bag, it means that we coordinate with the counties because counties are responsible for those regulations. For example, when we were implementing and trying to comply with the EUDR, European Forest Deforestation Regulation, it meant that we partner with the Kenya Coffee Platform to ensure that our small-scale farmers are able to be ready and be able to comply with those regulations. So these are the many collaborative efforts we have. And to just ensure that we are making business very transparent, because in an era where we have AI and digital tools, AFA has used various digital platforms to regulate the sector. Licenses nowadays obtained online. It's a very transparent system. When you need to export, we have a trading platform where you can use to import and export goods. So therefore, this has increased efficiency and reduced human interaction between the regulator and the business operators, and they only need to do so when they have a challenge. We've also provided horizontal regulations. These are regulations that are supposed to be implemented by the counties. Remember, the Constitution has provided provisions for counties to regulate on functions that are devolved, including the markets as well as production. So AFA has been very instrumental in developing these regulations and capacity building counties to be able to enforce, as well as support them with the tools and materials that are required to make them efficiently regulate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I move back to Tali, and I'll focus now on binding constraints. What are some of the structural constraints that are affecting agro-processing and manufacturing growth within our value chains, and how can we address those?
Thank you. I think there are several, unfortunately, core structural constraints. One, as we mentioned before, is the low value addition and productivity. And it limits the competitiveness and the industrial growth. And the solution for that is simple: industrial upgrading by technology adoption. So we must invest in technology and in skills development. Another thing is the weak integration of SMEs into the formal value chains, and especially the Juakali, the informal sector, which is a large chunk of our industrial activities in Kenya, yet because it's informal, it oftentimes doesn't find its way to the formal policy making. So our policies very much ignore them, except for maybe taxation. There are other benefits to including them in the formal sector because they are part of our ecosystems. When it comes to SMEs, they struggle, and we heard it before, with access to finance because, for example, women have less businesses because they usually don't own the land, then they cannot get finance, then they cannot own a business. So we can see how different parts are integrated, and so is the solution. And the low technical capacity that can be done by skills development. And the solution UNIDO proposes is to have supplier development programs so we can connect the value chains, the SMEs with larger companies, and access to finance and business development services, because many times how to run a business, the soft skills are also overlooked. Those are very important for SMEs. And inclusion policies to target youth and women that I already mentioned. I mentioned before the infrastructure of energy, transport, logistics that are binding constraints that raise the cost and reduce competitiveness. In UNIDO, we have a project about energy efficiency, because it's not only lower the energy prices, but if you use energy, sun energy, or less energy in general, you are reducing your costs quite significantly. And so we must invest in reliable and affordable energy, strengthen logistics and cold chain to avoid the post-harvest losses that are 40% of our harvest is lost before it comes to the plate. And last but not least, standards, quality infrastructure, not only for export, but also for our domestic markets. I feel many times that there are parallel worlds here, that whatever goes to export there is a lot of attention for standards, not only as compulsory, but as an opportunity to earn more money. But we don't do the same for our internal consumption in Kenya. And weak institutional coordination. Many of the things we touched upon lie in different ministries. How do we bring different ministries together? How do we coordinate our policy making from the get-go? So how do we sit together and focus on what we want to achieve and then divide the activities each ministry needs to do? And be aware of ESG, environmental and social safeguards, and teach even small companies, so the whole value chains, how to comply with it so they can be integrated. So in one word, integration, and in more words, I have done. Thank you.
Okay, so I move now to policy and institutional bottlenecks. I know Nancy's work involves policy advisory, and we have seen a lot of reforms in many value chains in the country, but we know that there are many gaps that remain. Now, what do you view as the main policy and institutional bottlenecks that require urgent attention today?
Thank you. that is a very broad question, because depending on which sector you're talking to, everyone will tell you we have an urgent policy action that needs to be taken. However, that said, we do recognize that as Tali has already alluded, that our economy is largely informal, and numbers show us that about 80% of most of the MSMEs, or what we call our informal sector, constitutes 80%, while the formal employment is about the remaining 20%. That said, I would like us to look at what we have been pushing as a plan, what we call our bottom-up agenda. So first is to say that the government does recognize that our economy is largely informal, and thus the bottom-up agenda. Secondly, with that recognition, we also appreciate that resources are scarce. And therefore, it means that we have to allocate these scarce resources in a way that we shall get the highest return on investment, or you put or invest the resources where you get the highest value for back, as I say. Yeah. So what the government did was to first sequence the policy actions to ensure that we focus on ensuring that we meet the needs of our largely informal sector, and that would mean that we had 5 priorities. So the first priority was reduce the cost of living. So we need to ensure that food is available, housing, energy, etc., because it's the cost of living which we measure through inflation. Yeah. So the other issue we had is that we needed to expand the revenue base, and that's what Tanya has alluded, that the policy actions that we take are mainly tax measures. But if you think about it in a way, in this other way, that we have a largely informal sector, that means we have no way of knowing or accounting for their incomes. However, they are still part of the economy, so they need to contribute. So the idea is for us to use innovation. We also have the highest internet penetration in the country. So the idea of expanding the revenue base is to allowing every Kenyan to participate. And if you look at the cost of creating a job in the informal sector vis-a-vis the cost of creating a job in the formal sector, it costs much less. And therefore, you can create more jobs by strengthening and by giving the opportunity for the informal sector to be formalized, yeah, or to get some level of formalization. So that would be the first urgent policy action. We need to provide innovative solutions where people or our informal sector doesn't feel targeted, but is proud to be able to participate actively, formalize contracts, formalize their operations, such that they can be able to be served and participate in the what would call enabling environment. So formalization should not come as an impediment, but it should come as an opportunity for us to serve the citizens. So the most urgent action, I repeat, would be for us researchers and the innovators in the room, how can we make it possible for the informal sector to reduce our informality? And reducing our informality is not a bad thing. We should look at it as a way to make it easy for businesses to register, a way to make it, to reduce the licenses. For instance, you have, in the agricultural sector, you have several licenses that our colleagues at AFA require you to meet. There are several standards that allow you to participate in markets, because we have a lot of consumer-driven standards in the food sector. So how do we make it easy for all the businesses to feel part of, and even give us solutions in which we can reduce their level of informality? That then will help us to be able to account for their contribution and allow them to participate in the building the economy. So that said, it means that it's important for us to have diagnostic studies that are targeted to the different value chains. Different value chains have different needs. If, for instance, I take the housing sector, affordable housing, the value chain, if you look at it as a value chain in totality, you have engineers, you have the people doing the building itself, so you have plumbers. You will also have the mama mboga or the informal kitchen that serves food to the workers. So all that is one ecosystem. So why would we have the contractor being formal, the plumber being formal, but the business providing food to the workers can also be a formal business so that it meets the food health standards, yeah? So that you're giving clean food to the workers. That's a very important component of that value chain. Another issue would be we are having thousands of houses. We need a standard window, we need a doorknob, we need a window, what do you call it? The one that's for opening windows, the knob. So we can have a formal Juakali sector or a system formalized, standardize the size of a doorknob or a door hinge or a window pane hinge, provide them facilities where they can calibrate, produce this in mass quantities, similar standard, so that every house, you'll just place an order. Say, I want 1 million door hinges. You give that to several Juakali associations. They will produce for you a similar door hinge that can fit into any of the doors that have been constructed for the housing that are being built. So in a way, what I'm saying, standards are important, standardization is important, but we need to enable scaling so that we can allow our informal sector, either through common user facilities, either through providing them capital to invest, so that we don't have variability of product, but because they have increased their skill level, increased the way they manufacture, they can be mainstreamed or integrated into the formal market system. So without taking too much time, I would say the most urgent need for us is to ensure that we reduce our informality, but not in a punitive way, but in a way that allows our small-scale businesses to participate in high-value, standardized, improved, technology-driven markets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that very insightful response. And I move to Lillian. And I think studies have shown that youth and women are actually underrepresented in the high-value segments of many industries. Now, I want you to give us only 2 priority interventions we need to make to redress this situation.
Thank you, and indeed, it's true. Youth and women are amongst the groups that have fewer representation as you go up the value chains. And I'm going to speak about 2 things. One, specifically for women, the issue of care work, addressing the unpaid care work burden. And we had just now a presentation on the costs of care infrastructure. But there are other more low-hanging fruits that free up the time of women to participate in economic activities. One could be as easy as making sure that basic services are closer to them. For example, in the rural areas, ensuring that there is access to water, schools in the communities, so that then women can free their time from time-consuming activities and get into productive work. For the youth, skilling has been indicated here, and the shift is to make sure that youth have access to market-relevant skills. Yesterday we spoke about the TVET ecosystem and the required reforms so that the courses that are offered are relevant to the value chains that are available in the areas where the youth are, but they are also market-driven so that we are not skilling and then looking for work. We work with the private sector, we work with the industry to ensure that the skills they need for productivity are what is offered to our youth. Thank you.
Okay, and maybe before I move to Josephine, moderator, I see my time is almost spent, and I don't know whether my panel will just remain speaking to itself. I thought maybe just a question or two from my plenary, so that we have at least some interface between my panel, and I saw some of them writing a few questions, so I'll just pick, I'll maybe pick 2 or 3 because of time, but then my panelist says she has a question for the audience also. But this is important, moderator, because this is also a knowledge value chain. You know, the theme of this conference is strengthening value chains. How do we strengthen the knowledge value chain? By having an interface between the users and we are the producers of knowledge. Definitely. So I'll now move to, and thank you for, I see you are nodding, so thank you for at least 5 minutes. I'll move to Josephine. And Josephine, we know that quality assurance and standards are very important, especially for those players who export their products. Now, I would like you to tell us how afar, maybe tell us 2 key interventions, how you are supporting producers and processors to meet these requirements.
Okay, thank you very much for that question and lobbying for us to have more time and interact with the plenary. I'll respond this with a bias towards MSMEs because we know those are the people that really require support for them to be really integrated into the food safety and export value chain. So now what AFA has done, and taking into consideration that planting material is a very key ingredient of having quality products, and noting that most farmers either recycle, reuse, or borrow planting material from their neighbor, and therefore this compromises the final product, or they get inferior yields. So AFA has been very proactive in supplying quality planting material, especially in collaboration with the counties. We've been very active in ensuring that materials that are supplied to farmers are of good quality. So we either purchase or we support counties purchase the materials and therefore distribute to farmers. The other aspect is that for MSMEs who are trying to get into the horticulture value chain and they are unable to establish facilities of their own for processing that meet the food safety requirements, AFA has 7 satellite processing facilities for horticultural products, and normally this is what is used for by the entrance into the export business to start off before they can manage to establish the facilities on their own. The third one, moderator, allow me to just say this because this is very important, is that when we heard about risk profiling, I remember the first speaker of the day ran us through the risk profiling of the country in terms of our agricultural value chain. And also food safety system, farmers, producers, processors are required to have to assess their risk in terms of food safety, AFA has been very supportive in developing risk profiles for the different value chain, and this is used by the private sector to be able to self-regulate and be able to meet the various requirements that have been established by our export markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. I have a panel of 4, so moderator, you'll help me. We can pick 4, 2 from this side, 2 from this side. And then Lillian, when you are, not Lillian, but Tali, when you are responding, you can also ask the audience your question. So, moderator, do I have?
Okay. So, once I get to you, your name, and straight to the question. If you can just stick to one question, I'll really appreciate per person. Thank you, sir.
Hello, good morning. My name is Eugene from Action Green for Trade and Sustainable Development. I would like to ask the panelists, we know that global value chains really affect local industries. How do we, and especially when it talks about decent jobs, so how do we bridge that gap? And also, we know that international cooperation really gets a lot of benefits in terms of investing, in a country. So also, that also affects local industries. So how do we work on that? Thank you very much.
That's one. Let's another one. Next one. Okay. Part of the board. We have the third one here. Somebody had raised. Okay, third and then fourth. Then we'll close it up. Sensei. You can proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Noah. My name is Fatma from KIPPRA board. And I'm asking the questions on behalf of the ASAL. Thanks, panelists and Daktari. As you know, the ASALs are predominantly pastoralists and in the mobile. They also face sequential compounding factors of shock, from rain to drought to insecurity. So the policies that you work under, either as a government advisory service or the donors, do you consider, using contextualized policy that will really help you bring the ASAL at par with the rest of the country? And these are areas that KIPPRA can help you in, regarding coordination again, I don't know if you have been able to get functional platforms that you are all, registered. Because what happens, especially at the ASAL, is coordination is a problem. Everyone seems to be implementing almost in the same location and similar activities. And 90% of the ASAL regions are locked out because either they are not reachable. So is there, again, a platform within that coordination that reduces overlap? Of course, KIPPRA can still help on coming up coordination framework that can harness, the private sector, the donor agencies, and the government. On data, I know over 80% of the ASAL are locked out of market information and market intelligence. So what are we doing as a government institution, as donors? How are we getting? There is enough data to help you contextualize to that region. AFA, I know you have products and you are currently involved in a lot of international trade for Kenya, and you're doing very well. But is there any best practice from the ASAL? Are there products that you are actually promoting out of Kenya, even within Kenya, that you can say are from the ASAL? There are rivers and there is some good crop production also from the ASALs. Thank you, Noah.
Asante sana. The questions from ASALS have closed our sessions because there are 4 questions in one. But we can still give this person, and there was a hand there, so that we total it up at 4. Gentlemen, please.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Duncan Ocheng. Just want to direct my question to Madam Lillian from ILO.
We can't hear you.
Hello? Yeah. Sorry. My name is Duncan Ocheng. I want to direct my question to Madam Lillian from ILO. There has been high rate of unemployment, especially from the graduates from the university and the colleges. So I was just wondering, looking from your pillars, 4 pillars of your organization, you're creating job opportunities or creating employment. How are you going about this issue of high rate of unemployment from those students from college or university? And the second one is just a request.
No,
yeah?
One question, please. Just one question for the sake of time. Let's have the next one.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne from Chuka University. I have this question. How are you handling the policy blind spots that are resulting due to the generational myopia, in a way that how are you involving the current generation in making and formulating these new policies? And in connection to that, how are you going to implement or empower the education sector in training these policymakers? Because I think we have people that are talented in policymakers. When we look at the PCIs that are being encouraged by the CBC curriculum, I don't think the problem solving and the critical thinking skills are enough. So can we have the Generation Z, the Gen Zs involved in formulation and implementation of the policies? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Moore.
Okay, thank you. I think we close the questions from the plenary. And I'll order my panel so that you just respond to one question. Tali, you can respond to the question on global value chains and how they link to local ones. And then Josephine, you'll respond to the question on ASALs. Lillian, you'll respond to the question of unemployment. And then we would have Dr. Nancy to respond to the last question that was asked by a student from Chuka. So I think once we respond, so Tali, you'll also ask your question. I think we can go in that order. Yeah.
Actually, my question is quite in line with the last question. Is there anyone here that is from the Jua Kali sector? If yes, please stand up. No one stands up. The same for the youth, right? If they are not here, how can they influence the policy? How can they influence the decision? We need to invite young people, women, and informal sector when we draft the policies for them. The second question is...
Ali,
yes,
we are late on time.
Mine are very short.
So just ask you one question and respond.
Okay. Whoever is dressed in Kenyan, please stand up. Kununua Kenya, hujenga Kenya. So having a policy is great, but implementing it's more important. So those were the points I wanted to make about policy in real life. And when it comes to international value chains, my answer is also quite short. Invest in short value chains, and if you do it right, it will be easier to have value chain. This fixation on export is preventing the market from growing organically and from including from the small to the large one.
Thank you.
So quickly, because of time, we do recognize and do appreciate the participation of youth. If you look at the 5 priority pillars of bottom-up economic agenda, we have the creative economy, digital and creative economy. We are happy to report that most of our youth are in that space at different levels. So maybe more interaction would let us know how we are participating with the youth. Quick numbers, if you look at the Hustler Fund, 60% of our borrowers are below the age of 49, and 70% of them own a smartphone. So that tells you that our youth are quite integrated. The creative space is a lot going on, and now we've started to see youth engaged at different levels. Quickly, on the education, we are looking towards moving higher education funding out of the budget by developing unique, innovative instruments to ensure that we fund all of higher education. That is TVETs, polytechnics, university education, remove it from the, I don't want to say off budget, but to reduce the share of what is the exchequer payment towards that, so that the money and the space that we create, because we appreciate that we're having a very tight fiscal space, is then invested in basic education, and that is the secondary, basically basic education is not secondary, now they call it senior school, junior school, and elementary school. So to say that we have not looked at education would not be true. The competence-based education system is a more robust, more open, critical thinking. Of course, there are teething challenges, there are implementation challenges, but step by step, day by day, we believe that that is what is going to transform this country. So I think the youth should be encouraged. We have created space. Please feel free to participate. Most of policy is available digitally. Public participation of every policy regulation that is passed in this country is first advertised digitally, advertised in the newspapers, in the social media. So feel free to engage. Most of the executive, including our PSS here, have Twitter handles, they have Facebook pages. So you could easily just send them a DM and tell them what you want to see and how you want to participate. Thank you.
Lillian?
Thank you for the question on high levels of youth unemployment. And I would like to start by saying that the future of work is people-centric. So people are at the center of the world of work. And so for Kenya, people is really mainly the youth because they are in the future. And so what the ILO is doing is to ensure availability of technical assistance to the Kenya government, because Kenya is a member state of the ILO, whether it's supporting on economic development programs, whether it's supporting different sectors to improve productivity and skilling. There's a whole package of technical assistance offerings that the ILO does. And just to say that one of the shifts that Kenya has taken is to move towards offering market-relevant skills. And so the whole role of the industry shifting the education system to more market-driven skilling, both through dual learning and industry learning and classroom learning, so that the graduates then come out of training institutions with skills that are market-ready for the industry. Thank you.
Okay, Josephine, very short.
Yeah. There were a couple of questions that came from Director Fatma on the ASALs. The first issue is on a platform for different stakeholders to engage in terms of just harmonizing implementation of programs in the ASAL areas. So this I agree, because this has also been something we've noted within the Ministry of Agriculture, my parent ministry. And you know, I support if KIPPRA is ready to start that dialogue, we will be ready to participate, because AFA has been supporting various ASAL counties in various aspects, especially on areas to do with the cotton, sisal, bixa, and pulses. Those have been very key value chains that we have supported various counties depending on their CIDPs, because we work with how counties have prioritized the value chains. But in terms of engagement at the national level, you know, so that we have a coordinated approach, I think that would be something we welcome. Now, on the question where, in terms of the international market promotion, as I said earlier, AFA normally pulls along the MSMEs because of inclusion and making sure that they are well represented at the international market. And we've seen this has really worked a lot, because it has been a magnet for involving other MSMEs in the value chain. So we've done this quite a lot, and for processed products, as AFA, those products are actually zero rated. They're not charged any levy to ensure that we promote value addition in the country and stop relying on exports of the raw product. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Josephine. And those are our responses. Your moderator may not have done very well, but we agree that the panel has done a very nice job. And I want you to join me now to clap for my panel, and then we'll be off the stage. So thank you so much. I think we are done. And thank you for participating. This was a dialogue, and so we needed to at least also hear from the panel. So thank you.
Okay. Asante sana, Dr. Moi. Let's have a panel photo quickly. Let's have a panel photo on stage. Asante sana. Let's have a panel photo. I'm tempted to ask Dr. Moi to come at the center to balance out that photo, yeah? Dr. Smile. That has been a very centered conversation. Yeah, appreciate it. Let us appreciate the panel, please. Tuwapigie makofi. Okay, sawa sawa. This has been a very powerful panel with a powerful moderator who's really helped us extend a bit on time. So what time is it, so that we know what we're working with? So it's 11:27. I have a short bit before we break for tea, okay? This one's gonna take maximally around 5 minutes or so. So can we have 5 minutes on the board? And without further ado, to give a presentation on budgets for impact, tackling child poverty for social progress, I'd like to welcome KIPPRA ED, Dr. Elda Onsomo. Beginning makofi tafadhali. Let's also have that particular stand so that she can be able to do it. If you can be a little bit more agile, I really appreciate. Asante sana. Once more, tupige daktari makofi tafadhali. She said she'll do this in a record 5 minutes, and I believe in her abilities. There we go. Dr. Enjoy your presentation.
Distinguished guests, our Principal Secretary is present and KIPPRA Board, led by our KIPPRA board chair. I will be taking us through the evidence that we have worked on with our partners, including the UN institutions that are led by UNICEF. This presentation touches on why we must invest in children. Children constitute our foundation. From the evidence that we already have, we have a mature landscape in terms of how do we then invest to reduce inequalities, improve outcomes, and enhance human capital development. When we look at the indicators on how to tackle child poverty for social progress, it is evident that as we are implementing devolution, the investments need to translate to outcomes for children, service delivery, human capital development, and also we need to invest early, especially in the first 1,000 days that start with conception. Also, from the evidence on climate finance analysis, we find that children are the most affected, not only in Kenya, but also in the sub-Saharan Africa. Where does then Kenya stand? From our population, 72.2% of our population are aged that 4 years and below, which means we must be very, very proud of being a very young generation and a very young nation. Kenya then could gain more if we invested in this demographic provision. And as the presenters who have just left the stage have said, investing in social sectors, right from health, nutrition, education, remain priority. Looking at the positive outcomes from this work, first, our vaccination levels have improved. The number of births in health facilities have improved at 88%. And if we go back to 1960s, you'll find the percentages were quite low. We have improved antenatal care. We have improved under 5 mortality rates, which have reduced, but still we have a challenge in wasting. Wasting means we have children who have very low weight, maybe due to factors like not getting adequate food at the right time, nutrition, among others. Multidimensional poverty has also not substantially improved, and arid and semi-arid lands still remain affected, and hence need to look at how we invest smart. Strong positive progress at county level can be observed. 32% of the budgets go to social sectors, and this is a plus for our nation because this is going to education, health, and other social sector related like child protection, social protection. Nutrition financing has improved in the recent past to 38 billion. Health sector investment has been steady. Early childhood education investment has also been improving. Social protection and water, sanitation, and hygiene services. Spending across counties has improved, but given the positive investments we have at the national level, then the indicators have also improved over time. And across counties, the highest spending is under medical services, followed by public service, and then finance, economic planning, and ICT. When it comes to prioritizing child-focused interventions, it is evident that there is strong child or social protection investment. We need to look at targeting the vulnerable groups, ensuring that the critical programs are adequately funded, and ensuring resilience in terms of the under-prioritized areas. Again, across the counties, the strong focus on co-education delivery, health spending is also improving, and preventive care is an area where we need to focus on because it is underfunded. When we look at climate finance, which is growing but not adequately focused on children, we find that climate finance remain below the national needs. The social sectors are also not adequately prioritized in terms of climate finance, and child critical sectors need to look at the climate priorities and link the same. County spending also needs to be aligned because when we look at child deprivation, this is not adequately taken care in terms of our priority budgets, and I'm happy that in this conference we have the Senate represented, and this then means even at county level, we need to really talk more on investing in these sectors. Finally then, which are the priority areas? First is to strengthen allocations within the 32% for the social sectors envelope as we look at nutrition, early childhood education, education sectors, and also social protection. We need to reverse any declining execution, and this is because as we allocate resources, we need to track them up to how they are absorbed. We need to increase funding, particularly in foundational learning, which evidence indicates that it's very key for improved outcomes at higher levels of education. We need to balance from administration to what really goes in the health sector to primary healthcare prevention, expanding beyond the beneficiaries of the social protection to 3.9 million, and finally, integrating child-focused climate resilience in our budgets. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Dr. for that important presentation. Let's be on our feet, tafadhali. Let's be on our feet right now. Just do a little bit of a stretch. I know it's been a long time. Just stretch nicely. Just stretch nicely. Okay. That's good. Some of you are saying, why did I pay for that gym subscription? I should just be stretching, okay? So at this particular moment, it is almost 40 or 20 minutes to 12. Our official opening is going to be streaming live on KTN, okay? So we're going to be going live at midday, that is 12. So we have a very short window for us to have our refreshment. Then let's be seated by 12 so that when we go live, all of us have to be here, okay? And we don't want people hungry. So let's grab some snack right away. We come back by 12. We start our official opening, which will also be televised, and be in your best behavior. For now, let's go for a short snack break for the moment. For our guests, you're going to be guided through this particular door on my left. Just exit through the first door. The rest of us, we can exit through the second and the third door. Then we head down for our tea break. We reconvene here by midday so that we begin the official opening of the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference right here at Pride in Flamingo. DJ.
My name is Dr. Elda Onsom, the Executive Director, the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. Today we are starting our 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, which is going to run from 20th to 22nd May 2026 in Mombasa. The conference is themed Strengthening Value Chains for Inclusive Sustained Development of our country. This conference is going to bring together stakeholders from the public sector, the private sector, NGOs, various actors, both regionally and also across the country. The conference is going to focus on various areas, starting with the issues of legal and legislative frameworks of value chains. We'll go further to look at the critical value chains that support production and development of our nation. This relates to value chains in agriculture, manufacturing, services, creative economy, digital economy, global markets, development of digital space, and also the blue economy. The conference is going to focus on these areas because value chains are critical. They are priority in our Vision 2030 medium-term plan, and they are aimed at creating jobs, ensuring that we enhance productivity, and ensuring that we are able to add value, process our produce, which then means we are able to sell locally and internationally produce that bring us higher value in terms of resources and also in terms of forex. One area that will be critical in the discussions during the conference is the area of logistics. This is because in value chains, once the produce are produced, we are able to add value, and then this produce, when it goes to the market, we are able to link the market of this produce to the consumers while ensuring that wastage is minimized. We shall be having this conference. We shall be having technical parallel sessions where researchers from the institute and also researchers from other partner institutions have come up with evidence that resonates with legislative and legal frameworks in value chain development, in production sectors, in the areas of improving competitiveness, in areas where we need to invest, in products that we need to improve on so that we are able to enhance the entire competitiveness of our nation.
serve 7,800 farmers who bring their tea to this factory. Some of the best shareholders we can ever talk about, because they have supported this factory since 1963 until now. We have processing cities, which is mainly exported to Pakistan, England, UK, and very many other countries. We have orthodox tea, which you have also given some of the best teas, orthodox teas, coming from this country to the world. We are just about to release some of the finest brands that will fly off the shelves in supermarkets, called Chinga Light. Beyond Chinga Light, we are going to have another brand that is going to be coming out very soon, that is called Chinga Delight. That is in addition to Chinga Premium teas that we are already selling. We are intending to have orthodox tea and green tea also in our value addition project. Chinga Light will have other additives like ginger. This tea is something that we want to do not only for this factory, not only for the catchment, but we want to do for international market. Inside here in the factory, we have a quality management system, ISO 9001. That is to ensure consistency, and the product that comes out of this factory is consistently good. We are also having another certification, international standard food safety management system, to ensure that the food is safe. So we can proudly tell anybody world over that we have systems in place to ensure that the tea that comes from Chinga Tea Factory is safe, is cultivated by farmers who have minded about the environment, and the factory is caring about the environment. We are caring about sustainability and the future of the planet. We have directly employed 200 employees, and sometimes they go higher when the crop is so high. Our workforce, we have about, out of them, they are permanent and pensionable, and others are here on seasonal contracts. Out of the 7,500, 800 farmers that we are serving, they are able to give us about 17 million kilograms of green leaf per year. In a good month like this one, we are expecting to have about 2 million kilograms of green leaf. And in lower seasons, during pruning, the crop can go down to about 1 million. Cumulatively, in a whole year, we do about 18 million kilograms of green leaf. The tea they bring this month, at the end of the month, they are assured of 30 shillings per kg of green leaf. That was just recent, which we were coming from 25. Below, we were at 20 just last year. So the farmers' income has been growing. Another thing that we have been seeing is the return. After the profits are calculated at the end of the year, we have what we call final payment or second payment, which is the profit that the farmers are accrued, which have also been growing. Last year, we were able to give a final payment of 43 shillings and 50 cents. One of the things that I want to appreciate the government that has done recently is to remove VAT from tea sales which are being sold at the gate. That 16% VAT has gone a long way in improving the fortunes of the farmers. We would wish to see the government do more in terms of marketing. We know we have a body, very many bodies that market products from Kenya. We would wish to see more countries going to negotiations with the tea. Before I go far, I remember the teas or the agricultural products going to China has been zero rated. So we would wish to see more accelerated marketing, and we appreciate that initiative. But now we want to see more help in taking this tea to other markets in China, because one of the biggest challenges that we have as a company is over-reliance on traditional markets. We want the government to assist us move tea to different markets, and that will be good. We also appeal for support in value addition. We have heard the government talk about common user facilities, removing some taxes on the burden of the farmers. Those initiatives are welcome. We look forward to better working conditions here, and also proper other markets courtesy of government initiatives.
Peleka majani chai, wananishukulia harabu, ninachukua pesa zangu mwisho wa mwezi huo mwingine ni tuseme kama fertilizer, tunasaidiana na fertilizer. Tuseme kama hawa extension officers wanakuja wanatuonyesha ile tutafanya kwa mashamba.
Tukiingia kwa cashew nuts, hiyo process ya kwanza kabisa inatakikana korosho, ununue korosho kutoka kwa wakulima ama kuna wale brokers ambao wananunua kutoka kwa wakulima. Sasa inatakikana zinunuliwe kwa wakulima mpaka zinifikie hapo mahali niko kwa store yangu. Sasa mimi nilianzisha hii kazi baada nikaanza kupanda seedlings za mikorosho, nikagawanyia hawa wakulima hapa mtaani. Na nilipowagawanyia hizo seedlings, niliwaambia wakipata hizo korosho zao wao wananiuzia mimi, alafu mimi nikaanza kuprocess. Sasa hiyo ilinifanya hawa wakulima hapa karibu wanipate hiyo korosho yao kwa urahisi, kwa sababu nilikuwa baada ya kuwagawanyia hizo seedlings ilikuwa ni rahisi kwao kuniamini na kuniletea hizo korosho. Si watu wananiletea bure, nanunua, lakini ni rahisi, si hawezi enda kwa mtu mwingine. Sasa mimi
Before a nation becomes prosperous, before economies grow, before industries rise, and before societies thrive, it first begins with its children. Across Kenya, more than 22 million children wake up each day carrying the future of this country. Some begin their journey, others begin with vulnerability. A child's access to food, healthcare, education, protection, clean water, or even safety still depends too often they are born. Yet children remain Kenya's greatest possibility, because every investment made in a child today shapes the strength of the nation tomorrow. This is the story of Kenya's children, the services that shape their lives, the challenges they face, the progress being made, and the choices that will define the country we become.
My name is Paul Wachana, Chairperson KIPPRA Board of Directors. The board provides strategic leadership, policy guidelines. As a board, basically we ensure that the KIPPRA delivers on its core mandate of policy advisory to the national and county governments and other stakeholders that are concerned with development. Children are very, very critical. Of course, the reality of the matter is that the future of our human capital, the quality of our human capital will depend on how we deal with the children. If we invest in children in terms of nutrition, then we're going to have a productive workforce. Generally for growth and prosperity, it starts with investing in the children. The priority of any nation is to make sure that it invests in human capital. Human capital is going to enhance productivity of any country, and that's how we can realize the development. The social pillar of national cohesion starts with, it's clearly articulated and spelled out in Vision 2030. It calls for us to invest in our human capital as a country, and of course, like I said, it starts with investing in younger kids, the youth, to improve the quality of the human capital that we're gonna realize or we're gonna have as a country.
But for millions of children across Kenya, the journey through childhood is not equal. Limited access to nutritious food, inadequate health care, unsafe water and sanitation, interrupted education, climate shocks, economic hardship, and growing pressure on already vulnerable families and communities. Across counties, these realities vary sharply. While some children grow up with stronger access to essential services, others continue to face deep inequalities shaped by geography, climate vulnerability, infrastructure gaps, and limited household income. And yet, even within these challenges, children show extraordinary resilience. But resilience alone is not enough, because the future of a child should never be determined by the circumstances they are born into. It should be shaped by the choices to protect, support, and invest.
My name is Gaby Guerrero, Chief of Social Policy at UNICEF. Children are not just part of the population, they comprise almost half of them. That means out of 10, 5 of the population, 5 are children. And they need protection, they need health, they need nutrition, education, and at the same time they need to live in an environment that it thrives and fulfills their potential. It's because it's during the early years is when the brain of a person develops. The nutrition, the health, and the education we receive will determine ultimately what that person will become as an adult and how much it can contribute to the society. The future of Kenya is not something that we wait for, it's something that we build together, build it now, and it starts with our children.
Important progress is being made. Both national and county governments have continued to expand investments in sectors that directly shape the lives of children. Under Kenya's devolved system of governance, county governments have become the primary link between policy and people, between budgets and communities, between investment and impact. But investment alone is not enough. The true impact of public financing is not measured only by allocations, but by how effectively those resources are transferred to real services, real opportunities, and real outcomes for children and families across the country.
My name is Dr. Elda Onsong, the Executive Director at the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. It's a public institution which is a state corporation under the State Department for Economic Planning, which is under the National Treasury. The mandate is to undertake objective public policy research and analysis and to build institutional capacities and capabilities in undertaking objectives and analysis that inform the development agenda for the sustainable development of our great nation, Kenya. One of the core mandates of the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis is to generate evidence. Once we generate evidence, amounts to knowledge generation. And in this context, and in implementing our core mandate of knowledge sharing and communication, we are able to produce products that can be consumed to influence public policy, design, implementation, and also coming up
resources to our children, then we will see better outcomes. The level of investment we see government putting in the children reflects government priorities, and those priorities will be important in terms of outcomes, whether our children are able to survive or get education and become productive adults in the future. A key tool for this country. Budget absorption has direct impact on the level of services we are able to give, and that means that we must get it right.
Across Kenya, climate change is increasingly shaping the lives of children and families. It is no longer only an environmental issue, but now a child development issue. Because protecting children in a changing climate requires more than emergencies. It requires long-term investment in systems that can withstand crisis, child-sensitive and climate-smart financing. It also requires raising a generation that understands the importance of protecting the environment, because safeguarding Kenya's future means not only protecting children from climate vulnerability today, but also empowering them to become future safer, healthier, and more resilient world.
My name is Jan Gelijnse. I work as a climate change officer at UNICEF Kenya, based out of Nairobi. Climate change shocks affect children in many different ways. If you look at Kenya, specific main climate shocks that we face as a country are droughts that intensify and appear more frequently. Floods, same thing. You see more and more floods, and you see them being worse and worse and the impact higher. And children, because of their small bodies and because they're still in development, are affected more harshly than regular adults. Specifically, there's a couple of sectors that are impacted by climate change, and these sectors are very critical for a child's development. In order to build resilience to those sectors, we need dedicated climate finance for the sectors that children rely on.
No single institution can transform the future of children alone. Creating lasting change requires partnership. It requires governments, counties, communities, development partners, frontline workers, researchers, civil society organizations, and families working together toward a shared goal. Together, we are seeing how targeted programs, partnerships, and community-based interventions can help translate policy, financing, and collaboration into direct impact for children and vulnerable families across Kenya. From disability inclusion and assistive technology support through NICO, to nutrition-sensitive social protection and positive parenting interventions under NICHE, to cash transfer programs supporting orphans and vulnerable children through CTOVC. These initiatives are strengthening resilience and expanding essential services for those most at risk. They also continue to support stronger community health services, maternal and child health, immunization and vaccination efforts, nutrition support, and early interventions. And in the decisions made about how resources are planned, invested, and delivered, the choices made today will determine the kind of nation Kenya becomes tomorrow. A nation where opportunity is shared more fairly, where vulnerability does not define destiny, where systems work for the people they are meant to serve, and where every child has the chance to grow, learn, and reach their full potential. The journey ahead will require commitment, collaboration, innovation, and sustained investment in the systems that shape children. And in choosing to put children first, Kenya chooses to invest in its greatest resource, future.
My name is Dr. Elda Onsong, the Executive Director, the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. Today we are starting our 9th KIPPRA annual review.
Asante. So, in fact, less than a minute, all of us, let us be upstanding. Okay, so in that spirit, as I had warned, as we come for this official opening, there are quite a number of people with different remarks. We have close to 45 minutes at most for us to accomplish this on air, okay? So encourage, when you get an opportunity to stand here, make a speech, let us be very straight on point so that we culminate and the whole country to be able to witness the launch of those two particular reports. Is that fine? Sawa sawa. Asanteni sana, we can have our seats. God bless you. So, without wasting much time, I see the choir is very much seated. If you can just come at the front quickly so that we start with the national anthem. The choir, you'll lead us in the national anthem. So kindly approach so that we do so. After the national anthem, we shall have prayers Moha, you had told me you'll give me those names, or I might as well pick it for myself. One person to pray for us, a Christian prayer, and also Islamic prayer. Those two. Then thereafter, we start with welcoming remarks. So let's have the choir come on board. Asanteni sana. Now, tell your neighbor, be in your best behavior, because the whole country is watching, okay? Yes, so you don't want to be the symbol of depression for the whole nation. Yeah, they say, oh, when you go for those conferences, they're normally so depressing. We don't want to do that, okay? This is a fun conference, especially when you see a camera coming close to you. Generates joy within yourself, okay? And start smiling so that the whole country can see that we are strengthening our value chains, okay? So it's very pertinent that we look very happy, we look very nice, even as we start our program, okay? So we have 45 minutes, quite a number of remarks. I see, ED, you have a remark. We have a remark from KIPPRA, ILO, and also UNICEF. Then the chair will speak. Then we shall have PS planning, and then we shall have the keynote from PS State Department for Children's Services, and thereafter we'll proceed to that corner for the launch. So, looking forward. Are we ready, choir, for the national anthem? Even as I get 2 volunteers to pray for us. Is that fine? All right. We good? You guys you've had tea? Mko sawa, sindio? Staki mkiimba mwanze kucollapse. We do CPR on the choir member. So we'll start with the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, at this particular moment, without wasting much time, can we all be upstanding for the national anthem? Asante sana choir. At this particular moment, I'd like to ask for 2 people to lead us in prayer. Jane, I can see you right there, but I'm looking for a volunteer if you feel very prayerful. A lot of you are avoiding eye contact. I don't know, but we need to repent. I'll just come, okay? Asante sana. Short prayer. I know you can pray for our ancestors, but just keep it to the value chain, and then we proceed. Sir, please. You don't pray. Yeah? You've said you don't pray. Sir, you don't pray. You can pray. Okay.
Because I am domiciled in the legislature, we will say the Senate prayers. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just a faithful manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Even as we have a seat, ask your neighbor, have you ever heard of a Senate prayer? I hope the Parliament one is also different. We can have our seats, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. That book has really come through, because I was going to the third person and they're saying I don't pray. And everyone was like, what is happening in that particular conference? But we thank God for all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a beautiful day to be alive. This is a moment that a lot of us have been looking forward to. Why? Because when you talk about transforming this nation, it takes intentionality. It takes partnership between all relevant stakeholders if we are to transform the nation of Kenya. And the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, with the theme, Strengthening Value Chains for Inclusive Growth in Kenya, is here to highlight that, to create the foundation that is necessary for all of us to develop this economy. So ladies and gentlemen, my name is Noah Kipkemboi, and I will guide you in this particular program. We will be very strict on time, straight to the point, and very purposeful. And to welcome us in this particular space, of course, it is important that since it's the 9th annual KIPPRA Regional Conference, it's only right that we are welcomed by the Executive Director, KIPPRA, Dr. Elder Onsomo. Please, clap for her. She comes to give her opening remarks. Until she arrives, Dr. the floor is yours.
The Principal Secretary, Children's Services, the Principal Secretary, Economic Planning, the various partners who are present, the Senate representatives who are present, the KIPPRA board led by the KIPPRA chairperson, the development partners present, the county representatives, the representatives from the national government. I take this opportunity to welcome you all to this KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, which is being held here in Mombasa. I wish to sincerely thank you for taking the time to join us for this important policy discourse under the theme, Strengthening Value Chains for Inclusive Growth in Kenya. The conference comes at a particularly important moment for Kenya and the wider region. Across Africa, countries are increasingly confronted with the urgent need to transform their economies in ways that create quality jobs, expand opportunities, strengthen resilience, and improve livelihoods. While many economies have recorded growth over the years, an important question remains: how do we ensure that growth translates into broad-based prosperity for citizens, enterprises, workers, and communities? For KIPPRA, this question sits at the heart of our mandate. It is the reason we invest in evidence generation, interrogate policy choices, and continuously engage stakeholders on what works and what does not work and what we must change. In accessing finance, technology, logistics, standard certification, and competitive markets. This needs to be strengthened so that we are able to improve networks in terms of logistics, supported with low cost, ensuring that our supply systems are integrated. We have strong networks in terms of infrastructure and also strong coordination in all the value chains. The findings that have been presented in this conference indicate that Kenya must move beyond production forums and focus more deliberately on competitiveness, efficiency, value addition, and value retention. This conference has been carefully structured to deepen that conversation. Over the period that this conference is going on, we will engage across all the sectors, starting from agriculture, manufacturing, services, and emerging industries. We will examine agricultural value chains such as tea, coffee, livestock, horticulture, fisheries, and blue economy, among others. We will also explore industrial value chains, including textiles, apparel, leather, agro-processing, manufacturing, and construction. In addition, we will interrogate services sector value chains such as tourism, transport, logistics, financial services, ICT, and digital platforms. Importantly, we are also deliberately turning attention to emerging value chains, which include Kenya's improvement in competitiveness. These include artificial intelligence, digital ecosystems, e-mobility, advanced manufacturing, green industrialization, climate finance, and the creative and knowledge economies. As KIPPRA, we recognize that economic transformation is not only about identifying opportunities, but also about shaping the policy and institutional environments that allow these opportunities to be realized. Effective value chains require coordinated investments in infrastructure, logistics, skills development, innovations, ecosystems, financial mechanisms, and regulatory efficiency. Our role as a public policy think tank is therefore to provide evidence that informs these decisions, supports reform processes, and strengthens implementation pathways. We remain committed to ensuring that policy discourse is grounded in data, informed by research, and responsive to emerging economic realities. Equally, we recognize the growing importance of devolution and its impact in strengthening value chains. County governments are increasingly at the forefront of agricultural commercialization, local industrialization development, and enterprise support. Strengthening coordination between national and county governments remain critical to the unlocking of local productive potential and building inclusive development. This conference also places strong emphasis on inclusivity, and Kenya's economic transformation is led to greater heights with the integration of youth, women, persons with disabilities, and marginalized communities. Climate change also continues to shape the global economic landscape, and its effects on agriculture, infrastructure, energy, among others, is key, and it has been considered in this conference, particularly under green industrialization. As we move forward with this conference, therefore, allow me to place on record my sincere appreciation to the KIPPRA management, KIPPRA board and the staff, and also for all our support that we have received from our partners in convening this successful conference, and also the reflection in our dedication to national economic development of our nation. I extend our appreciation to our partners, our stakeholders, our government institutions, county governments, the academia, private sector, civil society, and all the individuals represented here today. With that, I wish to thank you and welcome you all to this conference.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Elda Onsomo, Executive Director, KIPPRA, at this particular moment to speak on behalf of the International Food Policy Research Institute, that is KIPPRA. I'd like to welcome the country program leader for Kenya and Sudan, Dr. Khalid Siddiq. Kindly appreciate him as he comes till he reaches. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Your Excellency, Principal Secretaries from the Government of Kenya, distinguished representatives of the national and county governments, senior government officials attending today, governors, chair and members of the board of KIPPRA, Dr. Elda Onsomo, the executive director of KIPPRA, development partners, private sector actors attending today, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Food Policy Research Institute, where I serve as a country program leader for Kenya and Sudan, and on behalf of the CIR Policy Innovations, where I serve as a co-lead of Kenya's Policy Innovations Hub. I'm excited and pleased to join this very successful convening, the KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference number 9. Allow me first to congratulate Dr. Elda and her team for this very important convening and for choosing this very important topic, strengthening value chains, and guided this by targeting inclusive growth. We know how challenging is this. This is a timely topic. Value chains are central in the economy of Kenya, and they are not only about production. They are about jobs, competitiveness, food security, resilience, innovations, and ensuring that growth is inclusive means, in simple terms, that it should reach out to farmers, youth, women, enterprises, and counties across the country. The International Food Policy Research Institute, in short, KIPPRA, is particularly pleased to participate and partner into this very important event. This reflects the strength of our partnership with KIPPRA. Since a memorandum of understanding was signed between our two institutions in July 2022, we have been working with KIPPRA closely on various topics. I mentioned some: policy research, economic modeling, and I'm also delighted to say that our director of the Foresight Unit of KIPPRA, Dr. James Thorlow, if you would like to raise your hand, is present here, launching one of the AI-supported modeling tools, and will also be running a training at KIPPRA next week. Together with KIPPRA, we contributed to various analyses. I mentioned some. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda for Kenya, updating Kenya's economy-wide database, what we call social accounting matrix, co-creating Kenya Food Security Simulator, supporting the Economic Modeling Hub, developing the Kenya Tax Model, in collaboration with Kenya Revenue Authority, and strengthening national modeling capacity. Most recently, we're also pleased to launch the Kenya Policy Innovations Hub, where Dr. Elda joined the event and contributed to the discussion, while Adan Shiba from KIPPRA has also presented the modeling collaboration between our two institutions. This reflects the depths of our continued evolution and partnership. Looking ahead, our collaboration is extending further into analytical tools and models that can support Kenya's long-term transformation agenda and help identify value chains with the greatest returns to poverty reduction, job creation, food security, and economic growth. We are also proud that KIPPRA researchers are contributing to this event, presenting 7 different presentations covering agricultural transformation, risk profiling, youth, AI and digital modeling, insurance innovations, and inclusive agri-food systems. This reflects our shared commitment to evidence that inform policy and support implementation. I wish you all productive discussions. Have seen a lot of them already, yesterday and today, and I look forward to strengthening our partnership with KIPPRA. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much, Dr. Khalid. And to speak about labor, because value chains are powered by people. And the reason why we are doing all this is because of the Kenyan people. So labor is at the heart of all this. And to speak on behalf of the International Labour Organization Kenya, that is ILO Kenya, I'd like to welcome Chief Technical Advisor, Ms. Caroline Njuki, for her brief remarks. Kindly appreciate her as she comes on stage. The floor is yours, Caroline.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to ride on established protocols so that I can make the most of the MC's sanctioned 3 minutes. And I anchor my remarks on a key message, and that is putting people at the heart of Kenya's economic transformation. On behalf of the International Labour Organization, the UN Agency for the World of Work, I am honored to join you at this important convening. The ILO has been a committed partner for Kenya's development journey, and this conference sits at the heart of a shared mandate, and that is decent work for all. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin with a question that should run through this conference, and that is, when we strengthen a value chain, who actually benefits? That's something that came up this morning as well. That question is the lens through which the ILO approaches value chain development. Because a value chain that grows in volume but leaves workers trapped in informality, poverty wages, unsafe working conditions is not a success story. It's a missed opportunity. And I was very pleased to hear the President's advisor speak to the same issues this morning. How is it that we can get a great part of the population out of informality and into more productive work? The challenge that we have is at scale, ladies and gentlemen. As we all know, every year, approximately 800,000 young Kenyans enter the labor market. Yet too many of them find themselves not in jobs, but in precarious, low-wage, informal work with no security, no protection, and limited pathway to a better life. More than 80% of employment in Kenya is informal, concentrated precisely in the value chains we are here to discuss: smallholder agriculture, micro and small manufacturing, fisheries, and horticulture. Women bear a disproportionate share of this burden. They constitute the majority of workers at the base of agricultural value chains, again, something that was demonstrated by an earlier paper today. They pick tea, they sort the fish, they package the horticulture, yet are systematically excluded from the higher value segments: processing, trading, and decision-making. You would agree, ladies and gentlemen, that this is not only unjust, but is also economically irrational. The challenge is not simply to grow value chains, but to transform them for all. I'd like to share some lessons from around the continent that could inspire us all. One is that industrial upgrading requires deliberate policy. A good example: Ethiopia moved from exporting raw hides to producing finished leather goods for European markets, with sustained investment in skills, industrial infrastructure, and sectoral institutions. Kenya's leather sector has the same potential. The Kenya Leather Development Council that spoke to us yesterday, the manufacturing sector, and the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, among others, are the key actors. They need the right incentives, the right infrastructure, and a market-relevant skills pipeline. Two, digital technology can democratize value chains if designed inclusively. In West Africa, the ILO supported digital platforms and raised farm gate cocoa prices by up to 20% by cutting unnecessary intermediaries. In Kenya, the M-Pesa ecosystem and platforms like Apollo Agriculture show the infrastructure already exists. The question is whether smallholders, women farmers, and youth entrepreneurs are designed into these systems or left out. Third, social dialogue is a competitive advantage, not a cost. In South Africa's fruit export sector, the ILO facilitated dialogue between producers, farm workers, and international buyers, which gave better working conditions. It secured sustained market access. For European buyers and others, especially in the global north, they increasingly require evidence of decent work standards as a condition for trade. For Kenya's horticulture, tea, and coffee sectors, compliance with international labor standards should not be seen as a constraint, but competitiveness. It is the basis of this competitiveness. The ILO would like to leave this gathering with 4 specific asks. 1, embed decent work indicators into Kenya's value chain monitoring frameworks. GDP growth and export volume are necessary, but not sufficient. Track employment quality, wages, informality rates, gender wage gaps, occupational safety, and access to social protection. 2, invest in sectoral skills ecosystems, not one-off training programs. Link TVET institutions, universities, extension services, and farm organizations to value chain actors in a coherent national skills architecture. The ILO's SCORE program, which is focused on increasing productivity, has demonstrated in the past in Kenya that training enterprise managers in both production practices and people management simultaneously improves productivity and working conditions. 3, make gender equality a structural priority, not a parallel program. Mainstream women's economic empowerment into value chain governance, land rights, access to finance, leadership in cooperatives and commodity boards. The ILO's work with the Kenya Tea Development Authority has shown that when women hold decision-making roles, farm-level productivity and household nutrition both improve. 4, prioritize young people as agents of transformation, not a group to be managed. Kenya's youth are entrepreneurial, digitally literate, and hungry for opportunity. The emerging value chains of now and the future in green energy, digital services, the creative economy, and e-mobility are spaces where young people can lead. Policy, financing, and institutional frameworks must be designed with them, not merely for them. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, the ILO was founded more than 100 years ago on a simple but radical proposition that labor is not a commodity. Behind every value chain, every kilogram of tea, every bag of coffee landed at Mombasa's port, and my colleague Tali would also tell me, selling in our local coffee shops, every stitch of textile, every line of code, there's a human being with a family, with aspirations, and with rights. Kenya has the natural endowments, the demographic dividend, the regional position, and the institutional capacity to build value chains that are not only competitive, but genuinely transformative. The conversations that are continuing over the next 2 days now can shape the policies and partnerships that make that transformation real. The ILO stands ready to walk that road with you, bringing technical expertise, international experience, and an unwavering commitment to the principle that economic growth must translate into dignity, security, and opportunity for every Kenyan worker. Asanteni sana.
Right, thank you very much, Ms. Caroline Juki, Chief Technical Advisor at ILO Kenya. Our next speaker, Kenya Nations Children's Fund, that is UNICEF. I'd like to welcome on stage Dr. Shaheen Naalafer to give her remarks. 2 minutes, then up next, another 2 minutes. Dr. Shaheen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Shikambo, hamjambo. Please allow me to ride on the existing protocol without wasting much time. We're talking about value chain powered by children. It's not automated, so it might go beyond time. So just ask your indulgence, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Chair KIPPRA, Principal Secretaries present here, board members of KIPPRA, our Executive Director KIPPRA, and all the representatives of the national and county governments, development partners, my colleagues, once again, hamjambo. UNICEF is very proud and very honored to have joined KIPPRA in today's conversation on discussing strengthening value chain for inclusive growth in Kenya, in this beautiful coast of Mombasa, the very foundation of very many value chains. Distinguished guests, I would like to also place my appreciation and proud to join KIPPRA and the State Department for Economic Planning in launching 3 very important knowledge products for which there has been an extensive discussions and presentations also by the ED KIPPRA. The 47 county budget briefs, the climate finance analysis and its implication for children, and the aggregate sector brief, Children First, Smarter Budgets, Fairer Futures, and I love the title. These are not simply records or reports, they are decision-making tools. They help answer some very critical leadership questions that has been said in many words in the previous session. Are resources reaching the counties and communities with greatest needs? Are budgets producing measurable outcomes and results? Are climate investments protecting vulnerable population? Are we financing prevention or continuously praying for the crisis for fighting? And importantly, are citizens seeing value from the public expenditure? Because inclusive growth is not measured by allocations alone, it is measured by outcomes and results. There is an old Kikuyu saying, and I'm sure this expression resonates with every other clans in every other countries, Muti muingi dugatukaga, which means a tree with many branches does not break easily. A proverb about resilience through interconnection. Whether our ancestors knew it or not, it is also a near perfect description of what a strong value chain looks like. This is a timely conversation, a question both urgent and overdue. But perhaps the most important question before us is not whether Kenya has value chain. The question is, as was in the previous panel discussion, what reforms will unlock value chains that are truly inclusive, resilient, and accountable? Because value chains do not fail only because of lack of a production. If we are honest with ourselves, Kenya does not suffer from just a mere shortage of policies. We have a challenge, a gap between ambition, execution, and accountability. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, why this conversation matters more than ever before. When we see value chains, and we heard this yesterday and today, our minds immediately go to tea, coffee, horticulture, leather, or manufacturing, which is very important. But I want to begin somewhere else today. I want to begin at the very first value chain, the most foundational one, and the one we must consistently underinvest in. And I want to begin with a child, specifically a 5-year-old girl in Turkana, or a 3-year-old boy in Mombasa, or a newborn in Matare. Because here is the truth that the evidence screams. Even as our budgets, lines whisper, the human being, which is the human capital, is the most important value chain, hence the importance of interconnectedness between the service sector and the human capital. Like every value chain, it has a beginning. You disrupt it early, and no amount of downstream investment can fully recover the loss. Let us look at the data, because this is a policy conference and data must govern our decision. Children who escape stunting stay in school longer, earn between 5 and 50% higher incomes as adults, and are 33% more likely to escape poverty. And I would like to draw the attention of all adults in this room that we are talking about the very foundational investment, which is about children. Every single dollar invested to prevent stunting in early childhood can generate about $48 in return, because well-nourished children lead healthier lives, complete years of education, and more comfortable to the economy. 48-1, sink it in. And I want you to compare that return on investment to almost everything and anything else on the government's balance sheet. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to offer 4 reflections for consideration as Kenya thinks about the next generation of reforms to unlock inclusive value chain. First, the conversation must be about what changed, who benefited, what inefficiencies were removed, and what returns did citizens receive from public investment. I'm sure the Principal Secretary, State Department of Children's Services would like to further accentuate what has been said, as we are all busy doing the sector budget planning as we speak. So every shilling must demonstrate impact. Counties are now very central and has always been very central actors in human capital development, food systems, and local economic transformation. The most important value chain is the one that invests in people, beginning with children. The value chain requires stronger county systems. They increasingly be determined at county level. No country and no country can build a competitive agricultural value chain on a workforce or industrialize sustainably that cannot read a market price, or when children are stunted, when learning outcomes are declining, when maternal mortality remains high. So the human capital deficit is not a social problem sitting beside the economic problem. It is the economic problem. So the full competitiveness of Kenya will not only depend on roads, ports or markets, they're very important, but it will also depend on the quality of its human capital. Kenya has made important progress worth recognizing. Public investment in social sectors, as we saw, already accounts for 1/3 of government expenditure. Stunting has declined significantly, and these gains demonstrate where progress or change is possible when policy, financing, and leadership align. Now, let me bring us to the world as it is today before I conclude, because the conferencing theme is about strengthening value chain, and inclusive growth does not exist in a vacuum. And the moment is one of the most disruptive moments in recent history. It is a very specific geopolitical movement. The old development paradigm where African countries pursued growth strategy sustainably and substantially unwritten by official development assistance. It is not merely under stress, it is structurally dismantling. The total ODA from OECD DAC members fell 23.1% in 2025, the largest annual contraction on record ever seen. This has never happened before. Let me also speak very plainly, the world that funded our health system, trained our teachers, ran our nutrition program, and built our research capacity is withdrawing, not gradually, not politely, but rapidly, without apology. The geopolitical winds have shifted. The West is turning inwards towards its own deficits, its own borders, its own anxieties. And Africa was never truly the priority, is now even less so. There is an African proverb, when two elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. But there is a harder truth. Our moment demands when the elephants simply walk away, the grass must learn to water itself. And I'm very happy that the public finance management reform strategy of Kenya is riding on that direction. So the question before us is not whether the world has changed, it has. The question is, what do we do about it? And I want to argue that answer counterintuitively is not despair, it is clarity, because this movement, as brutal as it is, it has done Kenya a favor. It has stripped away the ambiguity of aid dependence and forced us to confront a question we should have answered a decade ago. What can Kenya build from within? Here is what Kenya can leverage, and I will finish with this. And it begins again with the human capital. Domestic resource mobilization is non-negotiable, and it must be made fairer. We are spending more servicing debt than investing, which will generate revenue to pay that debt. Inclusive growth requires inclusive taxation. Diaspora is not our new development partner. In 2025, the Kenyan diaspora sent home over $5 billion and Kenyan shilling 650 billion, a new record, which has grown in 5.4 billion in 2026. The diaspora is not just a financial resource, it is a human capital resource waiting to be plugged into Kenya's growth story. Kenya is a part of that story, and the next chapter of that story is not written, as my friend Caroline mentioned, by commodity. It is written by educated, skilled workforce, Kenyans solving African problems at African scale and selling the solutions to the world. The Kenyan tech ecosystem, from M-Pesa and fintech hubs that we've seen, is not built with aid money. It was built with Kenyan ingenuity, Kenyan education, Kenyan ambition, and it is proof of what happens when you invest in human being. Ladies and gentlemen, I stop here in these words. and with the words of Wangari Maathai, who planted the first trees of the Green Belt movement, and people thought she was planting trees. She was planting trees, but she was also planting educated women, empowered communities, and a different idea of what development could look like, on one that began with people, empowered institutions with dignity, not dependency. In the course of history, there comes a time when humanity is called to shift to a new level of consciousness, and this is that moment for Kenya. The world has changed permanently, structurally, without its sentimentality. The development paradigm of the last 60 years, aid flows, donor conditionalities, and foreign expertise is not coming back in the form that we knew it, and perhaps this is not a loss. And with these words, I would like to take your exception, and thank you so much, and Asante Nisana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shaheen Nalafa, Kenya representative, United Nations Children's Fund. Up on stage, I'd like to welcome the chairperson, KIPPRA Board, Professor Paul Wachana. Appreciate him as he comes on stage. Thank you, Professor. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Our chief guest today was the PS State Department of Children Services, Mheshimiwa Karen, the PS State Department of Economic Planning, Daktari Makwaha Parasa, the various senators present, the Senator of Embu, Senator of Tarakanith, Senator of Bungoma, who's also the Chief Whip, David Wakoli, and nominated Senator Hasena. Various development partners present, the KIPPRA Board members, Dr. Eldol Soma, who's the CEO of KIPPRA, national and county government officials in the House, invited guests, Honorable Wananchi, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon again. It is with immense honor and a deep sense of gratitude to host you at the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, which comes at a time when the country is bolstering its effort in strengthening values chains across the agricultural, industry, and service sectors. To start off, allow me to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the great people of Mombasa County for their generous hospitality. Mombasa is not a stranger to KIPPRA. This historic coastal city hosted our second annual regional conference in 2019. And it's fitting that we return here for the 9th annual regional conference. We have not convened this important forum on our own. In the spirit of our rallying call, Thinking Policy Together, we have worked with various partners to make this conference possible. This includes the government, particularly our parent ministry and the State Department of Economic Planning, as well as non-government and international partners and sponsors who've provided the much needed resources to realize this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this juncture to introduce the KIPPRA board members who are in the house. I request them to stand up wherever they are. In the interest of time, this is, I usually call it a heavy knowledge board in this country. We will start with, on the far left, Dr. Indeche Wanyama, who represents the PS Ministry of Finance.
followed by Professor Peter Muchiri, who is also the chairman of finance in our board. Then next to him is Chair Emeritus, he used to be the Chair KIPPRA board, Professor Ateng Tenson. Next to Professor is Christine Wanjala, who is also the Vice Chair of the KIPPRA board. It's a coastal name. It may sound like it's a Western name, but she's from Coast. Then next to the Vice Chair is Professor Koech Kibet, who's also the Chair of KIPPRA Board of Programs Committee for the board. Then next is the representative of Inspector General of State Corporations, Mheshimiwa Rupen Ebai. Then former PS, Mheshimiwa Joseph Musuni is the chair of our audit committee. Followed to him, next to him is Mheshimiwa, the representative of the trade and industry. Remind me your name? No, I just wanted Mheshimiwa Ratemo Alois. Yeah, I had a reason to do that. Next to him is Mheshimiwa Fatuma. She's a HR expert. Next is Mheshimiwa Director Monique. We probably call her Monique. Eh? She's the last born on the board. Then on far right is Director, who's also the representative of economic planning out of the PS, Mheshimiwa former DO Dimot Kagur. Thank you so much, colleagues. You may be seated. The most important is our secretary. I know she had spoken. Dr. Elta Osomo is our CEO and secretary of the board. Asante, Dr. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is a nation richly endowed with fertile agricultural land, a vibrant manufacturing base, a youthful and growing population, and a strategic geographical position as the gateway to the East and Central Africa. Yet for too long, the value generated by our labor, our land, and our natural resources are called out before processing and value addition. The coffee farmer sells the raw jelly for a fraction of what the same coffee fetches in international markets. The fisherman of the shores of Lake Victoria or the Indian Ocean earns little compared to the exporter who packages and ships the same fish to international markets. The smallholder growing horticultural produce for export sees little of the final consumer price. These are not mere statistics. They are the lived realities of millions of Kenyans. The central question before us at this conference, therefore, is where is Kenya's losing value along the chain? And how can we ensure that smallholders, SMEs, artisans, and workers capture more of that value? This is the very heart of the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the BETA, and the fourth medium plan. The theme of this year's conference is deliberate, timely and strategically chosen, aiming to drive conversations that explore priority value chains across the agriculture, which include tea, coffee, horticulture, and livestock. Across manufacturing, including textiles and apparel, leather,
agro-processing, and the building and construction sector, as well as emerging and future value chains, including those driven by the green economy and digital innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, KIPPRA was established to be the government's think tank that builds capacities and conducts evidence-based research, while translating it into transformative, inclusive, and practical policy interventions. Over the 29 years of our existence, we have strived to fulfill this mandate faithfully. Further, KIPPRA's research on the value chains continues to highlight both the opportunities and constraints facing Kenya's economic transformation agenda. Evidence from recent studies shows that only about 18.6% of Kenyan farms are integrated into global value chains, with most small and medium enterprises remaining concentrated in low-value domestic activities. We have identified that approximately 15% of small and medium enterprises participate in global value chains, largely constrained by limited access to finance, weak technology adoption, and inadequate certification and standards compliance. These findings underscore the need for targeted policy interventions to strengthen competitiveness and deepen integration into higher value production systems. KIPPRA's sectoral analysis also demonstrates significant potential for job creation and industrial growth through structured value chain development. For instance, studies on emerging sectors such as renewable energy estimate that employment opportunities could expand to over 48,000 jobs through manufacturing, installation, maintenance, and innovation activities within the solar photovoltaic value chain. Similarly, value chain assessments in manufacturing and agro-processing highlight strong potential for import substitution, export diversification, and regional trade expansion under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These insights reinforce the importance of coordinated investments in infrastructure, skills development, financing, and regulatory reform to unlock inclusive and sustainable growth. This conference, in addition, is a lens to interrogate the role of devolution in value chain development. County governments are integral actors in this conversation and in working together to tap into local, regional, and global value chains. Ladies and gentlemen, as KIPPRA continues to support evidence-based policymaking in Kenya and across the region, the question of institutional sustainability remains central to our long-term vision. In this regard, I wish to sincerely thank the national government under the leadership of His Excellency the President and the Kenya Kwanza administration for the allocation of 3 acres of land to KIPPRA to facilitate the establishment of a world-class center of excellence for public policy research, innovation, and in leadership in East and Central Africa. This strategic investment reflects government's confidence in the role of research and policy institutions in driving national transformation. The center is envisioned as a regional and international hub for thought leadership that will nurture the next generation of policy thinkers, researchers, and development practitioners for Kenya, Africa, and beyond. Colleagues and delegates, We are equally grateful to the Kenya government's allocation of Kenya shillings 180 million to undertake feasibility study towards acquisition of permanent KIPPRA headquarters. This bold and forward-looking support will not only generate long-term savings on operational costs, but will also significantly strengthen KIPPRA's capacity to deliver on its expanding national mandate by providing a modern and conducive environment for research, policy engagement, stakeholder collaboration, and knowledge exchange. As we pursue this vision, we invite development partners, the private sector, and the like-minded institutions to join us in building a globally competitive policy institution that will continue shaping Kenya's development trajectory through high-quality research and evidence-informed policy solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to acknowledge the partners who have made this conference possible. That starts with the State Department for Economic Planning, represented by the PS, the Mombasa County government, our development partners such as KIPPRA, CGHAR of Australia, and under the Policy Innovations Program with ILO, UNICEF, International Potato Center, the Kenya Yearbook Editorial Board, the Hawaii Sectors, among others. Your investment in this platform is an investment in Kenya's future. As I conclude, allow me to reiterate the importance of this conference in providing a platform for policymakers, researchers, development partners, and other stakeholders to discuss and explore the pathways to strengthen our value chains across different sectors. To our delegates, we challenge you to engage deeply, debate boldly, and leave Mombasa with ideas, commitments, and networks that will help Kenya build a sustainable and inclusive economy through its value chains. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my great pleasure to invite the PA State Department of Economic Planning, Dr. Makoha Barasa, to make his address and later invite the chief guest. Thank you. And Sante Sana.
Asante sana, Professor. Allow me to start by recognizing my colleague, FCPA, PS Karen, county representatives in the House. I also want to appreciate the presence of the senators, Senator of Embu, Senator of Bungoma, Senator of Tharaka Nithi, and the nominated senator. Also appreciate the board led by Professor Wachana, the Executive Director, KIPPRA, the partners, and if you allow me just to mention the partners who are around, the KIPPRA, the ILO, the UNICEF, UNIDO, ICRAF, CODAID, not forgetting the representative of the Presidential Council of Economic Advisors, and all of the guests who are here. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to join you in Mombasa for the 9th KIPPRA annual conference. And allow me at the outset to commend KIPPRA and the development partners for institutionalizing what has become one of the most consequential forums for economic discourse in our region. In an era where the premium on informed policy making has never been higher, KIPPRA continues to provide a rigorous platform where policy, data, and practical evidence converge to shape the development trajectory of our nation. Over the years, this conference has evolved into more than an academic gathering. It has become a policy market of ideas, a space where government, academia, business, development partners, and critically, our youth interrogate the structural constraints to growth and co-create solutions grounded in evidence. In previous editions, we reflected on the economic potential of Kenya's arid and semi-arid land, that is a SAL, and on strategies for preparing our young people for the future of work. Those discussions underscored a fundamental development proposition that economic transformation is neither automatic or spatially neutral. It requires deliberate policy choices to broaden participation, reduce regional disparities, and expand productive opportunities to those historically excluded from the formal economy. This year, we extend that conversation to one of the most strategic questions confronting our economy. How do we deepen and strengthen value chains so that economic growth is not only faster, but also more inclusive, more resilient, more equitable? Allow me to pause and ask a question. We are strengthening the value chains. By who? With who? And for who? The theme of this conference, strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya, is therefore both timely and policy relevant. Value chains are the architecture through which production systems are organized. They define how value is created, distributed, and captured, from input, supply, and primary production to processing, logistics, marketing, and final consumption. Their structure determines who earns what, who bears what risk, who retains the highest margins. When value chains are efficient and inclusive, they raise productivity, generate employment, enhance export competitiveness, and stimulate structural transformation. When they are fragmented, extractive or poorly coordinated, they reproduce inequality and lock producers into low productivity equilibria. Ladies and gentlemen, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda is, in essence, a value chain strategy. Its logic is straightforward, but profound. Sustainable prosperity cannot be achieved by concentrating growth at the apex of the economy and hoping benefits trickle downwards. Rather, transformation must begin at the base, where farmers, where fishers, where artisans, informal traders, cooperatives, and micro-enterprise operate, and progressively connect them to markets, technology, finance, and institutions. This approach is fully aligned with the Kenya Vision 2030 and the fourth medium-term plan, both of which identify productivity, enhancement, industrialization, export diversification, and job creation as central pillars of national transformation. Kenya possesses a diverse portfolio of high-potential value chains. Agriculture remains the backbone of our economy, and the sector contributes approximately 21% of GDP directly and over 33% when linkages with manufacturing, trade, and services are included. Agriculture employs more than 40% of the total workforce and over 70% of the rural household. Tea, horticulture, coffee, and livestock continue to anchor rural income and foreign exchange earnings. In 2025, tea exports generated over 180 billion, while horticulture earned more than 150 billion. Livestock economy contributes roughly 12% of the GDP and supports over 10 million Kenyans, particularly in ASAL counties. The blue economy presents us substantial untapped opportunities. Kenya's annual fish consumption remains below global averages, yet fisheries and aquaculture offer significant scope for import substitution, nutrition enhancement, and export expansion. Manufacturing value chains, especially the agro-processing, textile and apparel, leather, pharmaceutical, cement, and steel are indispensable to structural transformation because they deepen domestic linkages and create higher productivity jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, services are equally important. Tourism, logistics, financial services, and digital economy are increasingly central to Kenya's comparative advantage. Our digital ecosystem is particularly dynamic. Kenya hosts one of Africa's most mature digital financial systems, with over 38 million active mobile money accounts and annual transaction values exceeding even the country's GDP. And more than 100,000 young Kenyans now earn income through online work, freelancing, and business process outsourcing, linking Kenyan talent to the global demand. Ladies and gentlemen, on energy, Kenya has established a global significant comparative advantage. Over 90% of our grid electricity is generated from both renewable and renewable, principally from geothermal, hydro, wind, and solar. This gives Kenyan farms access to one of the cleanest electricity mixes in the world and positions our export favorably in the market, increasingly sensitive to carbon intensity. Having enumerated all these strengths and successes, our economy still captures only a fraction of the value generated by its productive sectors. Many small holders and MSMEs remain concentrated at the lowest value segment of production, where margins are thin and vulnerability is high. Post-harvest losses in some agricultural commodities range between 20 and 30%. Informational asymmetries weaken bargaining power. Limited access to affordable credit constrain investment. Regulatory complexity and logistics inefficiency raise transaction cost. This explains a paradox at the heart of many developing economies. Countries rich in resources often export raw products and import finished goods at significantly high prices. The development challenge, therefore, is not merely to produce more. It is to move up the value chain, to process more, brand more, innovate more, and retain a larger share of the value within the domestic economy. This is the essence of structural transformation. Economic history offers a clear lesson. No country has attained upper middle income status by exporting unprocessed commodities alone. Successful economies, allow me to name a few, from South Korea to Vietnam, Mauritius, used coordinated industrial policy to raise productivity, foster learning, and integrate domestic farms into cooperative, regional, and global value chains. Kenya, we must continue pursuing the trajectory we are pursuing, but even more to that direction. Allow me just, as I almost conclude, to highlight 6 strategic imperatives that we need to focus on. First, we must raise productivity. Competitiveness begins with productivity. We must continue to scale investment in irrigation, certified inputs, mechanization, extension services, cold chain infrastructure, storage and transport logistics. Productivity gains reduce unity cost, improve quality, and expand market access. Second, we must sustain efforts in value capture. The greatest economy returns accrue to those who process, package, brand, finance, and distribute products. Our objective should be to shift producers from price takers to value creators. That means expanding agro-processing zones, special economic zones, and export-oriented industrial clusters. Third, we must continue reducing the cost of doing business. Efficient custom procedures, predictable taxation, harmonization standard, and reliable infrastructure are essential. The competitiveness of value chain is often determined less by what happens on the farm than by what happens at the port, at the border post, and the regulatory desk. Fourth, we must sustain efforts to mobilize finance. Affordable and patient capital remains one of the most binding constraints to enterprise growth. Through initiatives such as the Hustler Fund, the Credit Guarantee Scheme, and the blended financing instruments, we must ensure MSME can invest, scale, and formalize. Fifth, we must continue investing in human capital and innovation. Skills are the ultimate factor of production. And if you listen keenly to the ILO and UNICEF, this factor was really amplified. For us, TVET institutions, universities, and research organizations must align curriculum to the needs of priority value chains. Innovation ecosystem should support startups in agri-tech, fintech, climate technology, and manufacturing. Sixth, not last, we must guarantee inclusion and sustainability. Women, youth, children, persons with disability, and marginalized communities must participate meaningfully and equitably, answering my question by who, with who, and for who. Climate-smart production system, circular economy models, and green financing must also be mainstreamed to ensure long-term resilience. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the State Department for Economic Planning has a very central role in translating these priorities into coherent public policy. In line with our constitutional mandate, we continue to support counties in preparing CIDPs, county sectoral plans, and annual development plans aligned to the plan, the better priorities. Through integrated planning forums and technical assistance, we are embedding value chain analysis into the county planning to ensure that local comparative advantages are systematically transformed into engines of jobs, enterprise development, and household prosperity. We are also deepening citizen participation through platforms such as Gumzo la Uchumi, Mashinani, and the Uchumi Vibes. And thank you, the UNIDO representative. You invited us to come and talk to Jua Kali. Definitely, we will come. These forums democratize economic policy making by bringing the voices of wananchi, the farmers, the Jua Kali, the boda operators, Mamamboga, the youth, the local entrepreneurs, into the center of planning processes. This is not merely consultative, it is foundational. The legitimacy and effectiveness of public policy depend on the extent to which citizens see their aspiration reflected in the national priorities. To our young people gathered here today, let me say this clearly. The future of Kenyan economy will be built by your ideas, your innovation, your enterprise. Strengthening value chain is one of the most practical pathways to create dignified livelihood at scale, from production and processing to logistics, software development, digital marketing, and export services. Kenya stands at inflection point. We have the policy architecture, we have the entrepreneurial energy, we have the natural resources base, we have a strategic geographical position, we have a youthful and increasingly skilled population. The central task before us, therefore, is execution. If we organize our economy around competitive and inclusive value chains, we will do more than increase GDP. We will raise household incomes, reduce poverty, strengthen food security, expand exports, and create a more resilient and equitable society. In short, we will continue accelerating the conversion of growth into shared prosperity. With those many remarks, I wish all of us fruitful deliberation and robust engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor and privilege to invite the chief guest, who is my colleague, CPA Karen, PS, to come over and open the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. Thank you. We can give it to her as she comes. Asanteni sana.
Thank you to my colleague, PS Dr. Boniface Makoha, Principal Secretary, the State Department for Economic Planning, to the members of Senate that are present here, representatives of county government present here, to the members of parliament that are present here, to the chair of KIPPRA board, Professor Paul Washana, to the representatives of the KIPPRA board who are here, various members who are introduced, to the executive director of KIPPRA, Dr. Elder Onsomu, to all the development partners present here today, the members of the academia, to all the KIPPRA staff, all senior government officials, all officials from the county governments, and all representatives from the county assemblies. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure this afternoon to join you at the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, a premier platform for policy, dialogue, research dissemination, and regional collaboration on matters of economic transformation. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the KIPPRA board and all the members of staff led by the executive director for convening this very important forum and for its consistent contribution to evidence-based policy initiatives and national development. This year's conference, under the theme, Strengthening Value Chains for Sustainable and Inclusive Growth in Kenya, calls for deliberate action to enhance productivity, create jobs, increase competitiveness, and foster prosperity across sectors and regions in line with our national aspirations. Our government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda is firmly anchored on strengthening value chains across key sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, the digital economy, the blue economy, and creative industry. We are determined to unlock Kenya's full productive potential by adding value to what we produce and ensuring that wealth is equitably shared. Ladies and gentlemen, value chain transformation is not just an economic agenda. It is the foundation for Kenya's journey towards becoming a globally competitive, industrial, and prosperous nation, as envisioned in our Vision 2030 and also aligned with Africa's Agenda 2063, which states that the Africa we want. As a nation, our vision extends beyond 2030. Our vision in Kenya, by 2063, we aspire to be a first-class world economy, as His Excellency, the President, has stated. A country which is defined by excellence in governance, a country of innovation, productivity, and human development. This journey requires that we nurture our people, we protect our planet, and power our progress through sustainable value creation. The transformation of value chains from minerals to maritime, from manufacturing to agriculture, will be the foundation of Kenya's global competitiveness. It will empower our youth, it will elevate our industries, and secure our place among the world's leading economies. In terms of industrialization and manufacturing, industrialization remains central to transforming our country into a first-class world. Our government, through targeted investments in agro-processing, light manufacturing, through targeted investments in textiles, leather, automotive, and pharmaceuticals, is building strong linkages between production and markets. Therefore, our goal is to ensure that local industries absorb agricultural output, create quality jobs, and drive exports. The establishment of county aggregation and industrial parks across all the 47 counties will ensure that value addition happens close to the source of our production. These parks will provide shared infrastructure for processing, packaging, and logistics, enabling micro, small, and medium enterprises to participate meaningfully in national and regional value chains. And across the country, these county aggregation parks are already under development. Our vision is to have manufacturing sector that will contribute to the GDP from the current 7.8% to 20% by 2030. This will position Kenya as a regional manufacturing hub, attracting investments, boosting exports, and reducing the import bill. In terms of agriculture and food systems, agriculture remains the backbone of our economy. Our focus is to make farming profitable through aggregation, mechanization, irrigation, and access to markets. We are investing in value chains such as tea, coffee, dairy, horticulture, edible oils, fisheries, and livestock to ensure farmers move from subsistence to enterprise. By integrating cooperatives, agro-processors, and exporters within our structured value chains, we are ensuring fair pricing, predictable incomes, and sustainable rural livelihoods. The recent reforms in the coffee, sugar, and dairy sectors are geared towards achieving precisely these objectives. And you have seen positive reforms in this industry where coffee prices have drastically improved and our farmers are already seeing these gains. In terms of the blue economy, maritime and shipping, Kenya's vast coastline and inland water bodies present immense potential for the blue economy. The government is expanding investments in marine fisheries, aquaculture, shipbuilding, port logistics, coastal tourism to fully harness maritime resources for national growth. And recently, due to the ongoing war, Kenya was a beneficiary through the investment of the port logistics. Many of the ships actually docked here in the coast, and our country has benefited a lot through that. Through the Kenya Shipyards Limited, the Kenya Coast Guard services, and the ongoing modernization of the port of Mombasa and Lamu Port that I have just mentioned, where many ships docked, we are positioning Kenya as the maritime gateway to East and Central Africa. Our objective is to make Kenya a preferred hub for shipping, logistics, and marine services. We are also developing fishing ports, cold storage facilities, and fish processing plants along the coast and Lake Victoria Basin to enhance the fisheries value chain. These initiatives will create employment for coastal and lakeside communities, strengthening food security and boosting exports. The maritime sector is also central to regional integration under the Blue Economy Value Chain Strategy, which promotes sustainable exploitation of marine resources, protection of ecosystems, and innovation in ocean industries. In terms of minerals and natural resources, Kenya's mineral potential remains largely untapped. We are implementing a comprehensive mineral value addition and beneficiation policy to ensure that extraction translates into industrial development and community benefit. Our vision is to move beyond raw materials in terms of export to local processing and refining, whether in rare earths, gold, fluorspar, or limestone, thereby creating jobs, enhancing revenue, and building technology capacities. You have seen recently there was gold discovered in the western part of Kenya because of what is happening in that industry. In terms of regional value chains and continental integration, the African Continental Free Trade Area offers an unprecedented opportunity to develop regional value chains that transcend beyond borders. By harmonizing standards, removing trade barriers, and improving connectivity, we can achieve economies of scale and accelerate industrial diversification. Kenya is actively working with regional partners under the East African Community and COMESA to enhance cross-border infrastructure, digital trade, and investment flows. These partnerships will integrate our markets, promote innovation, and expand opportunities for African producers. In research, data, policy, and innovation, the success of these value chains depends on data-driven decision-making and continuous innovation. I wish to commend KIPPRA for its dedication to generating research that informs the government policy, guiding institutions and development partners on strategic investment choices. I therefore encourage KIPPRA and other think tanks present today to deepen collaboration with the national government ministries, departments and agencies, county governments, the private sector, the academia, and other non-state actors to ensure that our policies remain responsive. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are launching 3 reports touching on children. And allow me to state from the outset that central message of this moment is that Kenya's future will be determined by how deliberately we invest in its children, especially in their earliest years. The case for investing in early childhood, as was presented in the report by the Executive Director, is especially compelling. The evidence you have seen presented is unequivocal. Every shilling invested in early childhood can generate up to 7 times its value in long-term economic returns. Early investments shape brain development, school readiness, health outcomes, and productivity over a lifetime. When we invest early, we prevent losses. When we invest in children, we invest in the nation's future workforce, stability, and prosperity. And that is why, as a government, in the early years, we are also investing in the social expenditure as a long-term strategy to deal with this. The urgency of this investment is further amplified by climate change. The findings that were presented earlier today clearly show that while Kenya has made progress in mobilizing climate finance, social sectors that directly support children, such as education, health, social protection, remain under-prioritized in climate investments. Yet these are precisely the sectors that build resilience. A climate-resilient economy cannot exist without climate-resilient children. We must therefore broaden our understanding of climate resilience. It is not only about infrastructure and energy. It is also about strengthening the systems that will protect children and their families. Schools must be resilient. Health systems must be resilient. Social protection systems must be adaptive and responsive. Otherwise, climate shocks will continue to reverse development gains and deepen inequality. The policy direction emerging from the just presented report from this evidence is very clear. First, we must rebalance public investment towards child-sensitive sectors, ensuring that budgets reflect centrality of children in our development agenda. Second, we must strengthen early childhood systems by addressing gaps in infrastructure. And I was glad to see a report presented on how the care infrastructure can contribute positively to the value chains. Third, we must improve the efficiency, accountability, and effectiveness of public spending so that resources can reach the front line and translate into measurable outcomes for children. As we also launch the 3 reports today, which is as a result of cooperation between the KIPPRA, UNICEF, and other partners, I would like to say that we must recognize that they come at a critical moment in Kenya's development journey. We have a demographic opportunity of a young population, and this was presented by over 70% of our population is below 35. We have policy frameworks that prioritize inclusion and growth, and we now have strong evidence to guide our investments and decision making. Let us therefore place children at the center of our budgets, our climate strategies, and our development agenda. Let us move from fragmented investments to integrated systems that support children across sectors. And let every decision we make reflect one simple but powerful principle that no child should be left behind. And on that note, I would like to urge members of the county assembly that are here that counties must prioritize budgeting for children. The National Treasury and the members of parliament that are here and the members of the Senate, I want to urge you that we need to prioritize budgeting for children, because if we talk of value chains without human capital, then we will not move anywhere. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the time to act is now. Kenya, and by extension, Africa's future, lies in how well we add value to what we produce. Every crop, every fish, every mineral, every idea must generate wealth and dignity for our people. I therefore want to urge this conference to propose actionable strategies that will strengthen Kenya's and Africa's position in the global trade, attract sustainable investment, and advance inclusive growth. As a government, we reaffirm our commitment to partnering with all stakeholders to build resilient, dynamic, and globally competitive value chains that will deliver prosperity for all Kenyans. Finally, I wish to congratulate once again KIPPRA and all the partners for the evidence-based outputs that are being launched today. I wish to take this opportunity to wish you all productive deliberations and look forward to empowering outcomes at the conclusion of this conference. And with those many remarks, I now declare the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference officially open. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, CPA Karen Agengo, Principal Secretary for State Department for Children's Services. Asante sana for opening up the conference. At this particular moment, I'd like us to go direct to the launch. And I know, Madam Pierce, the speech was quite lengthy, so you've stood for a while. So I'll put there a timer. I'll give you 14 seconds just to rest, yeah? Then after 14 seconds, I'd like us to come in this space. You've spoken about critical reports that we're unveiling today. And I think it will be prudent before we go for lunch that we launch this report so that as people eat, they also digest the contents of the report, yeah? No pun intended. So our 14 seconds are over. At this particular moment, Madam Pierce, please come. Sir, please join. Let me have also KIPPRA board chair joining. Let me have Madam ED also join. And also UNICEF representative joining, please. So here we have a button. Okay, this is not the one that Kim Jong-un or Trump plays around. So the report is on this side. Also, yes, thank you very much. Chair, you can also come, budgetary committee. So the report is in here. The senator, yeah? Senators, you also want to join? Okay. UNICEF, do you have a representation, UNICEF? You guys have found it? Okay. So, I'm going to guide you. The report is in here, okay? The report is in here. So, the pressing will happen here. And what happens, we have some nice pyros, you know, beautiful. So, all of us, we will look towards that direction. And our good senators, when we look that direction, you also look that direction, yeah? So that it will be nice. So we have a countdown. We're going to count it down. We have 2 specific reports in here. And then the third one, of course, county budget briefs. That one everyone will get in their own volition. So we'll have the honor of you pressing this button and then in the count of 5. Is that fine? Sawa sawa. Photographers, you guys are good? You've gotten your angles? The rest of us are good? Okay, are you ready for this launch? Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to unveil 2 critical reports touching on children. One is Children First, Smarter Budgets, Fairer Future, and Climate Finance, its implications for children in Kenya. And this particular report is in collaboration between KIPPRA and UNICEF. So, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, press that particular button. Come on guys, let us appreciate, let us put our hands together as we unveil this report. Tupige makofi tafadhali. There we have the 2 reports. Children First, Smarter Budgets, Fairer Future, and also Climate Finance, its implications for children in Kenya. Put your hands together once more as you celebrate the work between KIPPRA and UNICEF, making sure that we are securing the future of our children. At this particular moment, you will be given copies of these 2 specific reports. For starters, you'll just hold the reports to the camera. That is the first one. Make sure you smile, show us that you are happy. The report has been handed to you, okay? That will be the first one. Turn it first of all. Senator, all right, thank you very much. Let us smile. Then the second one, open the report and pretend that you are reading the report very carefully, okay? Open the report, you can nod, you know, you can open the report and nod it. All right, and lastly, show your neighbor the report. The person standing next to you, tell them, by the way, this has stood out for me. Okay, so that we have that interactive session. Tell them, this picture on top has really stood out for me. I like it. I love the color green of the report. It shows sustainability. You know, very, very powerful. Have you gotten those angles, camera people? Okay, with that said, These reports will be availed to all of us, which is very, very important that we read them. Thank you very much. I'd request our two PSs to remain behind together with the board chair. The rest of us can have a seat. Then I'd like to invite the KIPPRA board to join. Kindly, let me invite the KIPPRA board to join. Asante sana. KIPPRA board, will we do the photos on stage with the board? Yes. The two PSs, can we go just up the stage? Thank you very much. Then the board can follow. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much for your patience. And for the rest of us also, we really appreciate. All right, let us balance it out. All right, let's arrange ourselves nicely. So I see some of us are longtime friends, and some of us, how far can we go? Photographers, you can help us direct. Is everyone being seen, especially on this corner? Wanaonekana. Okay, the board, you can smile. It is very, very important. Just move a step on your left. A step on your left. All right. Thank you very much. That is the KIPPRA board. All right, thank you very much. Now we can smile to the camera. Remember, we are going for lunch. Imagine yourself serving your favorite vegetables. Very, very important. Thank you very much. I think we've gotten the photo. All right, and lastly, let us maintain our PSs. Let us have the partners come up. Let us have our wonderful partners come up. If you're part of our partners, please. ILO, UNICEF, all of us. Let us come up for a photo shoot. KIPPRA, thank you very much. All right, let's also have UNIDO and ICRAF, please. UNIDO and ICRAF. All right, partners, let's join in. Let's join in at the far end. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, we can smile to the cameras. These are wonderful partners. Remember, every hand needs to be on deck for us to achieve tangible results. Have you gotten the photos? Nobody has been cropped out? All right, thank you very much. Our PSS will maintain. The partners, we can calm down. Asante sana. And finally, let's have our wonderful parliamentarians. Senators, please come up and... yes. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for making time. Remember, it is a holistic approach. Legislature have a huge role to play. Buena Senator, thank you very much. Let's face the cameras. Asante sana. We can also smile. Remember, this is representation from heavily from the Senate's Health Agriculture Committee. We good? Everyone looks good on that photo? All right, thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Now all of us can come down. Asanteni sana to our guests, PSS. We really appreciate you making time for all of this. All right? All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, ambia jirani yako tumelaunch. All right. So, this particular reports will be availed to all of us. Is that okay? Is that in order? Are we ready for lunch? Are we ready for lunch? Okay. Be upstanding wherever you are. Be upstanding wherever you are. All right. First of all, congratulate the person standing next to you. Tell them, I didn't know you can launch a report. You have the power to launch. Okay. And as you greet them, tell them, you don't have to pay for lunch today. I've got you. Okay? All right, lovely, lovely, lovely. At this particular moment, in that particular spirit, I'd like us to break for lunch. And as you can tell, if you can hear me clap once, if you can hear me clap twice. Beautiful. So, at this particular moment, simple directions, okay? Simple directions. Raise your right hand. Now repeat after me. I. Then say your name. Do swear that I will have a balanced diet as I go for this lunch break. So help me God. Our guests, you leave through this particular door. The rest of us, we can just sit down so that we have an organized exit. The rest of us, we can just sit down so that we have an organized exit. All right, remember, we'll do the scanning as we did yesterday. So just maintain so that we have order. The rest of us maintain so that we have order. I will guide us as we exit in portions, please. I'll guide us as we exit in portions. Asante sana. Okay, thank you very much for your patience. I'm gonna guide us on how we exit. Remember, we are doing the scanning before we exit. We are doing the scanning so that you can get your lunch voucher. Are we ready to start? Okay, lovely. So we'll start with these two portions. Let's start with this portion. Can I have your attention at the back? This portion and this portion. Let's start exiting. We're going to be scanned just like yesterday. All right, asante sana. I know some of us in the other section are already up. If we can just slow down at the exit so that there is no stampede of sorts. The rest of us can hold. Just let's clear this backlog right here. The rest of us can just hold. The people in the third section can just hold. Asante sana, so that we clear this section. Kindly.
Before a nation becomes prosperous, before economies grow, before industries rise, and before societies thrive, it first begins with its children.
And we reconvene here at exactly 3 p.m. The rest of us can come. Asante sana.
Carrying the future of this country.
Asante sana.
With others begin with vulnerability. A child's access to food, health care, education, protection, clean water, or even safety still depends too often on where they are born. Yet children remain Kenya's greatest possibility, because every investment made in a child today shapes the strength of the nation tomorrow. This is the story of Kenya's children. The services that shape their lives, the challenges they face, the progress being made, and the choices that will define the country we become.
My name is Paul Wachana, Chairperson KIPPRA Board of Directors. The board provides leadership and offers basic guidelines to the institute. As a board, basically we ensure that the KIPPRA delivers on its core mandate of policy advisory to the national and county governments and other stakeholders that are concerned with development. Children are very, very critical. Of course, the reality of the matter is that the future of our human capital, the quality of our human capital will depend on how we deal with the children. If we invest in children in terms of nutrition, then we're going to have a productive workforce. Generally for growth and prosperity, it starts with
Okay, the rest of us, we can just come so that we clear the room as centered.
Capital going to enhance productivity of any country, and that's how we can realize the development. The social pillar of national cohesion starts with it's clearly articulated and spelled out in Vision 2030. It calls for us to invest in our human capital as a country, and of course, like I said, it starts with investing in younger kids, the youth, to improve the quality of the human capital that we're gonna realize or we're gonna have as a country.
But for millions of children across Kenya, the journey through childhood is not equal. Limited access to nutritious food, inadequate health care, unsafe water and sanitation, interrupted education, climate shocks, economic hardship, and growing pressure on already vulnerable families and communities. Across counties, these realities vary sharply. While some children grow up with stronger access to essential services, others continue to face deep inequalities shaped by geography, climate vulnerability, infrastructure gaps, and limited household income.
We are good.
And yet, even within these challenges, show extraordinary. But resilience alone is not enough, because the future of a child should never be determined by the circumstances they are born in. It should be shaped by the choice it makes to protect and invest in them.
My name is Gabi Guerrero, Chief of Social Policy at UNICEF Kenya. Children are not just part of the population, they comprise almost half of them. That means out of 10, 5 of the population, 5 are children. And they need protection, they need health, they need nutrition, education, and at the same time they need to live in an environment that it thrives and fulfills their potential. It's because it's during the early years is when the brain of a person develops. The nutrition, the health, and the education we receive will determine ultimately what that person will become as an adult and how much can contribute to the society. The future of Kenya is not something that we wait for, it's something that we build together, build it now, and it starts with our children.
Important progress is being made. Both national and county governments have continued to expand investments in sectors that directly shape the lives of children. Under Kenya's devolved system of governance, county governments have become the primary link between policy and people, between budgets and communities, between investment and impact. But investment alone is not enough. The true impact of public finance.
This amounts to knowledge generation. This amounts to knowledge generation. And in this context, and in implementing our core mandate of knowledge sharing and communication, we are able to produce a mandate of knowledge sharing and communication. We are able to produce products that can be consumed to influence public policy, design, implementation, and also coming up with interventions that are directly linked to national development. And for this reason, the knowledge products that KIPPRA has produced, including the ones that are being launched today, they indicate the purpose of linking policy, research to actual project design, implementation, and practice.
Public budgets determine how resources move from policy into people's lives. The challenge is no longer only about increasing allocations, it is also about ensuring that investments reach the children and communities that need them most. Because planning matters, implementation matters, coordination matters, and budget execution matters.
My name is Boaz Omorimunga. I'm a acting principal policy analyst in the social sector department. There's an important relationship between budgeting and child well-being. And in fact, budgeting, if you look at it, it communicates government's commitments on its citizens. And budgeting therefore communicates government commitments and even investments on our children. And we know that our children, when we allocate resources to our children, then we'll see better outcomes. The level of investment we see government putting in the children reflects government priorities, and those priorities will be important in terms of outcomes, whether our children are able to survive or get education and become productive adults in future. A key tool for this country. Budget absorption has direct impact on the level of services we are able to give, and that means that we must get it right.
Across Kenya, climate change is increasingly shaping the lives of children and families. It is no longer only an environmental issue, but now a child development issue. Because protecting children in a changing climate requires more than emergency response. It requires long-term investment in systems that can withstand crisis, child-sensitive and climate-smart financing. It also requires raising a generation that understands the importance of protecting the environment, because safeguarding Kenya's future means not only protecting climate vulnerable, but also empowering them to become future stewards of a safer, healthier, and more resilient world.
My name is Jan Gelijnse. I work as a climate change officer at UNICEF Kenya, based out of Nairobi. Climate change shocks affect children in many different ways. If you look at Kenya specifically, the main climate shocks that we face as a country are droughts that intensify and appear more frequently. Floods, same thing. You see more and more floods, and you see them being worse and worse and the impact higher. And children, because of their small bodies and because they're still in development, are affected more harshly than specifically, there's a couple of sectors that are impacted by climate change, and these sectors are very critical for a child's development. In order to build resilience to those sectors, we need dedicated climate finance for the sectors that children rely on.
No single institution can transform the future of children alone. Creating lasting change requires partnership. It requires governments, counties, communities, development partners, frontline workers, researchers, civil society organizations, and families working together toward a shared goal. Together, we are seeing how targeted programs, partnerships, and community-based interventions can help translate policy, financing, and collaboration into direct impact for children and vulnerable families across Kenya. From disability inclusion and assistive technology support through NICO, to nutrition-sensitive social protection and positive parenting interventions under NICHE, transfer programs and vulnerable children through CTOVC. These initiatives are strengthening resilience and expanding access to essential services for those most at risk. They also continue to support stronger community health services, maternal and child health care, immunization and vaccination efforts, nutrition support, and early interventions. And in the decisions made about how resources are planned, invested, and delivered, the choices made today will determine the kind of nation Kenya becomes tomorrow. A nation where opportunity is shared more fairly, where vulnerability does not define destiny, where systems work for the people they are meant to serve, and where every child has the chance to grow, learn, and reach their full potential. The journey ahead will require commitment, collaboration, and sustained investment in the systems that shape children's lives. And in choosing to put children first, Kenya chooses to invest in its greatest resource, its future. Before a nation becomes prosperous, before economies grow, before industries rise, and before societies thrive, it first begins with its children. Across Kenya, more than 22 million children.
My name is Paul Wachana, Chairperson KIPPRA Board of Directors. Provides strategically, offers policy guidelines to the institute. As a board, basically we ensure that the KIPPRA delivers on its core mandate of policy advisory to the national and county governments and other stakeholders that are concerned with the very critical. Of course, everything, the future of our human capital, the quality of our human capital will depend on how we deal with the children. If we invest in children in terms of nutrition, then we're going to have a productive workforce. Generally for growth and prosperity, it starts with investing in the children. Priority of any nation is to make sure that it invests in human capital. Human capital is going to enhance productivity of any country, and that's how we can realize the development. The social pillar of national cohesion starts with, it's clearly articulated and spelled out in Vision 2030. It calls for us to invest in our human capital as a country, and of course, like I said, it starts with investing in the youth to improve the human capital that we're gonna realize or we're gonna have as a country.
But for millions of children across Kenya, the journey through childhood is not equal. Limited access to nutritious food, inadequate health care, unsafe water and sanitation, interrupted education, climate shocks, economic hardship, and growing pressure on already vulnerable families and communities. Across counties, these realities vary sharply. While some children grow up with stronger access to essential services, others continue to face deep inequalities shaped by geography, climate vulnerability, infrastructure gaps, and limited household income. And yet, even within these challenges, children continue to show extraordinary resilience. But resilience alone because a child should never be determined by the circumstances they are born into. It should be shaped by the choices a nation makes to protect, support, and invest in them.
My name is Gabi Guerrero, Chief of Social Policy at UNICEF Kenya. Children are not just part of the population, they comprise almost half of them. That means out of 10, 5 of the population, 5 are children. And they need protection, they need health, they need nutrition, education, and at the same time they need to live in an environment that it thrives and fulfills their potential. It's because it's during the early years is when the brain of a person develops. The nutrition, the health, and the education we receive will determine ultimately what that person will become as an adult and how much it can contribute to the society. The future of Kenya is not something that we wait for, it's something that we build together, build it now, and it starts with our children.
Important progress is being made. Both national and county governments have continued to expand investments in sectors that directly shape the lives of children. Under Kenya's devolved system of governance, county governments have become the primary link between policy and people, between budgets and communities, between investment and impact. But investment alone is not enough. The true impact of public financing is not measured only by allocations, but by how effectively those resources are translated into real services, real opportunities, and real outcomes for children and families across the country.
My name is Dr. Elda Onsong, the Executive Director at the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. KIPPRA is a public institution which is a state corporation under the State Department for Economic Planning, which is
rejoining dry run. see if you can see the room. Tafanyaje bana? Ungwana haupo. Ungwana ulipotea. Ulienda na upepo. Acha tumpe room basi.
Going to have lunch?
No, we haven't. We were waiting on the queue, so we decided to come and test teams first. Oh, sawa. Thank you.
His name is
Mohammed. We're testing teams right now. Okay. So, for the first like 1 hour, ilikuwa inakuja inaenda kuja. We're doing a test with this object.
Yes. Hello, Chris.
Hello.
Hi, can you see the room?
I can see the room, yes.
Yes, I see and hear you just fine too.
Great. I assume the session hasn't started yet then?
Yeah, we just broke for lunch, so we'll be back in a few.
30 minutes. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Could we just test your presentation?
Sure, of course. Let me quickly move you here and share. Okay. You can tell me if this comes up correctly. Okay. Can you see
Yes,
my
we
screen?
can. Kenya's emerging green and climate economy, no?
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
Is that all good? That's
Yeah.
working? We're
It's
moving.
fine.
We can hear. It's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
I will stop sharing over here.
So
Great.
thank you. That's
Did I-
see you in 30 minutes, yeah?
Okay, cool. Did I
Sure.
get the time wrong then? I thought we were starting an hour before.
Sure.
Anyway, I will see you in 30 minutes.
See you in 30.
Bye.
Before a nation becomes prosperous, before economies grow, before industries rise, and before societies thrive, it first begins with its children. Across Kenya, more than 22 million children wake up each day carrying the future of this country. With others begin with vulnerability. A child's access to food, healthcare, education, protection, clean water, or even safety still depends too often on where they are born. Yet children remain Kenya's greatest possibility, because every investment made in a child today shapes the strength of the nation tomorrow. This is the story of Kenya's children. The services that shape their lives, the challenges they face, the progress being made, and the choices that will define the country we become.
My name is Paul Wachana, Chairperson KIPPRA Board of Directors. The board provides strategic leadership, policy guidelines. As a board, basically we ensure that the KIPPRA delivers on its core mandate of policy advisory to the national and county governments and other stakeholders that are concerned with development. Children are very, very critical. Of course, the reality of the matter is that everything, the future of our human capital, the quality of our human capital will depend on how we deal with the children. If we invest in children in terms of nutrition, then we're going to have a productive workforce. Generally, for growth and prosperity, it starts with investing in the children. Priority of any nation is to make sure that it invests in human capital. Human capital is going to enhance productivity of any country, and that's how we can realize the development. The social pillar of national cohesion starts with, it's clearly articulated and spelled out in Vision 2030. It calls for us to invest in our human capital as a country, and of course, like I said, it starts with investing in younger kids, the youth, to improve the quality of the human capital that we're gonna realize or we're gonna have as a country.
But for millions of children across Kenya, the journey through childhood is not equal. Limited access to nutritious food, inadequate health care, unsafe water and sanitation, interrupted education, climate shocks, economic hardship, and growing pressure on already vulnerable families and communities. Across counties, these realities vary sharply. While some children grow up with stronger access to essential services, others continue to face deep inequalities shaped by geography, climate vulnerability, infrastructure gaps, and limited household income. And yet, even within these challenges, children continue to show extraordinary. But resilience alone is not. The future of a child should never be determined by the circumstances they are born into. It should be a nation make. Protect, support, and invest in them.
My name is Gabi Guerrero, Chief of Social Services of Kenya. Children are not just part of the population, they comprise almost half of them. That means out of 10, 5 of the population, 5 are children. And they need protection, they need health, they need nutrition, education, and at the same time they need to live in an environment that it thrives and fulfills their potential. It's because it's during the early years is when the brain of a person develops. The nutrition, the health, and the education we receive will determine ultimately what that person will become as an adult and how much can contribute to the society. The future of Kenya is not some
and county continue to expand investments in sectors that directly affect the lives of children. Under Kenya's devolved system of governance, county governments have become the primary link between alone is not enough. True impact of public financing is not measured only by allocations, but by how effectively those resources are translated into real services, real opportunities, and real outcomes for children and families across the country.
My name is Dr. Elda Onsong, the Executive Director at the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. KIPPRA is a public institution which is a state corporation under the State Department for Economic Planning, which is under the National Treasury. Our core mandate is to undertake objective public policy research and analysis and to build institutional capacities and capabilities in undertaking objective research and analysis, national development agenda for the sustainable development of our great nation, Kenya. One of the core mandates of the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis is to generate evidence. Once we generate evidence, knowledge generation. And in this context, and in implementing our core mandate of knowledge sharing and communication, we are able to produce products that can be consumed to influence public policy, design, implementation, and also coming up with interventions that are directly linked to national development. And for this reason, the knowledge products that KIPPRA has produced, including the ones that are being launched today, they indicate the purpose of linking policy, research to actual project design, implementation, and practice.
Public budgets determine how resources move from policy into people's lives. The challenge is no longer only about increasing allocations. It is also about ensuring that investments reach the children and communities that need them most. Because planning matters, implementation matters, coordination matters, and budget execution matters.
My name is Boaz Omorimunga. I'm a acting principal policy analyst in the social sector department. There's an important relationship between budgeting and child well-being. And in fact, budgeting, if you look at it, it communicates government's commitments on its citizens. And budgeting therefore communicates government commitments and even investments on our children. And we know that our children, when we allocate resources to our children, then we'll see better outcomes. The level of investment we see government putting in the children reflects government priorities, and those priorities will be important in terms of outcomes, whether our children are able to survive or get education and become productive adults in future. A key tool for this country. Budget absorption has direct impact on the level of services we are able to give, and that means that we must get it right.
Across Kenya, climate change is increasingly shaping the lives of children and families. It is no longer only an environmental issue, but now a child development issue. Children requires more than emergency response. It requires long-term investment in systems that can withstand crisis, child-sensitive and climate-smart financing. It also requires raising a generation that understands the importance of protecting the environment, because safeguarding Kenya's future means not only protecting children from climate change, but also empowering them stewards of a safer, healthier, and more resilient world.
My name is Jan Gelijnse. I work as a climate change officer at UNICEF Kenya, based out of Nairobi. Climate change shocks affect children in many different ways. If you look at Kenya specifically, the main climate shocks that we face are droughts that intensify and appear more frequently. Floods, same thing. You see more and more floods, and you see them being worse and worse and the impact higher. And children, because of their small bodies and because they're still in development, are affected more harshly than regular adults. Specifically, there's a couple of sectors that are impacted by climate change, and these sectors are very critical for a child's development. In order to build resilience to those sectors, we need dedicated climate finance for the sectors that children rely on.
All right.
No single institution
It's
can
already
transform
3.
the future.
I think we should start reconvening into the hall. May we all come in so that we begin our afternoon common session. Over the next 1 hour, we shall be going through a common session where we'll have a presentation on a green economy tracker for Kenya, and thereafter we'll have a panel discussion touching on emerging and future value chains. So that's what we are planning to do in the next 1 hour. Then thereafter, we will break into parallel sessions. One session will be in this hall. The other sessions will be in the tents outside, just behind where we are doing our registration. So depending on the session that interests you, you will proceed to the respective area. In the meantime, if you want to be part of technical sessions, they are ongoing parallel to this common session. So you have an opportunity to give your input at the entrance of the hotel. Just at the main entrance, we've set up right there where we have the technical sessions ongoing. So those of us, and also my friends from KIPPRA, if at all you can go and marshal some people to come so that we begin hopefully in the next 5 or so minutes. That will be impressive. But for now, let's head back to some of the content from KIPPRA.
Before a nation becomes prosperous, before economies grow, before industries rise, and before societies thrive, it first begins with its children. Across Kenya, more than 22 million children wake up each day carrying the future of this country. Some opportunities begin with vulnerability. A child's access to food, healthcare, education, protection, clean water, or even safety still depends too often on where they are born. Yet children remain Kenya's greatest possibility, because every investment made in a child today shapes the strength of the nation tomorrow. This is the story of Kenya's children. The services that shape their lives, the challenges they face, the progress being made, and the choices that will define the country we become.
My name is Paul Wachana, Chairperson KIPPRA Board of Directors. The board provides strategic leadership, offers guide policy institute. As a board, basically we ensure that the KIPPRA delivers on its core mandate of policy advisory to the national and county governments and other stakeholders that are concerned with development. Children are very, very critical. Of course, the reality of the matter is that everything, the future of our human capital, the quality of our human capital will depend on how we deal with the children. If we invest in children in terms of nutrition, then we're going to have a productive workforce. Generally, for growth and prosperity, it starts with investing in the children. Priority of any nation is to make sure that it invests in human capital. Human capital is going to enhance productivity of any country, and that's how we can realize the development. the social pillar of national cohesion starts with, it's clearly articulated and spelled out in Vision 2030. It calls for us to invest in our human capital as a country. And of course, like I said, it starts with investing in younger kids, the youth, to improve the quality of the human capital that we're gonna realize or we're gonna have as a country.
But for millions of children across Kenya, the journey through childhood is not equal. Limited access to nutritious food, inadequate health care, unsafe water and sanitation, interrupted education, climate shocks, economic hardship, and growing pressure on already vulnerable families and communities. Across counties, these realities vary sharply. While some children grow up with stronger access to essential services, others continue to face deep inequalities shaped by geography, climate vulnerability, infrastructure gaps, and limited household income. And yet, even within these, children can extraordinary resilience. But resilience alone is not enough, because the future of a child should never be determined by the circumstances they are born into. It should be shaped by make, support, and invest in them.
My name is Gabi Guerrero, Chief of Social Policy at UNICEF Kenya. Children are not just part of the population, they comprise almost half of them. That means out of 10, 5 of the population, 5 are children. And they need protection, they need health, they need nutrition, education, and at the same time they need to live in an environment that it thrives and fulfills their potential. It's because it's during the early years is when the brain of a person develops. The nutrition, the health, and the education we receive will determine ultimately what that person will become as an adult and how much it can contribute to the society. The future of Kenya is not something that we wait for, it's something that we build together, build it now, and it starts with our children.
Important progress is being made. Both national and county governments have continued to expand investments in sectors that directly shape the lives of children. Under Kenya's devolved system of governance, county governments have become the primary link between policy and people, between budgets and communities, between investment and impact. But investment alone is not enough. The true impact of public financing is not measured only by allocations, but by how effectively those resources are translated into real opportunities and real outcomes for children and families across the country.
My name is Dr. Elda Onsong, the Executive Director at the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. KIPPRA is a public institution which is a state corporation under the State Department for Economic Planning, which is under the National Treasury. Our core mandate is to undertake objective public policy research and analysis and to build institutional capacities and capabilities in undertaking objective research and analysis that informs national development agenda for the sustainable development of our great nation. One of the core mandates of the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis is to generate evidence. Once we generate evidence, this leads to knowledge generation. And in this context, and in implementing our core mandate of knowledge sharing and communication, we are able to produce products that can be consumed to influence public policy, design, implementation, and also coming up with interventions that are directly linked to national development. And for this reason, the knowledge products that KIPPRA has produced, including the ones that are being launched today, they indicate the purpose of linking policy, research to actual project design, implementation, and practice.
Public budgets determine how resources move from policy into people's lives. The challenge is no longer only about increasing allocations, it is also about ensuring that investments reach the children and communities that need them most. Because planning matters, implementation matters, coordination matters, and budget execution matters.
My name is Boaz Omori Munga. I'm a acting principal policy analyst in the social study department. There's an important relationship between budgeting and child well-being. And in fact, budgeting, if you look at it, it communicates government's commitments on its citizens. And budgeting therefore communicates government commitments and even investments on our children. And we know that our children, when we allocate resources to our children, then we'll see better outcomes. The level of investment we see government putting in the children reflects government priorities. And those priorities will be important in terms of outcomes, whether our children are able to survive or get education and become productive adults in future. A key tool for this country. Budget absorption has direct impact on the level of services we are able to give, and that means that we must get it right.
Across Kenya, climate change is increasingly shaping the lives of children and families. It is no longer only an environmental issue, but now a child development issue. Because changing climate requires more than emergency response. It requires long-term investment in systems that can withstand crisis, child-sensitive and climate-smart financing. It also requires raising a generation that understands the importance of protecting the environment, because safeguarding Kenya's future means not only protecting children's vulnerability today, empowering them to become future stewards of a safer, healthier, and more resilient world.
My name is Jan Gelijnse. I work as a climate change officer at UNICEF Kenya, based out of Nairobi. Climate change shocks affect children in different ways. If you look at quickly, the main climate shocks that we face as a country are droughts that intensify and appear more frequently. Floods, same thing. You see more and more floods, and you see them being worse and worse and the impact higher. And children, because of their small bodies and because they're still in development, are affected more harshly than specifically, there's a couple of sectors that are impacted by climate change, and these sectors are very critical for a child's development. In order to build resilience to those sectors, we need dedicated climate finance for the sectors that children rely on.
No single institution can transform the future of children alone. Creating lasting change requires partnership. It requires governments, counties, communities, development partners, frontline workers, researchers, civil society organizations, and families working together toward a shared goal. Together, we are seeing how targeted programs, partnerships, and community-based interventions can help translate policy, financing, and collaboration into direct impact for children and vulnerable families across Kenya. From disability inclusion and assistive technology support through NICO, to nutrition-sensitive social protection and positive parenting interventions under NICHE, to programs supporting vulnerable children through CTOVC. These initiatives are strengthening resilience and expanding access to essential services for those most at risk. They also continue to support stronger community health services, immunization and vaccination efforts, nutrition support, and early interventions. And in the decisions made about how resources are planned and delivered, the choices made today will determine the kind of nation Kenya becomes tomorrow. A nation where opportunity is shared more fairly, where vulnerability does not define destiny, where systems work for the people they are meant to serve, and where every child has the chance to grow, learn, and reach their potential. They require commitment, collaboration, innovation, and sustained investment in the systems that shape children's lives. And in choosing to put children first, Kenya chooses its greatest resource, its future. Before a nation becomes prosperous, before economies grow, before industries rise, and before societies thrive, it first begins with its children. Across Kenya, more than 22 million children wake up each day carrying the future of this country. Others begin with vulnerability. A child's access to food, healthcare, education, protection, clean water, or even safety still depends too often on the born. Yet children remain Kenya's greatest possibility, because every investment made in a child today shapes the strength of the nation tomorrow. This is the story of Kenya's children, the services that shape their lives, the challenges they face, the progress being made, and the choices that will define the country we become.
My name is Paul Wachana, Chairperson KIPPRA Board of Directors of FITIP, and offers policy guidelines to the Institute. As a board, basically we ensure that the KIPPRA delivers on its core mandate of policy advisory to the national and county governments and other stakeholders that are concerned with development. Children are very, very critical. Of course, the reality of everything, the future of our human capital.
If I may have your attention, please.
Depend on how we deal with
We
the children.
still have
if we invest in children,
the technical session ongoing. So, in fact, they are starting right away. So if you want to be part of the technical session, they're situated at the entry of the establishment. Ukiingia tu hapo, utaona they have set up right there at KIPPRA technical session. So you're welcome to participate, and they really yearn your input. So please make time, go to the technical session, which is ongoing parallel to this common session. In this common session, just to break down the timing requirements, we will have an 8-minute presentation, and thereafter we'll have a 30-minute panel, and then open up the floor for questions for another 15 or 20 minutes. Then we should wrap up within an hour. So that is the breakdown for our upcoming session. I've seen our choir already there lined up, so I'll give you an opportunity. We do one song, then we can proceed with the afternoon common session. Over to you, choir.
Zionyeshe uzalendo Kenya, mimi ni Kenya. Mimi ni mzalendo, naona fahari kuishi kwetu Kenya. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, nina furaha kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya, 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 kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya.
Asante sana, the choir, for such a patriotic song. And I really appreciate, but in the interest of time, I see it's 27 minutes past 3. I'd like us to begin at exactly 3:30. So Chris Hopkins, I hope Chris Hopkins, you are around. You have an 8-minute presentation. Please start preparing for that. I don't know, do you guys have a song that is 2 minutes? That one you just sneeze and you say, Kenya, you know, and then we go back to say, but you can do a very short song, then we proceed with our next presentation. Thank you very much, choir.
Bino batata bapongola motema,
Yesu akubengayo.
Bino batata bapongola motema,
Yesu akubengayo.
Bino batata bapongola motema,
Yesu akubengayo.
Ngayoyo,
ngayoyo, nayo kiyeyeye. Yesu akubengayo.
katika mama,
katika mabengazo, nalanda Kristo tinasuka.
Ngayoyo,
ngayoyo, nayo kiyeyeye. Yesu akubengayo.
katika mama,
katika mabengazo, nalanda Kristo tinasuka.
Bino ba mama bapongola motema,
Yesu akubengayo.
Bino ba mama bapongola motema,
Yesu akubengayo.
Ngayoyo,
ngayoyo, nayo kiyeyeye. Yesu akubengayo. Katika mabengazo, nalanda Kristo tinasuka.
ngayoyo,
ngayoyo, nayo kiyeyeye. Yesu akubengayo.
katika mama,
katika mabengazo, nalanda Kristo tinasuka.
Bino babana bapongola motema,
Yesu akubengayo.
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 Ngayoyo,
nayo kiyeyeye. Yesu akubengayo.
katika mama,
katika mabengazo, nalanda Kristo tinasuka.
ngayoyo,
ngayoyo, nayo kiyeyeye. Yesu akubengayo.
katika mama,
katika mabengazo, nalanda Kristo tinasuka.
Come on, pigia kwaya makofi tafadhali. Kazi nzuri sana. Thank you very much. Is it only me or like do choir members always look like they're always happy? You know? Like they have no problems in life, you know, it's just singing. It seems music is so healthy. It's health to our bones. And we thank God for that. So, asanteni sana. Now, we are proceeding to the afternoon session. And the sub-theme for this particular session is the issue to do with emerging and future value chains. Emerging and future value chains, where we'll be unpacking quite a number of subtopics, including technology and digital economy, green and climate economy, and mobility and advanced manufacturing, and also not forgetting creative and knowledge economy. And this is critical because there are new avenues that are coming out very strongly, and we ought to put them into consideration and unpack them right here at the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome the first presenter, but before I do so, I know tumetoka lunch, sindio? Tumetoka lunch, so just do one thing for me. Just be on your feet for 1 second. 1 second. This time round is 1 second, for real. Just be on your feet for 1 second. 1 second. Aha, so somebody has sat down because they had 1 second, so they were on their feet and they went back. Okay, let's be on our feet for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Okay, okay, choir members are the only one who are allowed to sit because they have been singing. Okay, pretty simple exercise here. Okay, put your fingers like this, your hands, these are not, just do that. Stretch them. This is in preparation to your dinner when you'll be doing this to your ugali, okay? So make sure you grab it nicely. Okay, just take it higher, stretch it like that. Then take it this way. Take it this way. Take it this way. Okay, are you ready? So let it be there. Let it be there. Okay, now I want you to go down and come up. With your one side, just go down and come up. Okay, that's good. Okay, so do this. Hit like this, just a little bit of a tap. Okay, and you start going down and coming up. So do this up. Okay, that's a Gen Z dance. Okay, Gen Z's dance like this. Okay, so you're like, I know it's difficult. Yours is a different one because yours is, it's like you're flying, you're doing this, okay? So this one is called a Gen Z dance, so that board members, you just know when they put some music and you see a young man doing this, it's a very simple dance, okay? It's a very, very simple dance. Alafu, you can do this. Take a posture of an athlete, okay? Then start preparing, okay? Okay? Now, do this. Take your two fingers, point at your eyes, then point to the other person. All right? So, do this. Mwambie nakuona wewe. Okay? That's another Gen Z dance. I know you're confused. You're wondering, what is this? That is a dance style. They do something like that. Okay? Yeah, so at least you are learning. And when you talk about diverse economy, we've also diversified our dancing at the end of the day. All right? So you can have your seats for the moment so that we have our first presentation. Thank you very much for that bit of movement, which is absolutely critical. All right, sawa. Also, if you've lost your glasses, I encourage you to come for it. These are very huge glasses, and we thank God. I don't know how you'll see your way here, but we'll figure that out, okay? And also, if you've lost your keys, remember, we have different keys to success, yeah? And this might just be yours. So make a point of coming for your keys so that you don't sleep outside, and I believe you shall be blessed. So for our first 8-minute presentation, we have an 8-minute timer right there. And to present on Green Economy Tracker for Kenya, please help me welcome Chris Hopkins. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali akikuja Chris, where are you? Until he reaches, where's
Hi.
Chris? He's online,
I'm
yeah?
online. Can you hear me?
Chris, where are you?
I'm online. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Hey, Chris, I see. Were you doing these exercises? I don't think so. So, what you're gonna
I was
do?
doing them with my hand.
Yes, yes, exactly. So you have 8 minutes to do a presentation, and then we proceed to the next part. Please enjoy. The floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen here so you'll be able to see. Here we are. One moment. Okay. I hope you can see my screen. Can someone tell me you can hear me and you can see this come through?
Affirmative. Please proceed.
Wonderful. Well, I'll make the best use of my time here. I know I've only got 7.5 minutes now, but it's wonderful to be presenting to the KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. It's my privilege to be talking about Kenya's emerging green and climate economy. I'm Chris Hopkins. I'm a technical consultant with ID Europe, and I'm going to be speaking about the green and climate economy from the perspective of our tool, the Green Economy Tracker, which has been benchmarking countries around the world on their green and climate economies. And we're so excited that we have Kenya coming to the platform. This is a platform that's been developed and supported by ID Europe, but also some of the organizations you can see there at the bottom of the screen, Green Economy Coalition, funding by the European Commission, and also some other projects as well. So let's cut to the chase here. The platform here is the first tool of its kind to benchmark how nations are transitioning to fair and green economies. There are 50 countries on the platform, 21 policies. You can all go on your phones and your laptops to that address in the middle of your screen, greeneconomytracker.org, and you can see all this data for yourself. But hopefully I can get your interest here today with a bit of this presentation. So the most important thing about this platform, it's assessing the readiness for a green and fair economy, these emerging, exciting green value chains that we're talking about today. The platform is a citizen science platform as well. We've done data analysis to assess different countries, but we've crowdsourced analysis from around the world, and we evolve the data and our assessment based on the inputs from researchers, KIPPRA researchers, civil society experts all around the world. And we've been doing this for 6 years, but we're really glad we now have Kenya coming to the platform. We have 50 countries, as I already said, Kenya, but also Pakistan, Chile, Poland, Vietnam, Egypt, all coming into our data set at the moment. So you can do some really interesting comparisons with what other countries are doing on their green industries. And hopefully it'll provide some wider context and international case studies on energy, on finance, social policy, all of these areas to help influence and support your discussions today. So what do I mean specifically when we track policy? We track 21 different policies across 5 green economy themes. You can see them over there on the right, the themes being governance, finance, sectors, just transition, social policy, nature, and we also have a little bit on green recovery measures as well. The specific policies, everything from national green economy planning to ocean and land conservation and everything in between. You can see the details there and you can go onto the platform. But this year we've also added some new policies that might be of interest to your areas of research or your areas of policy. Green trade, circular economy, green transport mobility, very, very exciting, that policy area, and also sustainable agriculture and food systems. All of that data is now on the platform, including for Kenya, but for many other countries. So as I was saying, these are the new countries we've brought to the platform. You can see the new ones in orange, adding to the ones we already have in green: Chile, Ghana, Tunisia, Pakistan, Vietnam, and of course Kenya. And we've really, really tried with this platform to have coverage of the north, global south, and different areas and different kinds of economic development, so people can share and learn from each other. So the core of the platform is that we assess policies against a model description of what a really good policy might look like, and we score it out of 5. You can see the model description here on the left, and then scoring criteria on the right, where 5 is really good and 1 is low. It's relatively simple, but hopefully it gives you some really interesting visuals when you look across all those different policies and some really interesting data. So Through the platform, you can go there on your phone right now. You can visualize all the different scores for all those countries for, say, natural capital accounting or energy. And it's not just Kenyan data. You can look at particular regions, you can look at particular income levels, and you can do some pairwise side-by-side comparison. You've got Kenya and Egypt there in the bottom left. So it's a really, really, really rich data source. The core of what we're doing is if you zoom in and go to a particular policy area, we have a little summary of what that country is doing on that policy area. Here is Nigeria and clean energy. You can see a score there, 3 out of 5. You can see that it's been revised and updated. And this is key. As I was saying at the start, our scores, they are revised, they evolve based on input. If we get anything wrong, we can hear from researchers, academics, and civil societies, and they'll tell us, and we'll be able to update it. All sourced, all cited. So really, really interesting data here. So let's get to Kenya. Kenya here with our flagship policy, which looks at national green economy planning, this new green economy, four out of 5 in ambition. So a really, really solid start. You can go and look at the details there on the platform, but I'll give you some headlines. So for Kenya, we see really strong climate legislation and frameworks, maybe not quite being matched by a strong support within those frameworks for these new emerging sectors and green subsectors that we might be talking about today. We also see real strength in green finance policies. I'm sure you're talking about that today, but there's a great platform that's already been built by what the Central Bank of Kenya has been doing on green economy informed frameworks and creating a green taxonomy to define what green industries and economic activity looks like. Thirdly, just transition and social policies, there's potentially some gaps emerging. And we all know that as these industries emerge and progress, we need to think about the social impacts and manage them as we go forward. And fourthly, I would say one of the key highlights is that there is a decentralized green boom going on. What we see here in government statistics and in reports is one thing, but it's probably undercounting exactly how emergent and how exciting Kenya's 2026 green economy emergence is looking like, how exciting that is. And I'll give you one example here, which is in solar energy. This data here is from EMBA, and they see, if they look at government statistics for Australia, for Poland, for developed countries, they can get a sense of how much energy is being installed. But in Senegal, in Namibia, in Pakistan, in Kenya, you can see on the right, there are many, many, many more imports of solar panels and solar capacity than is being measured in government statistics if you look at what's actually generating. So there's probably lots of undercounting going on here and really exciting emergence of devolved green economy transitions going on. So I'll keep going through here and hopefully I can hit my timer. As I already mentioned, if you look at the theme of governance for Kenya, we've got these really credible policies that are quite a strong benchmark. You've got 4s, you've got 3s, decent scores here, and you've got ambition even on citizen participation with the public participation bill that I know is going through. For green finance, a similar story, some 4s, some 5s, thinking about green finance and banking, green trade, and these are potentially even the equal higher scores we have on the platform across sub-Saharan Africa. So Kenya is performing really well, perhaps with some weakness on pricing carbon there with a 2, more that could be done there. When you go and look at particular green economy sectors or sectoral planning, maybe some gaps here. You've got some middling scores, more can be done. There's some excellent examples on our platform if you go and look at Morocco, look at Uganda, and look at Japan for those policy areas. But that weakness is being matched against some of these stronger scores for clean energy, for transport and mobility. I know those conversations are going on today, but is our data actually keeping up with what's going on the ground? Because we know that can be a little bit different. For just transition, I said it was a little bit weaker earlier. There is a weaker policy set across the board. 3s, 2s, other countries might be being more ambitious than Kenya. What can Kenya learn? Well, there's a risk of backlash if Kenya doesn't get this quite right, maybe missing some benefit sharing opportunities of green industries or critical raw mineral extraction that's coming from these green opportunities that we're seeing. Finally, here, looking at nature and green recovery, you've got middling some solid scores here, but something to think about, is there room for more ambition on conservation for Kenya? Bearing in mind, almost half, 42% of Kenya's GDP and almost 3/4, 70% of employment in Kenya is related to these nature-based or natural capital reliant sectors. So that's tourism and agriculture. These policies, these nature policies are going to underlie that investment and the emergence of those economic sectors going forward. So how would I wrap this all together and visualize it in my last minutes? So On the left, you see maybe Kenya's thinking is one of the globally weaker performers on some aspects of just transition. Here we've picked out greening MSME support, so support for green small businesses. More can be done there. That's a 2 out of 5. There are other countries that are doing exciting things there. But on the other hand, you have this really strong base of green fiscal policy and monetary policy on the right, these frameworks that are probably deriving green investment with a really attractive green finance center in Kenya. And overall, I would summarize this as strong foundations for Kenya, but the greatest potential for these emergent value chains is building on Kenya's strengths. So building on that green finance, building on that clean energy, some of the minerals and electrification acceleration that's going on, and all the while trying to improve some of these smaller just transition measures and bearing in mind nature resilience as well. So that's my summary. Please do visit and contribute to the Green Economy Tracker platform. You can see the web address in the bottom right there, greeneconomytracker.org. You can see all of this in detail, and you can be part of tracking the changes and emergence of new policies in your country and in other countries, or on policy areas where you have real expertise. It's a collaborative platform. So we're really glad to have shared it with you today. And thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris Hopkins, for your presentation on Green Economy Tracker, which is very timely, especially right now, where it is one of those areas that is being addressed. Of course, it is multi-sectoral from different angles, and I'm glad that you're able to track so that there is a level of accountability in all this. So we do appreciate and thank you for your input. At this particular moment, I'd like us to proceed to our panel discussion, and I'd like to introduce our panelists this afternoon. And even as I do so, if you celebrated your birthday yesterday, the board, KIPPRA's board, has decided to gift you with some money so that you can go and make wise investment decisions with that particular money, okay? So I know Esther celebrated her birthday today, and KIPPRA board, I don't know whether this is a trend that will continue. If somebody celebrates their birthday today, again, you do something, but that was out of... Prof, you're shaking your head. You're like, no, it was a one-timer. Okay. So, Esther, I'm going to pick your number, and I'll make sure that the gift lands to you. But thank you very much, KIPPRA board, for your kindness celebrating that young lady. Now, on to our panel this afternoon. Our first panelist is Professor Dr. Paulo Augusto Laurencio Diaz Nunes. Now he is a distinguished environmental economist and currently is based at C4 Aircraft HQ in Nairobi, Kenya, leading work on unlocking private capital and finance for investment nature infrastructure across Africa. Please help me welcome Professor Dr. Paulo Augusto. Appreciate him. Come on. The one thing is that he comes from Portugal, so he shares nationality with Cristiano Ronaldo. As a Messi fan, let me just say, it's fine, okay? It's gonna be okay. Up next, our panelist is David Yamina Sikolia. He is the Director, Stakeholder Engagement, Resource Mobilization and Partnerships at Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, KIPPRA. And his areas of expertise include product and market development, collaboration and partnerships, resource mobilization, and export promotion. Thank you very much, sir, for making time to be part and parcel of this particular engagement, and welcome to our panel, Mr. David Yamina Sikolia. Up next, she is the head of office and UNIDO representative to Kenya, Eritrea, and South Sudan. Please help me welcome Tali Ainov. Tali is she brings over 15 years of experience in sustainable development and international cooperation. And she's done amazing stuff. Of course, it's good to insist on the point, Tali, that you have 15 years experience in this particular issues of sustainable development. So thank you very much for making time to be part of this panel. Up next, we have Frida Nyambura. She is an investment engineer at Kengen with 15 years shaping the energy sector across efficiency, regulation, project finance, and investment structuring. Frida Nyambura, kindly appreciate Frida Nyambura. Pigeni makofi tafadhali. Now from Talis and Frida, the common factor is 15 years, okay? And we thank God. Hopefully the next person has 15-year experience in something. Let me see. Paul Waweru is an award-winning green tech pioneer, circular economy champion, and STEM educator, steering Kenya's clean energy transition as co-founder and lead innovator of Ecomobilis Technologies Limited. He holds a physics degree from Kenyatta University, a solar T3 certification from Strathmore University, and advanced EV training from NPTEL in India. Thank you very much, Paul, for making time to be part of this conversation. And lastly, we have Dr. Ramadan Abdu. He's a policy analyst, youth advocate, and community mobilizer, passionate about governance, economic transformation, youth empowerment, and sustainable development. Dr. Ramadan, welcome to this particular panel, and thank you very much for making time to be part of the panel. Now, to chair this particular panel, he is the distinguished gentleman. Already we have a timer there, 30 minutes of panel discussion. Then we open up for questions and answer. I think we can do that Q&A for around 15 minutes. So after 30, we'll start Q&A. We'll put a timer for 15 or so minutes. So to chair the session, Dr. Eliud Mayo is the Acting Economic Management Director at KIPPRA. And thank you very much. Pigeni Dr. Mayo makofi akikuja. Mpigie makofi. Daktari, karibu sana. I know you're a stickler for time, and I'm really honored to have you on this particular platform. There you go. All right. Once again, our afternoon common session. Over to you, Daktari.
Okay, thank you, moderator. And I think I must make a correction. My name is Eliud Moi. I know the moderator got it wrong. And I'll chair the session this afternoon. And I want to thank my panel. I know Tali is coming back again. Prof, I think you attended our Kenya Think Tank Symposium, and we are meeting again. And so it's a small world. Now, because of time, I was requested to make sure that we don't extend beyond 30 minutes. And so I'll expect each panelist to utilize not more than 5 minutes. I'll ask only one question to each panelist because you have been introduced, so you will just go straight into responding. And then we shall also have time to interact with the plenary. And so the plenary will give us their feedback, and we'll have about 15 minutes to respond. So my time is already fixed, and I think I'll stick within that. Now, I'll start with my, with Professor Augusto Paolo. I know you are a climate expert, and you have done a lot as ICRAF, but climate change is currently a big problem, globally, regionally, and even locally. How is ICRAF supporting the integration of climate smart and nature-based solutions into value chains to ensure both sustainability and increased economic returns for producers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for the question. In fact, climate, as you said, expresses itself on multiple levels. At ICRAF, we try to deal with that complexity, also take into account climate, smart, and nature-based solutions into the value chains through three key strategies. On one hand, as we have been seeing so far, ICRAF moves beyond the simple conservation to design farms as productive climate ecosystems. So we need to work with the producers and these economic agencies on those lines. And I'm going to elaborate more. The second vector is to do with the fact that production is only half of the equation. So ICRAF also actively works connecting smart climate or climate smart producers to better markets. And this is the beef where we have to transform markets for premium products. The last but not least, with my aquarium, refers to unlocking private capital and mobilizing finance for those above sectors. And just to give an illustration about what ICRAF is doing, on the first one, which has to do with redesign of product systems for profit and resilience, so we are talking on the production side. We work on landscape restoration, so it becomes an important activity for production, and we are working with the communities along these lines and how to bring revenues for the communities who do those activities. We also talk about investment in natural capital, like Chris has mentioned before. 40% of GDP of Kenya relies on natural capital, and 70% of employment relies on natural capital. The last but not least, we do agroforestry. So ICRAF is very well known on that vector, and I give an example about, and I quote, we work with fertilizers, trees that fix nitrogen to the soil. They reduce the cost of synthetic inputs, but at the same time, they improve yields. And most of the times, those fertilizer trees are also associated with fruits, so it's also a support for nutrition, and they also have an important role in terms of carbon sequestration, and we are developing schemes where the farmer and the farmer communities are rewarded financially for that productivity. The last two vectors I was just going to mention regarding the upgrading of the market. So the idea is to develop bioeconomic value chain, associate the products with premium by certification, and bring these same products not only as they are harvested, but they can also be manufactured in a way that brings additional value to the producers. Last but not least is my aquarium is to do with unlocking private capital and financing climate smart value chains. And we are working a lot with the private sector, with investment banks, with commercial banks, and we are bringing not only, and I conclude, do have my 5 minutes respected, we don't only work in technical assistance, but also with the producer, with the farmers, but also with the financial agencies, but also creating a common language between the two. Because most of the times, paradoxically, the money is available, the financial flows are available, but they are not unlocked. And we can create enabling conditions to do so. And now we're doing that with Green Climate Fund, with the Adaptation Fund, with the World Bank, and also here at Shenu in our house with the Equity Bank and other important partners that want and are willing to invest in this space. So basically, along those three vectors, ICRAF tries to address climate smart and nature-based solutions into our program of work. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And the next question will be to David. And I'll request you to speak into the mic. The audience is complaining that they can't get us clearly. So try to move to make the mic closer to the mouth. And I think for David, you know that for a long time, we have been struggling to make our exports more competitive and more diversified, something which I think we are still struggling with. How is KIPPRA leveraging digital tools and branding strategies to enhance the competitiveness and global visibility of our products in emerging value chains?
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. I think first and foremost, I'd like to take this conversation, realizing that export development is dependent on what we produce and what the market wants. So when we talk about diversification, we look at it from very different perspectives. One, do we have the capacity to produce what the market wants? And two, are we able to supply the required quantities when asked to do so? Traditionally, from most of you, including myself, we have grown up knowing that our export product is tea and coffee. And this has been so for a very long time. And up to date, we still look at tea and coffee as our leading export products. Meaning, ideally, that the component of diversification is a bit silent on these products. We have talked a lot about this, and as it is emerging, even the users of these products in the markets that we are targeting are changing in terms of taste and preferences. Our traditional markets are still demanding for these products the same way we have been supplying them ever since. But there is a need now for us to look at things differently. The world is evolving, things are changing, and the consumer preferences are equally changing. So the question is, are we going to diversify based on what the market wants, or we are doing so based on what we have, and we have the potential to actually supply the quantities that are demanded? When we look at export development, our bias is actually on what the market wants. So it is market driven. We just don't pick on any product and say, this is what you want to export. And in so doing, we do it in a very calculated way, because we look at now, what potential do we have for us actually to produce this product for the export market? Are we able to supply this product adequately when the buyers ask for it? Do we have the quantities? And lastly, who are our main competitors and what are they doing different from what we are doing? It is not very easy, because when I looked at the list that we have prioritized as a country in as far as the emerging value chains are concerned, Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, we have identified 3. One is the blue economy, which at the moment we are facing major supply-driven challenges. The second one, we have the mining and minerals, which has the potential, but is kind of a protected sector where you cannot just venture in easily and extract minerals and export. It is very much protected. And the third one, we have the creative arts, where majority of our emerging producers are actually the youth. And they are doing so well at the moment, but we have to find a way of how we can help them reach out to the markets where their services are more appreciated. Now, how do we assist our entrepreneurs to get to know what they need to do for these markets? One, our traditional way of promoting exports has always been participating in international trade events, where we carry our sample products, display them at the expo, and then receive orders. And this we have done it time immemorial, and at the moment the cost of participating in these events vis-a-vis the value proposition that comes out of it is actually going down. Why? The market has evolved, technology is taking center stage, and most of the leading export countries are no longer participating in physical events, but they are doing it digitally. So for us to compete, we actually have to find ways and means of also digitizing our marketing initiatives so that even a buyer in the Far East can effectively interrogate your product and even make orders online without meeting you physically. It is happening, and the volumes that are moving towards this are huge. Secondly, we do carry out a lot of market research, and we disseminate this to our members, both producers and exporters. At the moment, we are disseminating a research that was commissioned in Japan during the Expo Osaka. And indeed, you'll find that what the market wants and what we are producing for the export market are totally parallel. So we want to assist you to make informed decisions based on the findings that we have made. And at the Export Promotion Agency perspective, we have also set up an e-portal where our exporters can equally showcase their products online and engage buyers electronically. It is working. It is actually domiciled at Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, and we are ready to engage you and support you. Lastly, in as far as the branding of our products is concerned, we have been traditionally selling most of our good products to the international market, but by the time they get to the doorstep of the buyers, the identity changes from the source to the one who has supplied. We don't identify our products based on where they are coming from. For instance, the third part is, for instance, our tea products, where we are the leading exporter of Black Sea tea. Our main buyers are in Europe, Middle East, and Asia. But when we sell bulk tea, this tea has no identity because it is coming from Kenya, but the buyers are the one actually who brand and package them and re-export them as their own products. So we have come up with a mechanism on how we can support exporters, prospective and existing, by establishing identification marks for our products, both for goods and services, which can actually be used to identify the source, and also you can interrogate the origin of the product so that when you need a product, you should always ask for the one that is made in Kenya. That is actually the component that we are promoting now, and I think we can do more if we can talk about this for more than the first 5 minutes I was given. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. And I request my panel to check the clock because we are bound. We are now halfway the time. So I think we have eaten half of the time we have for the questions. Now, Tali, I'll ask you one question. Global production systems are now shifting, and we are moving towards advanced manufacturing. Now, how is UNIDO supporting countries like us to build industrial capacity, upgrade technologies, and participate competitively in the future-oriented value chains?
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. The nature of industrialization is changing, and it's changing fast. And for countries like Kenya, it's no longer about how to participate, but how to compete, right? This is the important question. And from the UNIDO's perspective, we need action on 3 levels. I'll just say them, and then I'll give you a few concrete examples. One is to build industrial capacity in core sectors. The second is to accelerate technology upgrading. The third, to strengthen ecosystems altogether for the agro-processing and manufacturing. And the last one is to connect the traditional sectors to future value chains, so we don't leave anyone behind. Now, in terms of what UNIDO does in Kenya, we work in the tea sector, for example. We already mentioned it. It accounts for 24% of the global tea exports. We reach 6.5 million people. And what we do is we improve processing efficiency, we introduce better technologies, and we strengthen quality and standards. And for the how to accelerate technology upgrading, I'll take the same sector. We work on energy efficiency. I also mentioned it in the morning, because energy is such a big part of what the inputs in terms of money to the sector. So the farmers pay so much for energy, and that reduces their margin. By moving to, we would like them to move to energy efficient technologies, but they don't always have the money to do it. So how do we also de-risk the sector? How do we work with banks to give loans? Because, you know, for the energy efficient, if you buy the right technology, in the first 2 years, the difference in the payment you had for energy is the thing that you can pay back to the bank. And then after 2 years, it's a net value added, so your income increases. When it comes to strengthening ecosystems, what we mean, it's never only the firms, it's the whole ecosystem. So the energy constraints I meant, the logistics and storage gaps, and access to finance that I just mentioned. And part of it, we support the infrastructure and the quality standards and institutional coordination between all of us in the UN, but also looking at our partners and working with public-private partnership, because as UNIDO, we believe that if it makes sense in the business sense, it will stay. If the government gets involved, if the UN gets involved, we come there for a short time. But the private sector will last much longer, so the development impact is greater. Another important opportunity, two related important opportunities, is transparency. Because you can see how the tea or coffee goes from the single farmer until the user. It reduces more fairness in the value chain, reduces ufisadi, and also help connects the parts. And when we talk about including the traditional sectors, it's really upgrading the traditional sectors, making sure that even for farmers we introduce digital solutions, improve compliance, and so forth. And one thing that it's not in my note, but I would like to highlight, is that the service sector, something that you can do online and you don't need to package. And Kenya has a big value added. It's an English-speaking, highly educated country. So this is a place where people can sit here in Mombasa or in Nairobi or anywhere, even far from cities, and work and earn money using technology.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, in the area of energy, and that's Kenjen. So this question is to Frida. Kenjen. We know that Kenya is now a leader in geothermal power. How are you leveraging on that to support emerging industrial value chains and to drive green manufacturing?
Thank you so much for the question, and plenary, thank you for listening to us as well. Kenjen has a green energy park. I think all of us, if you check www.kenjen.co.ke, there's a portal there where we have a special economic zone called the Green Energy Park. And the reason we are calling it green is the electricity from there is from our geothermal resource. I'm not sure whether everybody in the room knows that Kenya is 6th in the world in geothermal electricity generation, which is not a small achievement. So maybe we could clap for ourselves. Away from that, KenGen is mandated to develop the resource from ground below, and as well from once it's brought to the surface, we have the mandate to put up the power plant. So we are able to do the full geothermal value chain. And that's why we came up with that green energy park, so that anybody who wants to do manufacturing and label their products green can for sure confidently show that their products are green. So we're able to provide the electricity and the steam for use for the emerging sectors, and even away from that site. We're the ones who generate more than 70% of electricity in this country, and our portfolio is more than 90% green. So to sell our expertise beyond us generating for Kenya, we've been partnering with private parties. Some of them are not able to develop beyond having a concession. So they've been coming to us and saying, out of the expertise that you have, because for sure we are very highly trained, we have been able to work with them, and we are continuing to work with them. Beyond Kenya, we've been in the region, the southern part of Africa, and now we are even going to Asia to utilize our expertise and our equipment to support in the geothermal development in other economies. Thank you.
Thank you, Freda. I think I'll now move to Eco Mobilas. And Paul is an innovator. And as you know, this is an emerging sector. So Paul, I would like you to tell us what do you see as some of the opportunities in that sector for other innovators or investors in the e-mobility value chain. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edwin, for that. E-mobility, as we know, is an emerging technology. So e-mobility in full, for those maybe who don't know what it means, is electric mobility. Magari yanayotumia umeme, electric vehicles. And my company, which is Ecomobilas Technologies, and my partner is there, Professor Geoffrey, we have actually really been delving into that sector in 3 chains. One is agriculture. So in agriculture, you find that when you talk about e-mobility, the vehicles come with a battery. That battery can be connected to a cooler box. So we've seen guys in Kinango pouring milk by the roadside when it goes bad, right? Now with e-mobility, we have been able to put a refrigerator at the back so that when you go transporting your fresh produce, veggies, milk, whatever, meat and all that, you're not worried that the food is not going to reach the market as fresh as it was produced. We are also looking at industry and manufacturing. You find that e-mobility is a technology that's heavily borrowed, mostly from the East. I don't want to mention the country. And if you do your research, you'll find that it's not rocket science. So with my partner here, we've been able to build vehicles from scratch. Last year, you saw the president testing one of our vehicles at the Nairobi International Trade Fair. Last week, during President Macron's visit at the University of Nairobi, where, by the way, we signed the first chair on energy. KenGen, I think, were there as well, so we are the first full member. So we want to show that it is possible and doable to do some of these things locally. Manufacturing, so you're looking at industries and manufacturing. So how do we train our students, engineering students? Maybe some of them could become battery engineers, because one of the components that's in the EVs is the batteries. Some of them could help us with controllers and motors and all these technologies. I've said these are not like rocket science. Anybody can be taught and can do it. We have done it. We have proved the concept. Actually, right now, as we are here, our team is at the KICC, showcasing as well. So some of those vehicles are there. We are looking at service and last mile. So you've seen, now the advent of electric bodas. You've seen battery swapping. Like you go bring your depleted battery, you get a full one at a cost. So all these businesses and industries are coming up very well. courtesy of e-mobility, and I'm glad that our energy mix is in excess of 90% renewable. That means we are not struggling, with climate and all that because it's green. So when you ride your electric bike, mnajua chenye kilifanyika Jumatatu in Swahili, the country was literally in a standstill. Why? Because of global fuel crisis. Suppose Kenya invests in e-mobility and we make use of our sun, which is 365 degrees available. That's not rocket science. So those are some of the things that are low-hanging fruits that we could really, take hold of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's usually sweet to hear innovators speak because they add a lot of value to things that we don't perceive. I know time is not on our side. I think I come to Ramadan. Ramadan from Smash Foundation. And I know Smash Foundation has been working with youth. We have worked with them a lot in our Youth in Climate Action program at KIPPRA. How are you supporting young innovators to participate in emerging digital and knowledge-based value chains?
Well, thank you so much. First of all, in SMART Foundation, we are committed in matters of climate change and also youth empowerment, of course. In Kenya, as you know, many young people, after they have done with their studies, they always come to Nairobi to seek for opportunities, which is actually, it's a trend from the past. While at SMART Foundation, we encourage young people to invest much in matters climate smart agriculture. Those that, especially in Nairobi, we do kitchen gardens. If you go to school, there's not enough spaces. So we've encouraged, especially the public primary school and the secondary schools, to engage in agriculture through kitchen gardens where they plant fruit trees so that maybe during the lunchtime they can also get something to eat. And most of these seeds, they are GMOs, genetically modified, so they grow fast. Secondly, we've also invested much in matters carbon credits, whereby we've also engaged with boda sector to encourage them, because you see in Nairobi, the capital, it's producing around 90% of the emissions in the whole country. So we have tried to mitigate the issue by encouraging them to, adopt a motorbike so that you can try to phase out the fossil fuel issue. And as much as it has been a problem for the first 1 week. Also in the area of content creation, whereby we understand that majority of young people, they have engaged themselves in the idea of content. So we partner also with the Ministry, State Department of ICT, whereby the government is committed to establish at least an ICT ward hub in every ward. There are 1450 wards in the country. At least each ward must have an ICT hub, and of course we have done that, especially where I come from. We have youth who are doing digital skills to digital jobs in those IT hubs. So that is basically what you're trying to do to support young innovators in the space.
Okay, thank you, Ramadan. I think you just hit the last second. I think we can now come back to the plenary. We can pick some 4 or 5 questions. And when you speak, you'll give us only one question and tell us who you are directing that question to. So I don't know whether the moderator is around to help me move the mic. Okay. So just put up your hand. We'll pick only 4 or 5, and then we'll be done.
Is this gentleman?
Okay.
Who's seated so uprightly. All right.
And limit your question to 1, and be brief and precise.
Hello, good afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon. Yeah, kumbe mko hapa.
Naitwa Omar Ngome. I will use one statement for the two questions. So I've heard that we are going to support other centers or other regions in other parts of the African continent in terms of production of energy. But even as a country, we are still producing very little amount of energy that is not sufficient domestically. So I wonder how we go support other regions while also we have not reached where we want to reach. But also importantly, before I go, is we speak about food in this since yesterday, whole conversation. What are we doing to reduce or minimize the consumption of GMO foods? Because most of the things we consume, they are not organic foods. We consume GMO foods that then endangers our health, and then it makes it expensive for us to remain healthy. So those two.
All right, we can take 3 more, then we close up the question and answer. There is this gentleman here, then there is the third one, and the fourth one. Is a lady in glass.
Okay. So tell us who you are, where you come from, and whom you are directing the question to.
My name is Kalistas Mabonga, representing Kenya Commerce Chamber. So my question is directed to the panel. You have talked about implementing a digital solution. So my question is, which current method are you using digitally to acquire clients?
The third one right there, then we pick the last one, that gentleman who's standing.
Hi everyone. I'm Elizabeth Otieno, representing Yokovijana Carbon from Mikindani area. So basically my question is directed to Professor Agosto. You said your organization supports matters concerning landscape restoration and agroforestry. So my question is, how do youths, all the people who are at the mashinani level, capable of reaching your organization? Thank you.
Okay, and lastly, the gentleman in motion.
Hi everyone, I'm Abuk Alfred. My question will go to Ramadan, if I'm not wrong, around the conversation of food, just supporting my brother on issues around GMO. We have had, when you look at the entire issues of GMO, this is a conversation that has been pushed by global entities that for the longest time have ensured that entities in our country and Africa at large, we take the conversation of food sovereignty from the local people and local families. Because when you look at the entire GMO, the first thing, this is a self-terminating. That means you cannot plant them, you know. They are chemical dependent, and it's so sad that when you are given these seeds, you are even given that this seed is going to be attacked by these pests, and you'll require these pesticides. So when you look at the entirety, it is all about siphoning financial resources from people who are planting these seeds, and the power of people to make decisions around food is taken away from the people. Okay. So when you promote kitchen gardening, how do you ensure that the power of people to choose the food and to ensure that they live in a healthy living is still maintained? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's respond to the 4.
Okay, I think Ramadan, you have 2 questions on food. And then Prof, I think I heard you have 1. Then there was another one on energy. And then we can wrap up. I think the rest you'll give us your last word. So we can have Ramadan responding, Prof, then Kenjen. Then I'll give the mic to the remainder just to give us the last word. Ramadan?
Okay, thank you so much, my brother, for your question. The issue of GMO actually has some controversial reaction from majority of young people and also those who are in the agricultural space, which of course is something that we must tolerate and understand. You have talked about the issue of kitchen gardens. Of course, what we are doing is to make sure that we address the issue of food security. And technology is something that all of us, we are versed with, and we understand that it's something that everyone is trying to accept or to access it. Therefore, when we talk about kitchen gardens in school, it's because of the spaces we have in schools and also the culture of the children to bring them up when they're in those institutions. So what we do is, number one, is to encourage these young people when they're still in school, because the culture, in our society and also in this country, is that we have taken agriculture as something that is for those who have not gone to school. But you see, agriculture is the backbone of any given society. So these kitchen gardens are there to maximize of the little space that we have in those institutions to address the issue of what? Of food security. Yeah.
Okay, Prof.
Thank you for the question. I'll speak a bit louder. It's not exactly my tone. I start from the fact that I'm not an agroforestry expert. I'm an economist by training, and my viewpoint on this is very focused on identification of this practice in terms of potential market value. And there is a wide range of benefits or services that the communities do provide, but they are not being paid for. There is no income coming to them. And the same goes for landscape restoration. It's not only an act of conservation. There are benefits derived from that activity which are not at the moment encapsulated by existing market prices. So what I am advocating in this context, one, is a process of co-creation of those benefits with the communities and mapping and measuring those. But most importantly is also to unblocking private capital or private capital and finance systems to reward those activities. So if I'm a tomato farmer, I can have my tomatoes bring to the market, and those benefits are encapsulated via the price of tomato market, and it fluctuates. But if you have trees, the things that trees bring to you are the benefits go beyond the existing markets. It does not mean that the trees don't have a value, they do, but the farmers and the communities are not rewarded. So what we're trying to do is, on one hand, identifying clearly those we call ecosystem service farming, having a certification system that tells Mr. Pink, Mr. Blue, this community is doing that and is rewarded, and therefore those communities have additional income in terms of what they do vis-a-vis to the landscapes. There's other things we can touch, but for the sake of the time, I will finish here. And believe me, it's not a question of philanthropy, it's not a question of conservation, it's a question of investment in natural infrastructure, like you invest in your house, like we invest in our car, like we invest in any asset that has a benefit or relationship with us which goes beyond 5 minutes or 1 year. This asset needs to be kept and invested along the time. For that, the asset has the highest performance. And I thank you for the question. And in this process, most of national activities, they want to work with the local communities, including enhancement of entrepreneurship among the young and young human Kenyans. So there's lots of opportunities in this space. We can talk more bilaterally. Thank you.
I didn't get the name of the person who asked the question on energy, but apologies. National power planning is done under the supervision of the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, And so there's a least cost power development plan where all the state agencies give in their input. So in KenGen, we are party to that. And so when we say there is no enough power, specifically to geothermal, you'll require at least like 7 years, because geothermal is not like you just go and purchase equipment and assemble. Unlike solar, where you can easily say, in 6 months, I'll have a solar power plant. And so in as much as we are selling our skills and expertise to people who require them, we are balancing out the country needs and as well bringing in that foreign exchange by selling the skills that we already have without the need to invest in training our people further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've seen the moderator is on his feet, and that's a sign that our time is fast spent. So I would want us to end at this point so that we can allow for the other activity. But I would want you to join me to congratulate the panel. They have done a nice job. Can we clap for them? We also need to clap for the plenary. They have done a nice job. They were listening, and that's why they asked questions, and very useful questions. You can also clap for me. At least this time, I managed time better. So, moderator, I think we are done, and thank you so much. Yeah.
So, thank you very much. Let us appreciate Dr. Moi and the panel once more. We can just take a panel photo so that this is well empaneled. I don't know why we're having that feedback, but thank you. It's really training our ears just to remind us that we are here, okay? Guys, you can smile. I know it's the afternoon session, but smile, beautiful smiles right there. Asanteni sana, thank you very much for your input. God bless you for that. At this particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, what time is this? It's almost 23 minutes to 5. We are supposed to go into parallel sessions, but before we do that, let's just stand up for a minute, because I've seen a couple of us. We were losing some of you into the dreamland, okay? Yeah. Tell your neighbor, I have a dream. Then finish that particular speech by Martin Luther King. That one day, my children will not be judged by? They will not be judged by their participation in the panel, right? Yes, very, very important. So, DJ. Okay. Now, here is what we do, okay? You guys are so serious. You know, we are talking policy, so you're wondering, what is the DJ doing? It's essentially for a bit of exercise, sawa, so that we get our blood going even as we go to the parallel session. So, DJ, can you play that song? Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready? All right. Do your hands like this. Okay. I just want you to go like a Maasai. Jump. Some of you are in love with gravity. You can't move up like this. All right, move. Just a little bit. Step. It's a step, imagine. Just a step. Okay. Do that again. All right, you can go around. DJ, wait. All right. I saw some of you are almost starting to do that reg thing, okay? So, tell your neighbor, I didn't know you can dance. Where have you been hiding this side of you? All right. While we're standing, let me direct us to our parallel sessions. We have 3 parallel sessions. The first session is happening here, and that one will be on creative and knowledge economy for value chains. That is happening right here. Then the second session will be happening on e-mobility value chain. That one is happening in tent A. Once we exit, we go to the tents right there, just behind the registration. Tent A will be on e-mobility and value chain. And lastly, in tent B, we will have a session on data ecosystems, artificial intelligence, and digital services to enhance value chain development. So those are the 3. If you want to participate in creative and knowledge economy, we remain here. Tent A, it's e-mobility and value chain. And tent B, we are tackling the issue of data ecosystems, artificial intelligence, and data digital services. Now, a reminder to our stakeholders. Right after the breakout rooms, we have an opportunity to engage policy analysts within KIPPRA. You are a stakeholder, you are in EV, you are in manufacturing, and you need to have a one-on-one with KIPPRA and its policy analysts. I think it's a very pertinent conversation that will be happening right here after the breakout sessions. Okay, yeah, so we have quite a number of sectors that we expect to have right after the breakout sessions. If I may just have your attention for a minute. If you are into trade, and this will be happening between 6 and 7 p.m. Trade, that shall be handled by Mr. Mwatu. Finance, by Dr. Silas. Climate change, if you're in that, Jacinta. Digital economy, agriculture, MSME, leather. We have cooperatives. We have human capital, macrofinancing development, taxation, gender, children, youth, and many more. So all of us in these particular sectors, we have an opportunity to engage with the policy modelers which who are from KIPPRA. But for now, I'd like to release us into our breakout sessions. I will be guided accordingly. So if you are going to breakout session tent B, that is data ecosystem, you can just exit, go to the back. We have tent A, where we have e-mobility and value chain, also right outside. And those of us on matters creative and knowledge economy for value chains, we are remaining in this particular session. We just encourage you to move a bit forward so that we can engage more. That is our breakout sessions. Now let's go to those sessions accordingly. Remember, this one shall be coordinated by Gitonga. So Gitonga, if you're here, I'm going to hand over the microphone to you. And tent A shall be coordinated by, actually the overseeing party is Mercy. So Mercy, make sure e-mobility is well covered in tent A. And in tent B, we have Aurelia, who's also overseeing that. So Aurelia, you'll help us manage tent B on matters data ecosystems, artificial intelligence, and digital services. But for now, I'd like to hand over this parallel session on creative and knowledge economy for value chains. And I'd like to welcome our coordinator, Gitonga. Karibu sana. Yuko wapi Gitonga? Oh, there you go. Good to see you. You told me that these people are using your name and they didn't put the full name, so apologies for that. But Anne is better. Over to you, Anne Gitonga.
Thank you, Kimboi. Good afternoon, everyone. Yay, that's a creative. So my name is Anne Gitonga. Happy to see all of you staying. We'll be having a very engaging session. We wish to apologize profusely for the hour delay. We're behind schedule, but it is what it is. So now we are ready to run the show. So let me quickly go through our presentation before I invite our panelists on the stage. So as you're aware, we are talking about creative economy. In KIPPRA, we undertake research to inform the policy engagement, and you're aware that creative economy is a critical pillar to support Kenya's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. So in line to that, I wanted to quickly go through a presentation. It only has, I think, 4 slides, to give us an idea of the policy context and the gaps within which we are operating, and how then we can start the conversations about how to address the gaps. Omanyo at the stage. kindly, let's start the presentation. I'll just go through it very quickly, and then we invite the panelists. I hope it will help us get some context. So in terms of background, Kenya's creative economy is acknowledged as a critical economy, obviously. I don't know if you're aware, there's a lot of studies that reveal it is the fastest growing industry or economy compared to others. So industry, service, someone is nodding their head, agriculture are not growing in the same extent as the creative economy. This is possibly why the government is giving it preference and priority, and possibly why we need to continue having such engagements. So we look forward to your feedback as we continue on that. We also acknowledge that statistically, what is revealed is the contribution in terms of GDP is low. But that, please take that with a bit of caveat, with a small caveat, that again, statistically, majority of those who operate in the creative economy are considered informal. So they are not necessarily captured in the national ecosystem in terms of data. So it could be higher. One indication within which reveals that it's higher, and Kekobo might talk about that, is a study that was done in 2007, published in 2009, that reveals creative economy attributes to about 5% of Kenya's GDP, which is obviously significantly higher than 0.2%. I'd also encourage members in the room to look at the Kenya Film Satellite Account, which was a study done by Kenya Film Commission and Kenya Bureau of Statistics that reveals the contribution of the film industry. It's 44.1 billion. Does anyone know what that can equate to? Which other industry contributes a similar amount, basically, in our economy? 44.1 billion. That's in terms of gross value, and gross value added is 38.1 billion. So that starts presenting the significance of it. So quickly, I just want to bring out what we observed in terms of the policy context. For music, so KIPPRA undertook a study that reviewed the policy framework. And we noticed that the creative economy is pretty expansive, and data is very limited. So it's very hard to understand or provide policy context on a sector with such limited data. So let me quickly provide what we have observed. For music, we do have a 20, and some of these things I should have just asked a question first. Do people know that we have a national music policy? No. Nobody? Hata Kemboy ametoka? Yeah, so we have a national music policy of 2021. It has some significant priorities. However, it doesn't have an implementation plan. Does everyone know why we need an implementation plan? We need to identify which government actor is going to implement which policy interventions. So we may contribute to the fact that there's limited policy uptake because the intervention is not clear. So that's good. Anyway, so it's good we have a policy. It has good interventions. Please look into it. It's in the KIPPRA repository. But we need to start now the engagements and discussions on how we can inform or enhance implementation of that policy. That being said, and Sharon is going to come to the podium, the Kenya Copyright Board has started some initiatives to address copyright inefficiencies through the Copyright Act, which is in line with the policy. We also, then that's under performing arts. Performing arts also refers to theater. And there's also there's no policy framework on theater. So let me skip that and go back to music. Next slide, please. So when we look at music in terms of value chain, which is what brings us here, you'll observe that there are policy gaps in each stage of the value chain. For instance, in terms of creation, we looked at it from education. Again, I wish I had more time for questions. Does anyone know at some point in Kenya, music was not examinable while in school? No? You guess why? Which age group? So there was that season which highly affected the output of music. So you can start seeing how policy or inconsistent policy affects outputs. So that's one. And then in terms of production, I will not go into that, but it's the inefficiencies in terms of CMOs, the collective management organizations. You hear people, musicians coming onto media and saying we're not getting paid, yet we're seeing we're performing. So there's some inefficiency there as relates to production. Quickly, in terms of dissemination, the main thing, and we discussed about it, a little bit about it in yesterday's discussion, is infringement. For music, it would be piracy. So I think that's what I want to bring out on music. Then we can quickly look into film, and then we start the session. We also looked at film, and we can go to the next slide. Film has significant efforts in developing a policy that have not yet borne fruit. That is something also we would like to understand how that's why is it still in draft? But the few drafts that you can find online completely clearly identify some of the gaps, so that's good. The next slide, and then we can conclude at that. We can see the gaps at the different stage. At creation, you can correlate it with the capacity constraints again. There might be limited training in aspects as related to film, especially story writing. And we did a subsequent study that reveals this is an issue born, the creatives actually identified this as an issue. In terms of production, licensing might be one of them. Again, I'm sure you're aware we have Marcus from Film Classification Board. We license our films through that regulatory body, but at the county level, you'll also need to get a license. And you'll be surprised to discover there's one county I will not name today, charges 1 million for county licensing. And some counties charge 0. So you can see where we need to start having such conversations. And then in terms of exhibition, where do you guys watch your local movies? Can you go to the National Theatre and watch the one about, I don't know, I can't think of something, Kenyatta? Like, there's limited opportunities to exhibit. So again, you can see through the value chain, there's some challenges. So with that, allow me to request our resource persons to come on stage. Though I mentioned his name, I don't remember seeing him. We have Marcus Alexander from Kenya Classification Board. Please come on stage. Marcus is actually a filmmaker and he's a media scholar. He's also a strategic communicator, and he's had significant experience, there he is, in the film industry. So all your questions as relates to regulating film goes to him, but luckily it's also within his technical area of expertise. We also have Dr. Patrick Kasula. I do not want to butcher that again. That's our deputy director at Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. He's been a lecturer at University of Nairobi, but has also served in the government for several years, and is an expert on matters that relate to what we're discussing about, knowledge economy and gender and other aspects. So that's a key resource. Sorry. I want it to be digital, but since there's another group dealing with digital, I'm dealing with hard copy. Next is Sarah Kerubo. Sarah is a creative economy facilitator at Sandbox. She will explain what Sandbox Ubuntu is. But in essence, the insights we want to get from her is how she enhances capacity, because they have been training creatives for the years that they have been in existence. We also have somebody still enhancing skills, a gentleman by the name Rob Omondi. Rob is from Imaginable Futures. The person nodding, where he partners with organizations across Kenya to strengthen education, basically transferring the aspect of knowledge to skills. Karibu, Rob. It has not ended. There are more. Wait, oh my goodness, I think, no, we're okay. And then we have James Ahere. We develop games in Kenya? Yes, we know this, excellent. One co-founder is here. He's developed an interactive media agency called Weza, co-developed, called Weza Interactive Entertainment. And he is also an advocate for the High Court, so aspects as relates to the law he can also address, and he's also supporting the creative economy policy ecosystem, I should say, legal and policy ecosystem. I am summarizing highly, but we will be sharing the information later. Then we have Joseph Nazareth. He's our youth representative, but he's also in the industry. He supports the youth in terms of training, and is also a co-host in a program that he will describe later. Yes, we are short by one chair. Because I have two ladies left on board. I don't know who can assist us in getting one more chair. There's someone working on it, please, Asante. So we have, and I don't know where it will place. I thought we counted that there are 8. We have Sharon. Sharon Whiter is a deputy director at Kenya Copyright Board. I'm hoping we are aware that we have a copyright bill that has just passed through public participation that has the reforms that we're looking for in music, or so we hope. So we'll look to get more insights in that. And last but not least is Belinda. Belinda is a senior patent examiner at Kenya Industrial Property Institute. We all know KIPPRA. Yay? Okay. I'm getting lots of assurance that we're in the right room. Yes, so that's Belinda. She's a senior patent examiner and has been dealing with the field of biotechnology, but also supports the innovation ecosystem basically through TISCs, Technology Innovation Something Center, Support Center. So with that, we start our session. It's going to be intense, but we can see that you're up to task. So I think I'll just start with the order within which I invited guests. Okay, I have a chair. Thank you, Sergeant. I was happy to be in the periphery. Maybe we can start with the aspect of capacity building, which is from the study that I gave between Job and Sarah. Luckily, you sat next to each other. I'd like to get some insights on your observations as relates to the skills that we get from the market and how, if there's a deficit in terms of what the industry needs, and what both initiatives are doing to try and address that. We can start with between Sarah and Rob. Okay. Sarah, you're starting and you're introducing yourself. And we are doing, I don't know how many minutes we're working per resource person, but I'm timing you. Sarah, you're timing. That's me.
Okay, thank you guys. So my name is Sarah, and I am a training facilitator from a company called Sandbox Ubuntu, which deals in purely supporting creatives. By creatives, I mean wasanii, in turning their hobbies, talents, passions into a business. Now, if kind of interpreted your question right, I am going to say about the observation that I've made and something that maybe KIPPRA or the government can help the creative industry with. So to start with, I don't think Kenya as a nation lacks talent. The talent is there. The problem is the system that supports the talent. And by talent, I mean the creative people. So utapata labda mtu ni mwimbaji, but anashindwa venye atajisustain na hiyo uimbaji wake. So since we have been training creatives around 600 by now. So the observation I've made is when it comes to them turning their passions into creative inakuwa ngumu, because unapata even the community ama the institutions wanaonanga kama usanii ni mchezo. So if msanii wants alone, they're not considered as SMEs. It's just hiyo ni usanii anafanya. So maybe policies will be put in place that support wasanii in standing out as businesses, because kama unajua kama mtu anauza painting, wezi mwambia akulete, how do I put it? Like when a normal entrepreneur goes to ask for a loan, it's easier for them. But someone that is in the music industry or maybe acting industry, it's hard for them to kind of put their creativity into a monetary value that banks can also take them. So one, I want the formalization of creatives businesses, maybe in registration, or maybe they help in legal supporting them. Nimesikia hapa kuna mtu wa copyright. So like their intellectual property thing. And there was an expert, Mr. David, that said something about global markets, so the export. They also need to know how they can export maybe their products. Kama mtu ni painter, so how am I painting going to get globally recognized? And then the other thing is mind shift. I think as a society, creatives who are, they're not cared for. Jumnaita creatives like an emerging economy in real sense. Creativity has existed historically from storytelling na nyanya zetu, lakini bado tumefika 2026 and it's an emerging economy. So you can imagine the whole impact. So the mind shift can start by creating awareness. How do we work with schools, institutions, community to kind of have a different mind shift when it comes to creatives? And also, yeah, for now that's it. If I remember this, I will add. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I'm excited to be speaking with you today. My name is Rob Omondi, and I'm not a creative economy expert, but I kind of like see things from a bird's eye view. I'm doing investments, so mostly investing in systems that are doing that education to opportunity gap. So what I'll start by saying is, just to build on what you said, that talent is equally distributed, but opportunity is the one that's not. And to ground, I think the two things I'm going to say is I'm happy that we're starting to speak about the creative economy as an economic pillar and not just a side hustle, which is very important because I think that grounds how, as a country, we've been looking at the creative sector. So the first thing is, I feel the biggest gap is capability. And I look at capability in terms of, do creatives see themselves as actual people running an enterprise, right? Because if you think about capability here, it's just about economics, right? And some of the things that touch on that are the enterprise skills, and that's what you're mentioning around IP rights, simple things like contracts. Do you know how to negotiate contracts? And is this even something that's being taught in the institutions that we have? Another big one is digital distribution. And then also this feeds into revenue strategies and how creatives think about how they generate money. I believe there's dignity in options. So as a creative, you can, because it's something you're innately talented in, you can teach. So that means you can get money through imparting knowledge. You can also have commissions. You can have brand deals, brand partnerships. There's different ways this could go. So I feel like in the capability gap, these things come under there and they need to be taken very seriously because I think there's a gap in our market in terms of how we think about supporting local artists. And something was said earlier, before we even think about exporting, how are we consuming our own, art and talent? I mean, we go for local concerts, we buy made in Kenya, but how are we institutionalizing that in an age where, a lot of things are really changing? And even if you think about the fashion industry in Kenya, a lot of the made in Kenya items are very expensive. So You have to be saving over a period of time. I know for me I did, to have this linen wear. But there's something that comes with that where I feel like we need to be smart around pricing and thinking about negotiation and things like that. And then the aspect around data fluency, still falling under the capability gap because things are changing, technology is becoming the name of the game. So as a fashion designer, as you know, an artist, I'm an art collector now, an amateur one. I'm buying a lot of like mixed media pieces, of course with payment plans, because I can't afford just buying it at the price, which means, of course the price is the price, but I see how painters are incorporating now digital art into things they're buying. There was a page I was following on Instagram. It's purely AI, but it's AI that's very attractive that you can look at and be like, oh, I can take some lunch money and collect it over time and send it there. The other thing is thinking about the creative economy as a transition economy in terms of, and now this is where my expertise comes into place in terms of thinking how the current institutions we have are training creatives, and a lot of creatives are also self-taught, right? So if you are a vlogger, for instance, if you are someone who's been trained on animation or things like that, it's important to understand that the path is going to be very non-linear. And the statistics as per the study done by financial sector deepening was 16% of actors in the creative economy are registered. And if you think about registration, so for the others who now are left to, you mentioned access to financing in the earlier report you had presented on the screen, it's a problem. A lot of creatives depend on family and friends and the digital loaning apps. But then this study by FSD was also saying the amount of money they need is between 100,000 and 1 million shillings, which is off the cap with the digital loaning apps. And if you start thinking about how they can be able to access that, there has to be aspects of creativity in terms of even how they're incorporating those options in terms of generating revenue, right? And then in this age of crowdfunding, there's so many things we can do with what we have, just to be able to make sure that we're finding innovative ways to find something. And this is coming from someone who funded a project through GoFundMe. So I think there's multiple ways we can tap into the communal resources. And then as an artist, whichever different category you fall in, because there's depth and breadth, understanding that it's okay to know that you're working in the gig economy and there's different ways you can transition from one thing to the other and not change your identity, right? You can do digital art, but still be an artist, not just sticking to painting as well. Yeah.
Actually, just to add on that, I'm sorry for cutting because I will cut, we did a different study at KIPPRA where we submitted a survey and some of our colleagues here helped us distribute it because it was an electronic survey. And it was to creatives, and we observed that every single creative captured themselves in different capacity areas. So they'll say they're an actor, but they're also a script writer, and it was minimum of 2. And that was very interesting because it's not consistently established in other industries. If you're a manufacturer or an engineer, you don't say, I'm also a light, So that's one thing that we also observed, and we'd like to see to what extent then our education facilities consider that the line is not linear, that there may be multiple approaches. So that's already something that we'll capture, and we appreciate that. But I want to take it to Joseph, because you mentioned some aspect that seems to bring out how we can reconsider financing. So as he mentioned, financing is limited because our banking system is still the traditional one. We do have we have really good policies in Kenya. So we have the Movable Security Properties Act, that's what it's called, that allows intellectual property to be considered as IP. But if there are any bankers in the room, they'll tell you they don't know how to value that painting that you bought. So we still are not leveraging on it effectively. But there's those other operations that you're mentioning. So I don't know, Joseph, if you can give us an insight on what youth are doing to mobilize financing and also consumption. Are you observing some changes in terms of, okay, I don't know if you know the changes, but are you observing any observations as it relates to consumption of creative products? I can testify that doing research has helped me realize I need to watch more local content. I'm inconsistent, more theater, and my family should hear this because it's for research purposes. Purchase clothing, but for research purposes, but made in Kenya. So like now this is Vivo. This I can't remember, but yes, I try to do more, especially when I'm in a portfolio like this. So we can, there's small pockets of things we can do. Oh, another example is this hotel. At lunchtime, they use a local band that plays largely local music or African. So what else can we start discussing so that we can start pushing the what's it called, the needle to that agenda? But yako in representing the youth.
Thank you so much. My name is Joseph Nazareth. I volunteer with the President's Award Kenya for the last 15 years. And just a little brief about what PAK does. PAK, I think, was established way ahead of time because it's a platform where creativity is at its best. We focus and heavily invest in skills and talent development as a young people's program within Kenya. So we are responsible for nurturing skills and creativity for young people as low as 14 to as early as 24. So within that year, there's a lot that is going on for young people. What we do is harness that potential, refine it, and release it to the mainstream. So that now by the time you're 24, you have your ID, you're able now to stand and be constructive and contribute more to your community as your first point of interaction. Yeah. Now, to answer the question that you've asked, we need to understand as a nation or a people, what is this creative economy? What are we talking about? This is not the traditional way that is formal employment. This is not rigidity. This is fluidity at its best. And I can say that young people in Kenya are already living the creative dream. The policy will follow us there. That I can say with confidence. Let the policy follow us where we are. Because if we are working towards ensuring we grow economically, the first aspect is finances. So how do we move from funding to financing? And there are aspects of financing within the local creative economy. Young people can access financing, but at a magnitude. The biggest problem is that there is a system gap within financial institutions and the legal part. How best can a financial institution here pick a YouTube channel as collateral to finance a creative? But Kenyans, young Kenyans to be specifically, are already there. TikTokers are already there. Number two, as a nation, we need to start viewing creative not as something social. This is a whole economic transformation that we can work on as a nation. How best do we have policies that govern work? And what type of work? I can wake up in the morning, have a 1 hour session on my TikTok channel, earn whatever I'm supposed to earn. Walk into an office setup, give an hour of my time, earn, and move on. Do we have policies that protect some of these new and emerging work? or we are still into the traditional method of input, raw materials, output, the product, and we are there. Can we turn the creative economy into a circular motion rather than the end user product?
Yeah, I think we still think linear. So like what I was saying about education, it's so many vijana. I don't know which generation is here. I don't know if people know so many vijana. No? Yeah? Anyway, so it was something that we kept on singing, read, then when you're done with education, utapata kazi nzuri sana. So that's not necessarily the linear approach. And I actually want to build on that and ask Sharon to respond. So like I said, she's the Deputy Director at Kenya Copyright Board. And I'd like to ask if you have observed any shifts or changes in what, so maybe you can give context to the audience that we now register, I don't know if it's called register copyrights, and if you've observed any shifts in some of the unique ways, unique products within which we're registering, so that we can expose to people that it's not limited to scripts, music, there must be something else that we're doing. And then also, on the policy end, what's in the copyright bill that now we can look forward to? Is technology being considered? Are we advancing a bit better so that, like Joseph says, they are ahead, but we're catching up, so we can give him confidence that we're sort of catching up. Yeah, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. As she said, my name is Sharon Wata. I'm an IP lawyer, but I'm the Deputy Director at Kenya Copyright Board. I'm happy to be here. You said what I have observed in the registration that we're doing now. Copyright Board is the state corporation that is mandated to administer and enforce copyright in Kenya, and part of what we do is registration of copyright. So registration of copyright covers a lot of what is in the creative economy. I know when we talk about copyright, a lot of us think music, but it's beyond music. It's beyond film or audiovisual. It's literature. It is now apps and computer programs. It is architectural designs. So it's a lot of things. It's paintings and photographs and all. What I have observed now, because I'm also the person that does the approvals for the registrations, the applications, is that there's a lot of software and computer programs coming through for registration. So people are creating a lot of apps, a lot of software, more than usual. There's a lot of scripts in the film area, pitch decks, everything. The films themselves, whatever, short adverts. Of course, music has always been there. But the new thing I have observed is that we are now using AI a lot to create. And then that brings a problem, because the whole idea of intellectual property ownership is attributed to a person. And an author or a person is defined in the law as a natural person or a legal person. So when you get to a point where you're creating and then the creation is purely AI, then that becomes a problem. So it has forced us to address that issue in terms of registration of works that are either entirely produced by AI or AI assisted. Yes, which is a whole different thing. You remember the Raila artwork, you all saw that. Somebody used AI to help him create the Raila artwork when Raila Odinga passed away. And in seconds, the thing had gone viral. By the time our politicians were landing at the funeral, they were wearing hoodies with the same artwork. The only sad thing for me was that, of course, the creator got nothing. And then there were allegations that this is AI. And on further probing, it was AI assisted in terms of creation, yeah? Certain countries like the US and EU have pronounced themselves on AI-assisted and purely AI-created works for registration and all. But that's the new trend I am seeing. But I'm also observing a lot of registration of copyrights coming through. That means that people are becoming more aware that they need to register. Again, my docket is training and research, so I do a lot of training with the creatives. And the one thing I constantly observe is the low level of awareness. Yeah, the creatives themselves are not aware of their rights. They are not aware when they are infringing another person's rights. They are not aware of protection. And protection is a big deal, yeah? They're not aware of the legal environment that has been provided. I don't think we are short of laws, we are short of policies. I think, Anne, you forgot to mention the IP policy that's in the pipeline. There is a creative economy bill somewhere. And now, of course, the copyright bill 2026 that is now out. The idea of this bill was just to respond to what is happening and what is new and sort of be inclusive. So there are many different things within the bill, but it is also responding to the online environment, because now creativity has moved largely to the online environment. My brother said the law will follow them. So our copyright bill, once it passes, it will catch up with them. In the current act, in 2019, we made a provision at least to say that if your work is being infringed upon on an online platform, you can issue a takedown notice, and the ISP is liable to take it down, yeah? Whether they put it there or not, but their obligation is to take it down. And so we are expanding that to even other areas of the online platform, the YouTubes and the other places. The new bill has expanded that a lot. We are even now calling them not ISPs, online intermediaries, to be all inclusive, yeah? Maybe if you have a look at that, or we could plan another session and to do that. If you look at the bill, it has really expanded the infringement online, what you can do. We have thought about where, for example, part of piracy is broadcast piracy. So when, for example, somebody is pirating a site that is showing a match and is current, what are you going to do? You cannot go to court later. So you need to have a provision of an online blocking, yeah? And once you block, then what? You block or you pull down, I put it back. So we are again introducing something to do with stay down notices. Apart from take down, then you have also a stay down. So the bill has tried to respond to many issues, of course, including the online environment and other issues. And again, of course, on the issues of CMO, you mentioned when you were making your presentation, it affects distribution and collection of royalties and earnings for the wasanii. And I come back to the low level of awareness, because the creatives are not aware that these organizations belong to them, and they need to control them in terms of vote the right people on the board and put in the right management and make sure that the institutions work for them. If you look at institutions in CMOs in Norway and out there, they collect so much money. At some point, I used to run a CMO for publishers and authors in the book area, and we were funded by Norwegians. But what money were they funding us? They were funding us from collections of what we call orphaned works, works that they do not know who the owner is, but they have collected for that in their country, and that money is sitting there. So they decide, let's do development work, and they come and fund you. But here, we are not able to do that. And of course, CMOs had many issues. I don't think we should go there. But my plea for, just hearing you tabling the issues that wasanii have, the law is not the problem. The policies are not the problem. The Movable Properties Securities Act has already said you use your IP as collateral. The only problem, the bank will ask you, how much is this song?
The valuation.
What is the valuation? That is another problem. But I guess with the YouTubes, you can say I earn 100,000 per month. It makes sense. But in the past, you'd say I have 30 albums. What is 30 albums in terms of money before I give you a loan? So the law is there. The provisions are there. The policies are there. As Anne said, like with the music policy, sometimes it's who is going to implement this? And sometimes we find the implementation being duplicated. For example, with traditional knowledge and cultural expressions, you know that there's Kekobo, there's the museums, there's the Department of Culture. So sort of everybody is doing everything. So I think those are the comments I'll make for
Okay, thank you. So I have follow-up questions for Marcus and for Belinda, but let me start with Belinda. Sharon said there's low awareness of IP as relates to copyright. I'm wondering if you observe the same with industrial rights, industrial designs. And I also noticed, I read somewhere that there's a high-end leather producer, it's a lady, who had designed for her leather product was infringed. And she actually used the law. She said it's a trademarked product, and I don't remember, I didn't read the detail, but I was impressed. I don't know if I should be impressed, because that should be, if it's creative economy, it should be common knowledge. But I was impressed that she's leveraging on intellectual property rights as relates to trademarks. So I don't know if you have any insights on awareness, and if we're effectively utilizing, particularly now trademarks, because I don't think we'll get into patents in this session. Or industrial designs also might also be relevant. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Anne, and thank you, KIPPRA at large, for this wonderful session. Let me take this opportunity to reintroduce myself, because you had done it, but my name is Belinda Ilagosa. I work at Kenya Industrial Property Institute as a patent examiner. So the organization KIPPI is mandated to administer industrial property rights. KECOBO is our sister institution. So as they handle matters on copyright, we will be registering in the industrial property rights. This range from patents, trademarks, and industrial designs. So the story from Sharon is the same. It's a duplicate of what happens at KIPPI. On cases of awareness creation, or rather the gap on awareness on how our creative industry can utilize intellectual property at large, or more specifically industrial property. It's the same case. We experience a lot of problems, and sadly, intellectual property law really doesn't task you it's preventive. It's preventive. It's precautionary. You'd rather be okay with your intellectual property before now you have troubles on infringement and all that. So because it's not mandatory, it's not statutory, then our creatives tend to, let's say it's in the product industry, our creatives will oblige with the rest of the statutory and regulatory requirements. But this being optional, then they tend not to prioritize, which ultimately, sometimes it's a big investment, and we are acknowledging the role of creative industry to the economy. So you can imagine when now the damage is done and there was no priority in terms of acquisition of these intellectual property rights, then more often than not, our creatives will cry. They will cry because the loss is usually big. So out of what our creatives experience is not prioritizing the whole intellectual property at large. And what Sharon has indicated is that the law has really stipulated and indicated ways in which we can leverage on these intellectual property rights just to improve and to benefit at large out of our own creations. Look at institutions like Equity. When Equity Bank, the brand out of this trademark is valued at billions of shillings. Yes, it gets down even to that small SME. There's a lot of value in these our brands. This is what most of our creatives are not really leveraging on. And because there's a law that even allows you to be recognized as an owner of these industrial property rights or intellectual property at large, value your IP, make good use out of it. This is something that really should reform the lives of livelihoods of our artists. And the whole intellectual property element is to give an incentive to works that we have developed out of our own creations. The whole subject of AI is very complicated, but what we are acknowledging, or what the law acknowledges as intellectual property, is that we are recognizing these intangible assets we could acquire out of our own creations of the mind. Therefore, it is a very, very strong law that can really change our lives and livelihoods if we can explore them. And remember, we are also using these elements of the law to improve and solve our own problems. At the end of the day, let's not sit back and just sit back as a nation to embrace technologies that have been brought to us, but rather let's explore intellectual property to better our lives, solve our own problems, and make everything better for everybody else. I think that's it for me.
I think I concur with that. Thank you for that. I'll give an example that if you've been in a room where I've said it, you've heard it before, but I will say it again. I read an article many years ago where a BBC reporter was interviewing students at JQAT, at a Kenyan university. I'm not sure if it's JQAT or KU. And they were engineering students who developed something they were calling pedal-powered mobile charger when the charging thing was new. And he said he's delayed publishing that article because the students had not done anything to protect their intellectual property. So my concern was they are studying engineering and did not know that they need to do that. So we are at a point where do we need to integrate it in our education system? Because as an engineer where you expect you're developing products, you did not consider that I cannot, this would be, what do you call it? Disclosure.
Disclose, yes.
Before I develop it, then yeah. So I like that because I think we need to have that conversation of at what point do we introduce it in the education system?
Yeah,
because
sure.
we have seen other countries that is literally part of the plan.
Yeah,
but I
sure.
want to stick to the aspect of emerging issues because I think James might be amongst the producers of those emerging products. But let me hear from film. From Marcus, who will introduce that he deals with classification of films, and registration. Have you observed any emerging trends as relates to film? Are we seeing, for instance, gaming introducing a script? Sharon already said it's there in terms of copyrights. And what can we do to nurture this? So that I think, Sarah, I think what you've said is true. Creative economy is not emerging, but within creative economy, there's some emerging trends. So we'll ensure that we are sounding the conversation in a good way. So is there anything that we've observed as relates to film when you're classifying or registering that we can start communicating and now discussing because we need to introduce it into policy? Because this is one of the other policies that has still been in draft for quite a number of years. That can present an opportunity. I'll just give one example. Again, when we're doing the creative economy on the value chain, we realized for film, remember I said for exhibition, do we see local films in, and you can talk about what KFCB is doing, do you see local films in our local theater? That's one angle. The other angle is, are there theaters outside of the cities? Because we also got that data from yourselves, and it's literally no. So if you have a film in Nakuru and you want to disseminate it in Nakuru, you have to set up something so that you can disseminate. So is that, those many areas, I wish you to consolidate your thoughts as it relates to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me today. It always feels nice being amidst creatives. My name is Marcus Masiga. I think I've been in this space for a while now. I work for the Kenya Film Classification Board, which is an entity that is charged with facilitating the growth of the industry through regulation. So luckily, we are involved in all value chains, from creation all the way to distribution and exhibition. And initially, whenever we had such conversations, you'd think it was government against the industry. But we've reached a point where the industry is now self-searching and acknowledging the challenges that are there. Sharon has just pointed out some of the challenges, and I totally agree with you because I interact with the creatives at all levels. So we've observed a couple of trends which are interesting. It basically means filmmaking and content creation is not looked at the same way by especially the budding filmmakers. We've seen an increase in the genres, especially when it comes to classification. Previously, if you asked someone or anyone about the genres of film that they know, they'll tell you horror, they'll mention action, they'll mention, but right now, you'd even have a combination of several genres, but there are also others that are a little bit different. Travelogues are becoming a norm, because I think the young people, young creatives are traveling a lot, and they want to document their experiences. So we are seeing a lot in that area. Of course, video games have not been left behind. Video games are also increasing. Actually, in the next about 5 years, I think it will be a booming, it's actually a booming business even at the moment, because if you look at the number of young people who are involved in creation of video games, it's increasing every other day. And the distributors of the same are also there. But we've realized that most of the distributors we have in Kenya distribute content from outside Kenya. And you know, that is exactly what is happening across board. That also allows me to address the aspect of how does our content find its way in the spaces that the local audience can also appreciate that. And I think it has been a problem because much as we're talking about content, there's also the issue of the creatives themselves not availing this content. I've interacted with several filmmakers from different parts of this country. And someone will tell you, I've made many films for the past 10 years, but I've not earned from it. My question is simple. Who are you making the film for? Did you, first of all, think of the person you're making the film for? Did you think about distribution? And much as I would be a bit hard on them when asking those questions, I would also want to understand them because filmmaking is a cost-intensive venture. It's expensive. You've said how they're crowdfunding, how you're going to digital apps to raise that, you know, budget that you need. So you find that we end up investing so much at creation. The business is in creating a film. I'll think of where to sell, who to sell to later. It doesn't work like that. Yeah? It doesn't work like that because if you don't have an audience in mind, if you don't have a marketing and distribution plan in mind before you even create, then you'll end up creating films for the archives. And I'll assure you, we have so many titles we classify every other day, and they're in the archives. They've never found themselves in the market. Not because cinemas are the only spaces. I know the box office is the biggest earner for any filmmaker. And when we're looking at all these challenges that the industry is facing, for us, as a regulator, the first step is, first of all, to ensure that the policies and laws that govern this sector have been updated. There's been a disruption by digital technologies. The advancement in that, the decentralization of governance, has also played a very big role. And from your presentation, you can actually tell that it's becoming more costly every other day for a filmmaker to create that film. So we've taken deliberate steps to at least ensure that we enrich and strengthen the various value chains of filmmaking. At creation, we are updating our laws. I'm glad my PS was here yesterday, Mr. Jacobs Fikirini, and he mentioned that in that particular area, there's a lot we are doing with regard to updating our policies and laws. The Creative Economy Bill will actually repeal the Films and Stage Plays Act. And we have an opportunity to actually have the regulations that will work for this sector. So for us, we're trying to update all our laws. We've introduced the self-classification regulations. These regulations are not only meant to guarantee affordability, but we're also aligning Kenyan laws to the global best practices, and most importantly, the Africa Continental Trade Area Protocol, especially on trading services. We want to open this space. Sometimes I'm worried because how are we going to open the space when, first of all, we are not guaranteed of our own products? How much do we have for us to open the space? The fear we all have of foreign content basically flooding our market is real. We've not constrained, we don't have any embargoes stopping Ugandan content to get into Kenya. We don't have any embargoes for any East African country, West African country. That content finds its way here. But for us to be able to compete, it basically means there has to be a deliberate effort by the government also to strengthen the value chains, which we are doing. But there's also a role that is critical for the creatives themselves to start viewing themselves or whatever they are doing as business. We say this is a gig economy. Isn't it what we say? We call it gig economy. Kuna gig. That's a question you hear around here. How long are you going to be doing that? Because you're waiting for someone to have a project. The few individuals who can run a formal business and who can raise funds, you're actually waiting for them to call you because you're waiting for a gig. It is a fact, it's a gig economy. But I dissuade many creatives from thinking so, because you'll actually remain in a comfort zone and always look forward to these projects. If the few that are there decide to retire or exit the industry, where are you going to get the gigs from? Hence the aspect of formalization. It is true, we recognize the fact that it is different. It's evolving so sporadically. But again, we can't wish away the fact that there is a need for formalization. As a board, we took deliberate steps to register all filmmakers free of charge. It is because we're encouraging you to have even a sole proprietorship business, which is the most affordable form of business registration that anyone can have. We need to consider that. So besides self-classification, we are also deliberately giving out our infrastructure for distribution. We have infrastructure for regulation, but when we are not using that infrastructure, we still give it out to the filmmakers. We have the Nairobi Film Center, which is the former Nairobi Cinema in Nairobi. We have the mobile version of it, which is a mobile truck. And we said, much as we are a regulator, we will still contribute to the growth of the sector because we understand the challenges that are facing, that the industry is facing, especially when it comes to showcasing of content. We are also working on regulations to reduce the cost of filming. And for a very long time, our local filmmakers have been treated as foreign filmmakers. You can imagine if you can leave the country, you leave Kenya and go and film in another country, it basically means you have money, right? Because there's a lot of costs. You have cast, crew to move with, you have air tickets, you have accommodation, and so many other costs associated to filming. I will not charge any foreign filmmaker coming into the country the same amount that a local filmmaker is paying. So those are some of the issues we also want. We are deliberate to grow the local industry. But concluding, I'm basically saying that we cannot do this alone because we need the local industry to work with government in this. We are working with training institutions. You interact with the industry, they're telling you, it's like I'm forced to train. I'm forced to train that graduate who's just fresh from university, fresh from college. And I think there could be a mismatch. So for us, we're trying to work with the training institutions to incorporate the needs of the industry and make the training as practical as possible. Because if we don't do that, we'll have creatives who leave institutions, but they're unable to do anything within the industry. We also recognize that there are those who are self-taught. The recognition of prior learning is a framework that we're also implementing. And we want to ensure that we don't leave any creative behind so that we can move forward together and build this prestigious industry which has a lot of potential. Sorry.
Thank you, Marcus. Clearly, he's a passionate film industry player. I wanted to also add another policy framework that I think we will benefit from as an economy. The TVET dual training policy, which says that a part of your training should be in a classroom and the other part is attached to the private sector. Why this is important, KIPPRA research discovered that some people, and the guys who are in photography and video can confirm, say that they learned how to use a camera using projector, like they did not touch a camera till they left. And then when they left, the private sector who's engaging them does not allow them to use the camera because like this camera is very expensive. You don't know how to touch it when you are being trained. So it just perpetuated the problem further. So we appreciate that there's some policy context that will address this, but now we need to support the government in getting incentives on how to facilitate the private sector, who is there for private sector business, to allow the student to come, or the student to come and learn partially. But I wanted to touch on Kenya Film Classification Board, also does classification so that it can protect the safety of children. And now we have the emerging industry that we've just talked about. Sharon has mentioned, Marcus has mentioned, which is gaming. And we have James who has co-founded multimedia industry. You'll explain. I'm wondering to what extent these emerging trends are in your docket. So how can we enhance child safety in terms of gaming? What can we encourage KFCB, for instance, to do? Because you've had in the developed world, these other games are literally a crisis in the way that it perpetuates danger to the children. And yet it's supposed to be a child-friendly game. I will not name them because I do not want lawyers to come for me. But it basically brings out that gaming can be a conduit to child safety. The opposite of child safety is what? Child insecurity. So I'm wondering, what emerging trends have you seen in gaming? You can touch on as relates to governance, including now the safety aspect. And then give us some context also. Briefly, thank you. Give us a context as to who you are and how you're in this interactive media field.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is James Ahere, co-founder of Weza Interactive Entertainment. I'm also a lawyer, admitted advocate of the High Court. So, yes, we are a video game studio, or basically we make interactive media experiences that educate, empower, and entertain. So we showcase Africa or African stories to the world through gamified products or immersive technology. Just to go direct to the question, child protection is a very big issue globally. Just to paint the picture for you, the video game industry is a very big industry, and even in terms of global revenue, it has surpassed the music industry and the film industry because of the aspect of home entertainment. Just last year in Africa, the revenue generated from Africa was about $1.6 billion. And the revenue generated from Kenya was $46 million. If you convert that $46 million, that's literally 5 billion Kenya shillings that was generated from Kenya. So child protection. So the thing about gaming, and I bet a lot of people in this room might feel like, oh, gaming is something for young people or the children. Actually, it's for different generations, but specific to children, they're exposed to these products. It's a form of storytelling, it's a form of fun, engagement, they play with their friends. One of the major issues, of course, is data privacy. Children are still, they're young and they need to be monitored and they need to be protected because there are elements of, maybe adults who might be targeting these children, either through monetization, that's one of them, or even the cyberbullying, or even just, unscrupulous behavior. They have bad intentions for children. So I'll handle the first one. So the first one is monetization. Monetization, and I want to bring this out very clearly because in the video game industry, generally in Africa, or one problem that the whole world has been going through, is we view gaming, but mainly Africa or even Kenya, as people see it like gambling. Yes, because gaming, what you have been marketed to by, you know, the marketing agencies and the billboards and the TV ads, is people betting and, you know, betting, lotteries, casinos, and all those things. So now, luckily, as a policy perspective, last year we had the Gambling Control Act, which separated gaming from gambling. So now, before that, we had the Betting Licensing and Lotteries Act, Control Act, and it was defining gaming as, you know, under gambling. So people didn't know the difference, but now there's a difference. So now, right now, in terms of monetization, there's this element called loot boxes. Basically, even the definition of gambling is it's a game of chance. So it is randomized. It's a random element of, maybe let's say we are using dice, and you have to shake them, and then you don't know what is going to happen. But if they land on the number that you wanted, you get money. So that's the element of gambling. So in some games, they have that element. We call it loot boxes. And children need to be protected from that, because in other countries, for example, in Germany, in Berlin, or even the US or in Europe, a lot of, I wouldn't say the core video game industry, but other companies, especially which are about gambling and lotteries and casinos and whatever, and betting, they're using that to target children, and these children have access to their parents' cards, debit cards or credit cards, and they're spending money, and a lot of money, because they don't know how to control themselves. They're not responsible with the money. So it's a big issue. So there's that, and then also the content, of course. There's this fear of, you know, there's some games which might be violent. They have shooting games and things like that. So there's that element of, should my child be playing these games? And, okay, for purposes of artistic expression, stakeholders in our industry want these stories to be told, but there has to be a form of age gating. We call it age gating, the same way in film, the KFCB, they have, you know, that classification of certain movies for certain, you know, audiences, and that accessibility. So now the challenge is for us now within the video game industry is to enforce age gating. Certain age groups cannot access this kind of content because it will affect you in a certain way, and we don't know how it might affect you. You know, maybe becoming violent and things like that. There's also cyberbullying. The video game industry has very big communities, online communities. So sometimes you find that there's a lot of bullying, even, you know, gender-based bullying, or even racism, or any kind of bullying just based on your background, or just somebody's just being mean to you. And sometimes it can get violent where you're targeted. So there's that element of having community management, where people feel like this is a safe space, they can express themselves, and even if it becomes competitive, people are not exposed to, you know, adverse kind of communication which makes them feel some type of way, or it can even advance into physical targeting. Yeah. So I would say those are the main ones. Yes.
Okay. I think what we'll end up doing, because we want to hear from Dr. So Dr. is from NATCOM, which is Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, and it plays a critical role in domesticating global UNESCO conventions so that we can leverage on them. So we wanted to get insights, Dr. from a value chain perspective. How can Kenya leverage on these international conventions? A lot of them have the aspect of collaboration and partnership, so that we can address some of these issues, particularly those that are emerging, that they already know that we can now prepare for, in essence.
Thank you very much. I'm Patrick. That question is for 2-hour lecture, but looking at us, I think we are tired. The Kenya National Commission for UNESCO is the focal point for UNESCO agenda in Kenya. And we are the custodians of the conventions, and there are several of them. And I must observe that in 1972, there was a World Heritage Convention which was supposed to protect our critical sites like Lamu, as well as Old Town and the Gedi ruins. And it is our agenda to protect. Also, we have 1970 Convention on illicit import and exports of cultural property. And that is why you saw in 2005, there was also another convention on diversity of cultural expressions. At the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, it is our duty to ensure that the culture of Kenya is preserved, is protected, and getting to the question at hand, Kenya has been able to admit several cultural entertainment dances into the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage list. I just want to pick two. We have the Isukuti dance. The Isukuti dance, we picked community. It's practiced by the Isuka and Idago sub-communities of the Luya. We picked their style of music. We picked their instruments and the significance. Now, the beauty of doing that is once this song is recognized, if there's anybody in China who wants to do an art or a presentation or a drama on Africa, they'll be able to be told we have this dance in Kenya and you can use it either as your background music, and we'll be marketing our local music. We also have the Masidika spiritual dance among the Taita in Taita Taveta County. That has propelled our local music and our local dance into the global arena. When you do that, we don't just market Kenyan music or dance. We provide opportunities for this music to be tabled, to be manifested in the global arena. We market them. And when you hear an Isukri dance being played in Europe, honestly, as a Kenyan, you feel so nice. That is not all we do. We have been able to ask those people producing movie, for example, Netflix. We have gazetted certain cultural practices, like the Maasai rites of passage. It is now in that list of UNESCO. And remember, it is the Nkipata, Eunoto, and Ologeshe. These are male induction processes. They are now becoming themes of art, themes of literature. And people are getting to appreciate Kenya. And they now want to study them. And there's a lot of research into these cultural practices. And Mark Hugh, Oxford University, for example, 2025 was able to invest $156 in funding our local cultural researchers. And to us, as a commission, we are happy to promote that. You are aware the Mijikenda Kaya forest traditions have also been gazetted through the same process. Now the people, the filmmakers in Netflix, the moment they see Mijikenda Kaya forest, they want to know what it is, and they want to come and produce from our area. Then we have the Kit Mikai shrine rituals among the Luo community. I just want to say in a nutshell that the role of the commission is to ensure we take Kenyan talent out. There is a Paris Cultural Week every year where we expose our music, our young people, our talent through drama to the world, and we are able to sell our young people out there and market their music and give them a platform to tell the world what they do. We are happy that Kenya now is integrated in winning prizes on culture. We are happy that Kenya now can get scholarships out there to go and do cultural aspects. And as I said, it's a 2-hour lecture. I'll just stop there and say it is good to have a commission that connects Kenya to the rest of the world.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, yes. That's much appreciated, and luckily you came right after James, who is leveraging on interactive media to communicate culture, I presume, as well, because it will be good for, there'll be a generation where some of the traditional regalia and traditions may not be as easy visible, but we can still document it and communicate it through film and games. So what UNESCO is doing and what the Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act will eventually do will be very important, because it's supposed to have a database of our traditional knowledge and cultural expressions. So on that note, I think we just start the way we started, Sarah going down to Belinda and then back this way. Please give us, because now we're policy research institutions and there are very many in the room who want to hear what we have to say. In terms of opportunities, what do you see as opportunities going forward that we can encourage the government? A major output of this research, even though, okay, I was joking about the audience, the major output of this conference is to present these findings to our relevant government partners to communicate some of the concerns and opportunities. So now we have discussed a lot of the concerns. I want to see opportunities. Going forward, what is 1, 2, 3 things that you'd say that we can do to strengthen our creative economy from where you sit? Thank you. So everyone, 1 second to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anne. So when it comes to opportunities, we have already talked about the TVET and other institutions teaching creativity, and then you mentioned kuna ile institution yenye mtu haruhusiwi kushika kamera juu ni very expensive. So you find these, like, let's, for example, TVETs are training fashion designers, but they're just giving them the training on the creativity part without the entrepreneurship. Because now production is not going to be the problem, but negotiation, like my neighbor had already said, yeah, pricing, the branding is going to be a problem, the contracts, the legal IP, everything is going to be a problem, the financial records, and how to manage financing itself. So when the institution can do the creative part training, but also ensure that they kind of include entrepreneurship. So after you have learned this skill, when you're going out there to the market, what can you do? What is expected of you? And lastly, I will include something about soft skill. For the creative, soft skill is also an economic skill. The way our creative communicates, the way they negotiate, the way they kind of handle pressure, just kind of paints a picture of the kind of brand they are. So as much as we empower them on the technical skills, the soft skill is also needed. Thank you.
Period to everything you've said. Emphasis. And I think it wasn't clear what I do, but I work for Imaginable Futures, which is a philanthropic funder that bridges the education to opportunity gap. And in terms of the opportunity, I'm really inspired by one of the partners we support here in Mombasa, called Swahili Port Hub Foundation. And this is now the opportunity I'm saying, because capital is just not the problem. And I think if there's more money poured into the creative economy, it's not, all the problems won't magically go away. I think a coordinated ecosystem that is really leveraging that institutional, I guess, you know, because there's different institutions here that are talking about a lot of the things that are emerging, and that coordination aspect, I think, is an opportunity. So as someone in the investments team, I'm really keen on finding hubs, place-based hubs, like now Swahili Port Hub, where it's almost like an aggregator and a third space, where a lot of young people, the creatives, can access, where there's free internet, there's access to trainers, all the things you said, soft skills, psychosocial support, because I'm sure creatives are really suffering from, you know, that mental well-being struggle, because you've invested so much in your talent, but you're not seeing it getting you from one point to another. So really leveraging on those places. So if you're a creative here, please visit Swahili Port Hub Foundation. They have resources that you can leverage that can make sure that all the things she was talking about, then you're coordinating. And then also the other aspect, we're involved in TVET reform work, TVET strengthening, and a lot of the things you're saying also is what we are working, making sure that the kind of education that's happening in our institutions is demand-driven, right? So that once people are leaving that space, you are not confused on where to go. So those are the things I'm really seeing as an opportunity, and it's great that they're already happening and people can be able to leverage them.
I think I have like 4. One is look into cultural capital as economic capital. Cultural capital as economic capital. Number 2 is artificial intelligence as the future of creative labor, which now we are currently into and we are trying to stabilize the system because we are not yet there with issues about AI. The other one is creative economy as a governance and social cohesion tool. The creative economy can be used especially by young people and also the nation to grow our GDP. The last one, a program like the President's Award that focuses on creative and skills. How best can institutions adopt it to ensure that this conversation starts as early as possible? At 14 years of age, you're in junior secondary. You're in junior secondary. How best now can you harness some of these skills and creatives and try to streamline them to contribute to the economic growth of the nation? I think those 4 will really speak a lot about the creative economy. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have very many opportunities for many things. To begin with, I think there's an opportunity for different government agencies to collaborate in working around the creative economy. I think I've felt in the recent past that seemingly it's spread across many institutions, and so you don't know who's doing what. But better coordination and collaboration, that's an opportunity for us. I also think there's a lot of opportunity for capacity building and training across the board, you know. When I began to train, I would do copyright. Then I reached a point I incorporated our finance people to do financial management, because that's the other thing you realize creatives have an issue with. I have a gig, I earn $1 million, it's done, you know. Then there's mental health issues. So you need coordinated training and capacity building across the board. And of course, if you're collaborating with other agencies who have expertise in the different areas, the better. I think the other opportunity there is, the big opportunity, is protection and registration of your IPs, the copyrights, the trademarks, the patents, wherever they are. Right now, Kekobo registration is free. We have done that for, I think, the past 2 years. And we've been trying to encourage creatives to do their registrations now, yeah? So such incentives allow creatives to really go for it, yeah? I think the big one is funding. Having the government to put funding in this area. When you have institutions around the creative economy that are not sufficiently funded, then it becomes very difficult to do all these things we are talking about. So you need funding and you need government to do that, but you need to go to government with data. And that brings me to the study. You need to have, as Anne mentioned, the last study that was done on the contribution of the copyright-based industries to the GDP was 2009, and by then it was 5.3%. By now, the creative economy has grown. But that's the same data I had an MP use in Parliament last year. But you want government and say, you need to put money here, but you need to go and say, you need to put money here because this industry is contributing this much to the GDP. And so we have an opportunity to do the studies and get the data that we need to convince the government to put money in that place. I think their heart is in the right place in terms of already even creating a state department for creative economy and even having a creative economy bill. So the political will is there. So if you add all these things, the data and all that, then you're heading somewhere. And lastly, probably, I agree with you, just create the enabling legal environment. You know, once you're easier catching up with it than it catching up with you, than you not having it. So I think we also have an opportunity to do our policies, do our legal legislations, and make sure that you have the right legal environment. Then wasanii tutafuata your legal environment will catch up with this. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For me, my parting shots will be, let's embrace the opportunities that we are foreseeing it for the creative industry in terms of benefiting out of our creative works. Let's embrace intellectual property. Let's view it from an angle of a business asset. When you're told register your IPs, don't look at it as that certificate. Look at it from that angle of a tangible business asset. Yes, and then for the government agencies and all the stakeholders, with the responsibility of reaching out and creating awareness, let's try to simplify this approach so that today when I'm talking about patents, I'm putting it in that context of a creator at that level. It should not be like an approach that I'm simply targeting the professors and all that. It should be simplified in a way that I can show the return of investment in this intellectual property for that SME. It could be as simple as that brand. Just create a reputation of a brand and reap big out of it. It could be as small. Look at what Awinja has done for the Disco Matanga. How much views has she really, the hits, just on such a small thing? And you know, she's just replicating what happens where Sharon and I come from. Yes. So let's approach it from that angle that yes, it's what really, there is return on investment on however small you do it or however large you approach it. And then let's also build networks globally. Let's just not look at ourselves here. Let's look at our stakeholders and build our networks globally. Like this, today there was a conference. It was GTEx Kenya, the first AI conference in East Africa. It was happening at KICC. Let's look for these opportunities, build our networks, both locally and globally. I think that's it for me.
Thank you, Belinda. Maybe we can continue from James coming up. Opportunities so that we do not pick the mic again because we need to call it something.
Okay, so for me the opportunity, I'll say this. For the video game industry, there's a lot of opportunity. First of all, it's a melting pot of all the creative industries, whether it's software, yes. It's a whole value chain. So it is not just entertainment, it is actually an industry. There's infrastructure from production, distribution to monetization. So it's a melting pot of all these creative industries. So I would encourage us to all come together. And when I say coming together, I mean the developers, the creatives, the policymakers, academia, data analysis, professionals, all of them. Because there's so much opportunity, I'm even happy that the director from Kenya Copyright Board is here because one element of these creative works is, especially with commercialization, because the theme for us here is, strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. When you talk about inclusive growth, and now we are bringing in the creative economy to, increase the GDP of the country. Talking about commercialization, something like licensing. We can have a film license, its script to a gaming studio, and the gaming studio makes that script go globally because it uses digital channels. So it's not only about the video games, it's about all these creative sectors being used as a form of exportation. If you look at, in Nigeria or South Africa, we have the Amapiano or Afrobeat right now, which are doing very well, and they're like the biggest exporters. Of course, we have our natural resources, but right now they are rising in the rank of the biggest exporters about telling the African story, which is now even encouraging tourism. People want to see what the continent has. So many stories have been told by Hollywood or Europe or even Bollywood, but people are now curious for a new story. So we can use this as the greatest exportation. So let's all come together and more inclusivity. We are a legitimate industry. That's why we are called the creative economy. And we can become globally competitive.
Okay. We'll need another session, as Dr. Ayo said, on gaming, because I realize the value chain is actually pretty intense. I want to offer myself for voiceover in case it's necessary. Thank you for that, Dr. Ayo.
Thank you very much. The Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, on behalf of UNESCO, publicizes opportunities at the Paris office. I am inviting us to check our website, Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. There are usually opportunities for internships. There are opportunities for scholarships. We disburse this through our universities and TVETs, and sometimes they do not reach us. If you have a child or a young person, advise them to be checking our websites often, and we are on Facebook and we are everywhere. What I want perhaps to ask us is to allow our young people to perhaps embrace what they love doing most. For a very long time, we have young people who love music, but their parents say that is not good for our family, that is not good for our fame, for our status. We also have our young people who want to do film, yet we want them to do doctors, we want them to do engineering. I think in line with CBC, the greatest economies are encouraging informal sector to have, the most available income for young people. And if you go to UK, for example, plumbing and wiring is such an in thing. In our country, we want white-collar jobs. We don't want our young people to sing. And I think it is time to open up. Then finally, Kenya National Commission for UNESCO provides an opportunity for others, for publishers to publish their work, to publish their art in our journal. It's called the Journal of the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. It is free. It is assisting lecturers to be able to be promoted. It is assisting students to be able to graduate. So for those who desire that service, we are available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you've raised something interesting, because the developed world is now learning about gig economy, and we have been gigging the whole time. So they're trying to figure out how to tax. So I like that. So we're actually, anyway, so there's some things that we are doing significantly. It's just that how to ensure that we benefit economically. Marcus?
Thank you. First of all, there's an opportunity in bridging the gap between government and the industry, because that's very crucial. I realize there are so many creatives who know less about what is happening, the available opportunities, and what have you. So that is an opportunity for us. But again, it's also an opportunity to create an awareness, on available opportunities. For instance, if, let's say, you're a filmmaker and you believe that you must hold the camera for you to be called a filmmaker, then your understanding of limited opportunities is a bit constrained, because not everyone must hold that camera. You can also be a fixer, and we have lawyers. We've seen lawyers who are fixers. We've seen medical doctors who are now in this industry, and they're fixers. So let's look at all the opportunities that are there holistically, and there's plenty to pick from. There's also an opportunity in enhancing distribution of content in Kenya. I miss the days I could walk into Nakumat and I find a DVD of a movie, of music, I miss those days. Nowadays, I do not know where to find this content. Yeah, of course, we have some, but that is for classification purposes. But once we've classified, we actually don't know where to find them. So there's an opportunity. There's also an opportunity to basically limit, basically having quotas. For instance, it pains me to see 150 crew or members of cast and foreign crew coming into the country when we have talent here. It pains me. How I wish we could have only 25 come from outside and the other 75 sourced locally. It pains me when you can have caste. I mean, we have talent here. Why should caste be brought into the country to take up all the roles and then we are left for extras? So all these are policy issues. But again, we also need to organize ourselves internally. So there's an opportunity to organize the sector, the representative bodies, so that at least the members can benefit from that. But it's also an opportunity for the creatives to come out and be counted. We are still hiding ourselves. I don't know how we'll get the data that we can use to basically put a case for this sector to be funded. And when we talk about funding, I'm not vouching for any bank here, but I need to inform you that I know a couple of creatives who benefited from Equity Bank because they took it upon themselves to create customized facilities for the creatives. So that is a place you can look out for if you are creative. Thank you.
Thank you. So hereby conclude this current session and appreciate the panelists and the audience for your patience and your resourcefulness. We would have taken questions, but obviously we do not have the time for it. But we can leverage on our, this is being streamed on YouTube, so we can put our questions there or communicate. I know you may have had one. Or communicate in our other social media engagement. I think we'll also post on LinkedIn. So it's to say thank you for KIPPRA. We'll continue promoting research and such engagements to inform policy. So do not tire from hearing us inviting you, because these are not things that we are particularly proficient in. As we continue doing research, then we have to work collaboratively. So asanteni sana. So we are done, and we want to close with a round of applause as we expect our final photo. Asanteni sana.
All right, guys. Bye. No. Guys, let's have a photo. Let's have a photo for the panel. Let's have a now this one is a good one. Yes, gender-wise, it's so balanced. Color-wise, fashion-wise, it's so diverse. Made in Kenya. Smile-wise, it's so diverse. Yeah, it's amazing. We thank God. Woo. Okay, guys, you can smile. This is the creative. So I want you guys to do something creative, okay? It could be a weird posture or something, so that we veer from those presidential poses that they have been doing. You see, that one is nice. Kila mtu atoe yake, mwache kupigia yake, kila mtu atoe yake. Ona hiyo, ona bolt. Ona huyu anaomba kama pop. Huyu anapepea. Hii photo itatumika wapi? Tutakutumia kwa DM. Sawa sawa. That one is good? Beautiful. Amazing. Mmenyenyekea. Some of you are like, asanteni sana. Thank you very much for that engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, we call it a day. You wanted to say something, so I'll give you an opportunity tomorrow. Thank you very much for your patience. All right, barikiwa sana. All right, guys. So that's it pretty much. We understand policy guys are meeting here together with the different stakeholders. Also, Madam ED is meeting the partners in the room at the back. So make sure that you engage. But for now, we are free. Thank you very much for today. God bless you. See you tomorrow, 8 a.m. for the final day of the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. For now, it's bye-bye.
My name is Dr. Elda Onsong, the Executive Director at the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. Today we are starting our 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, which is going to run from 20th to 22nd May 2026 in Mombasa. The conference is themed Strengthening Value Chains for Inclusive Sustained Development of our country. This conference is going to bring together stakeholders from the public sector, the private sector, NGOs, various actors, both regionally and also across the country. The conference is going to focus on various areas, starting with the issues of legal and legislative frameworks of value chains. We'll go further to look at the critical value chains that support production and development of our nation. This relates to value chains in agriculture, manufacturing, services, creative economy, digital economy, global markets, development of digital space, and also the blue economy. The conference is going to focus on these areas because value chains are critical. They are priority in our Vision 2030 medium-term plan, and they are aimed at creating jobs, ensuring that we enhance productivity, and ensuring that we are able to add value, process our produce, which then means we are able to sell locally and internationally produce that bring us higher value in terms of resources and also in terms of forex. One area that will be critical in the discussions during the conference is the area of logistics. This is because in value chains, once the produce are produced, we are able to add value, and then this produce, when it goes to the market, we are able to link the market of this produce to the consumers while ensuring that wastage is minimized. We shall be having this conference. We shall be having technical parallel sessions where researchers from the Institute and also researchers from other partner institutions have come up with evidence that resonates with legislative and legal frameworks in value chain development, in production sectors, in the areas of improving competitiveness, in areas where we need to invest, in products that we need to improve on so that we are able to enhance the entire competitiveness of our nation.